Welcome to AudioNovel. For more captivating stories, visit my Patreon page. Chapter 51, Third Eye. After surviving that ridiculously hyped-up spell of Licks, Yami opened up the cocoon and the three of them greeted Gauche and Finral before walking over to the defeated Licht. "Yo Yami." Grim called. "He's still alive." "Eh? Seriously? If he could survive that, then why were we so worried?" "I know, right? I think we might have overestimated him." Grim agreed. I guess it just goes to show you that sometimes you shouldn't be too careful." "Yeah." Grim nodded. "We should be more reckless from now on." "I hear ya." Groan. Listening to them talk about him as if he wasn't here caused Lick to groan in dissatisfaction. "Since we caught the leader, does that mean we'll get a reward?" Grim asked while kicking the downed enemy leader. Taking a puff out of his cigarette, Yami thought about it for a quick second before nodding. "Probably, at least that stick-in-the-mud firecracker can rest in peace now." "Firecracker? You know that Captain Fuego Leon isn't dead, right?" "Really?" "Yeah, he lost his right arm though." "His right arm? Buffed, he might as well be dead then." Opening his grimoire up, Yami started looking for a binding spell. "Sigh, I really hate you too." Lick sighed and closed his eyes. Now where was it? There it is, Dark Bind. Yami muttered to himself before suddenly looking up. Feeling it too, Grim lifted his head and looked in the same direction. "Isn't that spatial magic?" Asta asked, seeing a portal open up ahead of them with three people appearing out of it. Yawn. "Wow, this place is quite a mess, isn't it?" Flashing forward at a blinding speed, a man with black hair with white patches dressed in the garb of the Eye of the Midnight Sun appeared in front of Yami and placed his hand on his grimoire's cover. "Well, isn't this a strange design?" Caught off guard by his speed, Yami's eyes went wide briefly before he clutched his katana. "Dark magic, dark cloaked avidya slash." "Hiya. Whoa there, you almost took my arm off." "See, this is why I didn't want to do this." The man groaned as he turned to look at his companions before placing his hand on the small wound that got caught in Yami's attack. Light recovery magic, healing ray of light. Emitting small particles of light out of his hands, the wound on the stranger's arm healed. "Not another one," Grim muttered. "Another light mage," Asta exclaimed while Yami frowned. "Thanks for showing up." Lick smiled while a pink-haired girl used fire healing magic on his body. Who are these guys?" Asta stuttered, seeing the new wave of enemies. Hearing him, Lick chuckled. "Let me introduce you to the strongest members of the Eye of the Midnight Sun." "The strongest? When it comes to battle, their power even exceeds mine. They're known as the Third Eye." The way this guy is smiling right now is irritating. "Ha! Stronger than you? Stop bluffing." Finral laughed. "Bluffing?" The man with the white patches in his hair yawned and gathered magic in his right hand. "Like we have time for something as pointless as that. If you don't believe it, then I'll just show you." "What?" Everyone gasped when they saw what he did. Manifesting a sword in his hand made out of dark magic, the black-haired man showed it off. "That sword? It's the same as Yami's." Smiling at the look of shock on their faces, Lick continued his monologue. "Your kingdom used the clover plant as its symbol, right? With each leaf representing faith, hope and love. Well, the name of these three are the opposite of that. Imitation magic, dark cloaked avidya slash. Raya the disloyal." Swinging his blade at Yami and the others, Raya launched Yami's magic at them. "TCH, don't go using other people's magic." Yami countered. "Dark cloaked avidya slash. Veto the despair." Licht continued. "Shit. Beast magic, bear claw." Surrounding his arms in magic shaped like a bear claw, the burly Veto charged at Yami and started slashing at him. "Beast magic." Grim's eyes went wide and the edge of his lips started turning upwards. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Despair. Show me your despair. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Fuck. Yami cursed as Veto broke his blade. And Fana the hateful. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. Yami. Asta yelled as he and the rest watched as a powerful stream of fire shot towards him. Boom. I hate you. The pink-haired girl spoke. I'll never forgive you. TCH. Removing his black cocoon, Yami couldn't help but kiss his teeth and focus on the little salamander perched up on her shoulder. Spirit magic. Doesn't that guy also have it? Fana the hateful, was it? Yami called out. You know that nobody like hysterical women, right? I'll kill you. See what I mean? Standing side by side, the three members of the Third Eye faced off against Yami and the others. Sai, you guys stay here. Yami said before taking a step forward. Sorry, Yami. Grim suddenly spoke up and took a step forward. But that ain't gonna fly. Huh. When there's so many strong people standing in front of me flexing their power, I just really scary smile wanna crush em. Something ain't right with this kid. Shaking his head, Yami pushed him back. You said you wanted to see what a captain looks like when they go all out, right? Well, get ready because I'm about to surpass my limits right here and right now. What? You don't want to miss that, do you? That's what I thought. Good, now stay back there and watch me win this. Win this. Licht suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry to say, but that won't be possible. Each member of the Third Eye is far stronger than any one of your kingdom's captains. Is that so? Yami asked, walking forward. Then show me. Imitation magic, dark cloak to Vidya / Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. Captain Yami. Asta screamed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Ugh. Covering their faces from the dust and debris flying everywhere, Grim and the rest were surprised when they brought their arms down and saw Yami laying on the ground while three people stood in front of him. Did you hear that, Char? They said that they're stronger than a captain. Please don't address me as such, your appearance is bad enough as it is, there's no need to make it worse for yourself by speaking. Humph, to attack a Clover captain within our own territory, how arrogant of you. Sea captains. Asta exclaimed. TCH, just as I was about to awaken my hidden powers, you guys had to come and interrupt, didn't you? Yami sighed. You better repay me when we get back. To think you could still speak such nonsense despite you laying in the dirt. Now that the dust had settled, Asta and the others were able to see who they were exactly. Captain Charlotte, Captain Jack and Captain Nozzle. Finral stuttered. Braided bangs. Grim said loudly in surprise, causing Nozzle to cringe. Ahahahahahahaha. Yami burst out laughing. Braided bangs. Nice one, kid. TCH, I'll deal with the two of you as soon as I'm done with these terrorists. Chapter 52, The Talk. Fuck. There's so much people stronger than me in here that it makes me sick. Grim clenched his fists and grit his teeth. But why is it that I can't stop smiling? Feeling his blood grow restless, the smile on Grim's face deepened. Okay, let's do this. He grinned and summoned his beast swords. Stay out of this, you trash. Nozzle called out before turning his head to the side to look at him. When captains are fighting, a weakling like you should stay back. Seeing the serious look in Nozzle's eyes, the atmosphere around Grim suddenly darkened. The fuck did you just say? He asked in scarily dark voice. Not waiting to receive an answer, the mana in his body suddenly exploded out and rose to a level that even caught the Third Eye off guard. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. This mana. The Third Eye all looked in his direction. Grim. Asta said, sensing his anger. Can it be? Raya muttered, remembering the time that he and Catherine had visited that lake. Charlotte and Jack looked at him in surprise. Me a weakling. Take it back. He muttered. Take it back. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. With the sudden release of his mana, those standing near Grim were forced to take a step back as his power started climbing to dangerous levels. TCH, this kid is really out of control. Take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back. Huh? Where am I? Standing in a lightless void surrounded by empty darkness, Grim found himself standing on a solid surface that resembled water. What the hell? Crouching down slowly, he touched the surface of the water and to his surprise he found that his hand passed through it like it was normal water. Weird. Pretty cool, isn't it? Huh. Caught off guard by the sudden voice, Grim sprang to action and spun around to look at the originator of that voice. You. What the hell are you? Standing in front of him was the distorted figure of a man that seemed like he was glitching in and out of reality. Ah, it looks like you're here too early. Contrary to the figure's appearance, its voice was actually really clear. Too early? What the fuck are you talking about? No, fuck that. Tell me where I am first. You know, I never realized it till now, but you swear a lot. Growing annoyed at his ramblings, Grim focused on his hands and prepared to summon out his beast swords. That won't work here. The figure chuckled in amusement. Ignoring him, Grim kept focusing and trying to materialize his weapons to no avail. What the hell? Told ya. What? Why? Flashing to his side, the distorted figure placed its hands on Grim's shoulder. You ready to talk now? Aye, deep breath, yeah. Southwest, what is this place? I'm pretty sure that I was just in a cave a second ago. You were. The figure nodded. Then how come I'm here? The real question is, why are any of us here? Just to suffer. What? No comeback. Sigh, who are you? What do you mean? I'm just your friendly neighborhood rando that's willing to talk to you. Don't bullshit me. I know that line. As a matter of fact, I should be the only one who knows that line. So I'll ask you again. Who the fuck are you? Ha 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 ha. Oh god, you're serious, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Laughing for the next couple of minutes, the distorted figure finally managed to calm down and wipe its eyes like it had tears. Okay, so how do I explain this? I got it. Finally. Don't finally me, I'm dumbing this shit down for you so it makes sense. Right. Grim rolled his eyes. Wait a second. Didn't I just say that in my mind? Yep. The figure nodded gleefully. Wait, what the fuck? Grim backed up. You can read my mind. Read it. It's practically an echo in this place. What? I know, weird, right? So anyway, what we're in right now is technically your mind. My mind. Yep, though it's way too early for you to be in here, something must have triggered one of your past memories and dragged you in here. Can't believe I didn't account for that. Oh well, live and learn, right? What are you talking about? Grim asked, thoroughly confused. Oh right, I should probably introduce myself. You can call me King. King? I'm not calling you that. Ah, really? Come on, it's like super cool and better than my actual name. Can you just tell me what's going on? Promise to call me King. What? If you promise to call me King, then I'll tell you. You're getting off on this, aren't you? Like you wouldn't believe. Sigh, fine, I'll call you King. Now can you tell me where I am, what's going on and who you are? Oh, that's simple, I'm you. Okay, so let me get this straight. You're the originally me from the realm of gods, and right now we're in my mindscape. Our mindscape, well, if you're being technical, I guess this is really just a fraction of my own. Anyway. Grim cut him off. We're in my mindscape because I managed to recall something I shouldn't have, and to stop my brain from burning out I was pulled in here. Pretty much. The distorted figure nodded. Okay, I get that, but why are you here? Don't you remember your final wish? My final wish? You mean me wishing for my core memories? Well, technically I made that wish, but sure, take the credit for yourself. Ignoring him, Grim continued. So you're here because of my wish to keep my core memories? Yep. But why would that happen? I just wanted to remember some vital stuff, not have a brain meltdown. Yeah. The distorted figure nodded. It's actually really weird that you came in here this early in the plot. I was thinking it'd take way more time. Plot? Oh shit. You remember everything about this world, don't you? Give spoilers. What? Fuck no. Why not? Because it'd ruin my plans. Your plans? Yeah, you don't think I'd want to keep my core memories just so I could remember I reincarnated, right? Wait, you didn't. I mean, we didn't. Hell no. I finally managed to get a vacation and I'm going to take full advantage of it. Full advantage? You're not planning to steal my body, are you? Technically it's my body so I could do whatever I want with it, but no, I'm not planning to do that. Then what are you planning? Spoilers. What? Spoilers, bro, I ain't gonna tell you. What? Don't be a dick. Being a dick is fun. If he could grin, Grim was sure he was doing it right now. Besides, as long as you're still alive for the next 100 to 200 chapters you'll eventually find out. Feeling a sudden pull, Grim realized as he was returning to his body. Wait. I can't measure chapters in real time. Sucks for you then, doesn't it? You piece of sure. Pop. Watching Grim disappear from this place, the distorted figure couldn't help but laugh. Man, this is really gonna be fun. Chapter 53, Control. Ugh. Opening his eyes up, albeit with some difficulty, Grim felt a stinging pain emanating from his head as he found himself staring up at the ceiling of his bedroom inside the Black Bull's base. Sigh, did I pass out again? Asterisk. Recalling the scene of himself in the cave repeating the words, "Take it back," over and over again, Grim put together the pieces of how he got here. So that was me recalling something from a past life. You're awake? A quiet voice suddenly exclaimed. Turning his head to the side, Grim was surprised to see the makeup-wearing Gordon sitting next to his bed making what he could only assume to be a doll of himself. Gordon. Grabbing him by his hands, Gordon brought his head down to them and in a teary voice he said, "I'm so happy you're okay. The healer said you were okay physically but for some reason you just didn't wake up." I didn't wake up. Could that have been during the time that I was inside my mindscape? Suddenly realizing that the base seemed too quiet, Grim realized that he couldn't sense the mana signatures from any of the other Black Bulls. Where are the others? The others. Raising his head, Gordon blinked a few times until Grim's words finally settled in. A couple of days ago the Wizard King ordered the Magic Knights to retrieve a magic stone from a place called the Seabed Temple. Listening to Gordon's explanation of what had happened over the last few days, Grim learnt that the Eye of the Midnight Sun guys were actually looking for something called a magic stone and that this Seabed Temple place apparently had one. After learning all of this, Gordon eventually left in order to pick up some supplies to speed up Grim's recovery. While he was fine physically, Gordon wanted to be extra careful and bring him some healing concoctions from his family home. Sighing to himself, Grim eventually started thinking back on the events of the cave battle. TCH, so in the end I couldn't even watch a captain-level battle besides Yami's. And what was up with that Fana the hateful chick? If I'm looking at her from a physical standpoint, then she's definitely not older than me by much. So why the hell is she so goddamn powerful? Even stronger than that licked guy who could go toe-to-toe with Yami. Damn it. All of them were stronger than me. Clenching his teeth tightly, Grim raged for the next 5 minutes before eventually calming down. And now I'm stuck here while everyone else gets to go have fun in some underwater palace. Sigh, why did they leave me with Gordon of all people? Thinking about everything that had transpired, 2 glaring issues stuck out to him. The first one was what King had said to him in their shared mindscape. If what he was saying was true and that him using his wishes to retain his core memories was all for some higher purpose, then would that mean that this elven blood and demon-slaying magic also played a part in his plans? The second glaring issue was the light mage licked. While Grim achievements so far have been impressive, in front of that licked guy all he could do was hide behind Yami. I have to get stronger. Recalling Lick's figure, something felt off to him. What was it that Yami said again? Guys with a lot of mana can do all sorts of things. Thinking about it now, it was actually quite weird that Licht was able to fly the way he did. While he may not be an expert on light magic mages, he was pretty sure that flying wasn't an inherent part of their abilities. Could it be because of the way he was utilizing his own mana? Closing his eyes for a bit, Grim considered the many ways in which doing this would be possible before eventually getting up and going outside. Sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, Grim took several deep breaths as he focused on controlling his mana. After arriving in this world 5 years ago, he had taught himself how to use mana at the basic level. Then after leaving the forest and meeting Sister Teresa, he was taught the proper ways in which to properly control his own mana. But to say that controlling mana was one of his strong points would be a huge lie. While he wasn't bad at it by any means, he couldn't exactly say he was an expert. It was at least comforting to know that he was better at controlling it compared to someone like Noelle, who had been practicing since she was a child. In this regard, Grimm was far behind everyone else. From the moment he was reincarnated in this world, he had the time disadvantage. Coupled with his exceedingly weak body, he really struggled to get to where he is now. While Yami and the rest of the Magic Knights may see him as a genius with never-before-seen potential, only Grimm knew just how hard he had worked to get here. The fact that he was able to reach where he was with only 5 years of training was a miracle in itself. If he was reincarnated as a child, his current power would be far above what it is now. Sigh, no point thinking about things I can't change. If I'm going to get stronger, I can't get stuck on what could have been. With no one around to fight, Grimm's mental state was actually really calm and quite serene. It was unknown if this was a result of him focusing on his task or a side effect of entering the transparent world. After learning Ki, Grimm's thought process of using mana had changed considerably. If mana was all around them, Ki could be said to be found in everything. Sitting in the same position for the next few hours, Grimm ignored everything from the outside world. Even Gordon's calls were ignored as he had lost himself in feeling the Ki and mana in his own body. Chapter 54, Friends. Unlike the erratic way he had previously used Ki in the cave, Grimm finally had the time to sit down and properly feel the Ki around him and gain a deeper understanding of this new ability. Coupled with the hypersensitivity brought along by the effects of the transparent world and the natural way mana bent itself for him, Grimm felt like nothing could escape his senses. Even that weak mana signature in the lower regions of the Black Bull's base couldn't escape his detection. Wait. Why is there an unfamiliar mana signature in our base? Are we being invaded? Are there enemies nearby? Confused and slightly more excited than he should be, Grimm dropped his whole mana control training and charged into the base. Through the halls, down the stairs and into an unfamiliar room, Grimm found himself staring at a thin-looking bedridden man with unruly long white hair that covered his eyes and reminded Grimm of something called a he**tie protagonist. Seeing the bedridden man struggling to lift his head, the excitement that Grimm previously felt quickly diminished. What the hell? Is this guy really an enemy? Seeing his door burst open, the unfamiliar man raised his head and with a smiling face he said, Hello Grimm. Frowning at the sound of his name, Grimm suddenly realized that his mana was diminishing and being transferred to this guy. Surprised and wary, Grimm immediately materialized his flame sword and pointed it at the stranger. Seeing him, the unfamiliar man couldn't help but smile. Hot-headed and quick to use violence. You're exactly as Asta described. Asta. Henry Legoland. The man held his hand out. Shaking his hand, Grimm introduced himself. After listening to what the man had to say, he learnt that he was actually an OG member of the Black Bulls that was stuck down here due to his ability to unintentionally siphon off other people's mana. Luckily for him, he met the manaless Asta and was able to learn more about the Black Bulls and the current things happening in the Clover Kingdom. After spending a bit of time here, Grimm eventually let his guard down and the two got to know each other better. After being abandoned by his parents from a young age due to his unintentional mana siphoning curse, Henry felt a connection to the amnesiac Grimm who couldn't remember his parents and was forced to survive alone in that forest by himself. For Grimm, Henry's siphoning ability wasn't too much of an issue. Due to his ridiculous mana reserves, the amount being siphoned away was pretty insignificant in his eyes. So you think you could beat this licked guy? Henry asked after hearing Grimm's version of how things went down during Lick's fight with Yami. Not at my current level. He shook his head. But if I keep improving at the same rate that I am now, it won't take too long. Listening to him, Henry nodded. What will you do after you beat him? Find someone stronger than beat them. Grimm answered without hesitation. Wow. Henry said before falling silent. What? It's nice to have a goal. He smiled sadly. You don't have one. Shaking his head, Henry hung his head. What about talking to the others? Grimm suddenly said. What? I can't do that. He shook his head wildly. If they come near me, I'll start siphoning off their mana. Sigh, for someone who's been watching us for ages, you sure don't know shit about the Black Bulls. What? I said you don't know shit about us. Look, I can't speak for everyone, but I'm pretty sure that nobody would mind if you siphoned off their mana. Hell, you're siphoning off my mana right now and I'm not complaining. But that's because you have so much. That's irrelevant to what I'm saying. It is. It is. Grim nodded. You want to be friends with everyone, right? I do. Henry said with conviction. Good. He smiled. Then let that be your goal. My goal. Yeah, that's my goal. But what if I start siphoning their magic again? Then surpass your limits and stop siphoning. Grim said, taking a page out of Yami's book. Surpass my limits. Yeah. Grim grinned. Don't let a shitty curse stop you. Surpass your limits and go make some friends. Okay. I'll come visit you again, don't forget, surpass those limits. Grim waved, leaving the room. Thanks, Grim. I promise to surpass my limits and make friends. Smiling, Grim eventually closed the door and made his way back up to the upper levels. Encouraging others really isn't really my thing, but I guess doing it once in a while isn't too bad. He smiled. Now then, should I return to practicing mana control or take advantage of the Black Bulls being gone? Thinking about the advantages of each options, Grim eventually went with the later. While he could practice mana control whenever he wanted, he doubted that such an opportunity like this would happen again soon. Knowing what he wanted to do while the others were away, Grim went to his room and pulled out a map of the Clover Kingdom. After finding the location he was looking for, he nodded to himself before grabbing a tattered black cloak and his broomstick. I won't be able to use my swords or any defining spells while I'm there. If things go wrong, I'm screwed. Standing on his broom, Grim took the sky and started flying in the direction he had marked on his map. I need to do this quickly. If too many of them gang up on me, then I'll probably get discovered and will probably go to jail. Sigh, it'd be so much easier if I could just fight without having to worry about them discovering my identity. Then again, it'd be pointless if they couldn't force them to use their strongest spells. That reminds me, I should only use one type of magic until I escape. Thinking about it, Grim really hated that he didn't know many other mages. Is this what it's like to feel unpopular? Shaking those thoughts out of his head, he saw that he was approaching his destination. Slowing down, Grim came to a halt and took in the sight. So this is what this place looks like. I've got to say, the Blue Rose's base is much nicer than ours. Chapter 55, Blue Rose Base. According to the information given to him by Sister Teresa during his early days, the Blue Rose Magic Knight Squad is a special squad due to it being composed solely of women and having the motto of refusing to worship and idolize any man. For a naive man, the Blue Rose Base could be seen as a promised land, but from what Grim was told by Finral, the male members of the squad actually served as errand boys to the women and have sacrificed their masculinity for a love that they will never receive. In simple terms, it's the home of the simps. Standing above the base with his broom, Grim closed his eyes and sensed the ki and mana of those insides. A couple on the upper layers and a few on the middle ground. While fighting more opponents would be fun, I can't afford to waste time since I can't use my grimoire or specific spells. Breath of Flames. Breathing lightly, the orange glow of his magic element wrapped itself around his body. Since Breath of Flames was his most destructive breath style without the use of his swords, Grim decided that it'd be wise to use this one in order to complete his mission. I should also change up the way I talk so I can avoid suspicion if they ever manage to suspect me. Now the question is, what kind of personality should I go for? I could try to copy Finral, but something about that makes me cringe. I could try acting like Asta, but I'm not particularly a fan of yelling. Luck's personality is too volatile and I'd probably lose myself in the act. Magna's is too in your face and Gordon's is too quiet and a bit too creepy for my taste. I guess I could act like Gauche, but do I really want to act like a cis-con? I don't know why I'm even considering it. I guess that only leaves Yami. For some reason I don't think I'd be able to pull it off though. A/N, Yami is one of a kind. Side, I guess I could take aspects of Finral's and mix some of my personality in. Yeah, let's go with that for now. Nodding to himself, Grim put his mask on and floated down towards the Blue Rose base. Hey Risaka, do you think Sis is okay? Standing in a beautifully furnished room, the boisterous Soul lay on her friend's bed while the mature-looking Risaka stood in front of her mirror and checked her figure out. I'm sure she's fine. The captain isn't so weak that she needs you to worry about her. I know, but I can't help but feel uneasy, you know. Soul sighed. I know. Risaka nodded. But as members of the Blue Rose, we have a duty to believe in our captain. Ah, isn't that nice? Freezing in place, the Soul jumped off the bed as the two women quickly span around in direction of the mysterious voice only to see a masked man in black sitting on the windowsill while looking at them and stroking his chin. No need to stop for me, just carry on with your conversation and pretend that I'm not here. The men said, hurrying them along. Surprised by the man's appearance, Risaka and Soul fell silent for a second before their grimoires started glowing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No need for that, ladies. The man said, waving his hands in front himself. Who are you? Soul snarled while channeling her magic. Me. I'm just your friendly neighborhood peeping Tom. Who are you? Risaka. Yes, Soul. Prepare to get someone with healing magic. Right away. Smiling at the two of them, Risaka was about to leave the room, but before she could, Grim shot a stream of fire out of his hand and towards her. Sorry, beautiful, but I'm afraid that more than two women is a bit too much for me to handle at the moment. Humph. Activating a spell from her grimoire, a stream of water shot out of her hand and extinguished the flames. Oh. A water mage, unexpected but very welcomed. Smiling, Grim got up and looked at the damp ground and started nodding before looking back up at Risaka. You know, I've never had a girl squirt this much for me. Hearing him, Risaka's face suddenly went dark. Soul. She called in a dark voice that made Soul feel nervous. Yes. Forget the healer, they'll be useless by the time I'm done with him. Oh wow. Grim exclaimed. I didn't think you'd be this into this threesome. Shut up. Risaka screamed, losing her composure and shooting a high-pressured ball of water at him. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Damn, took you long enough to attack. Positioning himself in front of the window, Grim spread his arms out wide and received the attack head-on. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Thrown back by the force of the spell, Grim's body shot through the open window and was sent sprawling towards the hard concrete. Did you get him? Soul asked. Of course. Risaka pushed her chest out with pride. Hey. Grim's voice rang out from the outside. While I like swimming and all that, I prefer to be doused in a different kind of liquid if you catch my drift. He's alive. Impossible. Risaka denied and ran towards the window. Yo. He waved when he saw both girls looking out the window. Seeing him standing there unharmed, Risaka unintentionally growled. My turn. Soul grinned and hopped out of the window. Soul. Risaka yelled. So it's the Earth Mage now. Thud. Landing with a dull thud, Soul walked towards Grim while stretching her arms. Since Sis isn't here at the moment, punishing you will be my job. I'm not a fan of BDSM, so I'ma have to turn you down in that regard. It wasn't a request. Wow, haven't you ever heard of no means no? Earth creation magic, divided Mother Earth. Summoning 4 giant earth golems, Soul had her puppets surround him. Now you want to make it gangbang. You've got some pretty extreme kinks. Ignoring him, Soul thrust her hands forward and ordered the golems to attack. Heh. Grim grinned when he saw the golem's fist growing larger in his eyes. I guess we're gonna play rough. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. As the fists crashed down on his figure, Grim managed to jump above them and plant his feet on one of the golem's arms. Running up the golem's arm, Grim charged from the wrist to the shoulder before launching himself into the air. While up there, he covered his fists in flames and fell toward Soul's figure. Soul. Risaka screamed from the balcony. Earth magic, mud wall partition. Slamming her hands on the ground, a thick wall of mud ascended from the ground and bore the brunt of his attack. Crack. Ha. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Bursting through the blockade, Grim continued to drop towards her. Soul run. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Barely managing to jump out of the way in time, Grim's fist left a small crater in ground as sweat dripped from Soul's face. More. Show me more. Grim laughed, forgetting that he was meant to conceal his identity. Covering his other hand with fire magic as well, Grim charged towards Soul. Stay back, you pervert. Activating a spell from her grimoire, Risaka shot a pressurized jet stream of water at Grim. Whoa. Seeing the attack, Grim didn't attempt to avoid it and let himself get pushed back. Risaka. Soul turned to look at her. Using a spell that created a staircase of water under her, Risaka quickly made her way down and joined Soul. Sorry for interrupting, but I couldn't let that pervert anywhere near you. Who knows what he would have done if given the opportunity. Kihihihi. A weird laughter erupted from the distance. Finally deciding to join in. Getting jealous. You scoundrel. How dare you utter such absurd statements? Yeah. Soul agreed. Now that the two of us are together, there's no way you'll beat us. Is that so? Feeling the movement of ki and mana from inside the building, Grim realized that they were being too loud and had most likely been heard by the others. Fuck, they haven't hit me enough yet. That sounded more masochistic than I would have liked. Realizing that his time was quickly running out, Grim needed them to hit him with stronger spells. I should target their pride and anger them. You think that the two of you stand a chance? You know, since you're girls and all that, I'll take it easy on you and fight with one hand behind my back. What? Seeing him look down on them and put his left hand behind his back, the two girls felt like he was underestimating them. Why you? What? Don't tell me that you want me to put my other hand behind my back too. I mean, it wouldn't really make a difference, but I guess it's good to make you guys feel like you could do something. Feeling their rage start to bubble up, Grim watched in joy as their grimoires started glowing brighter. Ooh, a big spell is coming. They just need a little push. Is Charlotte in? I have a bet going on with another pervert that I'll be able to fuck her into submission, so any news regarding her whereabouts would be much appreciated. Die. Unleashing the strongest spells in their grimoires, Grim underestimated the power in their attack and sneakily switched to Breath of the Beast. Sigh, I really need to find a better way to get new breath styles. Huff huff. Breathing heavy, both Risaka and Soul found themselves sitting down as they had just used up a ton of mana in that final spell. We did. Yeah. Soul nodded, looking pleased with herself. Hey. Members of the Blue Rose came running out after hearing the commotion. What's going on? They asked after seeing Soul and Risaka covered in sweat and sitting on the courtyard grounds. Barely managing to catch their breaths, the two of them explained the situation and pointed to the area the spell had hit Grim. A masked man in black. One of them asked after going over to the destroyed area. Yeah, he was wearing a black mask as well. Crouching down, the woman picked up a piece of black cloth and returned to the others. This was all I found. Impossible. Risaka rejected. Even the captain wouldn't be able to walk off that attack, let alone some random pervert. Fuck. Sitting down in a location not too far from the Blue Rose base, a bloodied Grim sat with his back against a rocky wall as he focused on breathing and controlling his pain. Right now every inch of his body was screaming out in pain and begging for him to rest. Gritting his teeth, he discarded his black robes and changed into the clothes he had stashed away before attacking the base. If not for Breath of the Beast and his enhanced evasion ability granted to him by the transparent world, Grim doubted that he would have been able to completely avoid the attack while also taking enough damage to achieve his goal. Ha! I know I asked for it and everything, but if I ever get the chance, I'm gonna go back and kick their asses. Grinning to himself, he looked at his shining grimoire. Breath of Stone. Breath of Water. Chapter 56, Trance. Breathing heavily, Grim flicked through his grimoire. Let's see what starting spells I've got. Breath of Water, third form, Flowing Dance. Starting with another third form, reminds me of Breath of Thunder. Holding back his urge to groan, he pushed himself up onto his feet. Crack. SSSSSS. Popping his shoulder back into its socket, Grim seethed in pain and walked over to his broom. Based on my estimation, if I rest properly, I should heal up nicely within the next couple of days, but that'd mean I wouldn't have time to practice this new style. But it would mean that I could focus on practicing my mana control. Climbing on top of his broom, Grim started levitating while thinking about the pros and cons of practicing mana control rather than this new style. Sighing to himself, he took to the air and flew back in the direction of the Black Bull's base. While it would have easier to fight them as himself, Grim didn't like the fact that the secret behind the ways he gains new styles would be exposed. Fighting as the masked pervert was way easier as it allowed him to have fun with them while also getting what he wanted. Besides, it would take too long to officiate an official match anyway. I wonder how things are going with the others. Seabed Temple. Seriously. We're definitely screwed. Feeling the intense mana radiating off the three-eyed figure, Finral felt like he and the rest of the Black Bulls were ants facing off against a giant. Sweating at the sight of Veto, Finral regretted the fact that he couldn't die in the arms of a beautiful woman. You think you three can stop me? Ahahahaha. I'll crush you like the insects that you are. Sighing to himself, Finral took a step forward until he was standing shoulder to shoulder with Vanessa and Asta. Oh. Didn't think you'd make it. Vanessa laughed. You really don't have faith in me, do you? Instead of answering, Vanessa smiled and turned to look at Noelle and the unconscious members of the Black Bulls. You have enough mana to protect the others, right? Nods. I'll leave them to you then. Not to mention this guy's mana, even his attacks are overpowered, if any of get hit by them it'll be lights out. Fighting a guy like this really makes me want to cry. Finral sighed. If we win this, I'll hug you and let you cry on my shoulder. Seriously? Finral said, fired up. Switching from playful to serious, Vanessa took a proper look at the three-eyed Veto. Normal magic attacks aren't gonna work on this guy, we're gonna have to rely on your anti-magic Asta, think you can handle it? Flashback to him and Grim on the roof. Flashback to him and Yuno as kids. Yeah. He nodded. I told both of them to watch as I become Wizard King. I'm not about to let this guy make a liar out of me. Asta. Seeing the look of determination in his eyes, Vanessa smiled gently. Focus on hitting him, we'll make sure that you won't die, right Finral? Yeah. Finral nodded, looking uncharacteristically serious. Sounds of breathing. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Grim took in a deep breath and focused on controlling the massive quantity of mana in his body. After debating with himself during the journey back to the base, he finally settled on practicing mana control. While increasing his combat ability, Breath of Water would have been good, the thought of him being unable to fight someone like Licht because he couldn't hit him deterred him. Sigh, this isn't working. Maybe if I focus on an element that allows for such an ability, then I might gain some inspiration. Breath of Wind. Letting the green glow surround him, Grim focused on the attributes that this element granted him. Weightless, formless, ever-changing. Focusing on the element of wind, Grim's attention slowly started slipping as he found himself entering a trance. Flexible, invisible, and everywhere. Kind of like mana. Lost in this trance, Grim didn't notice how the mana around him was starting to surround and embrace him. Brushing across his body, the objects in his room started to shake and levitate. Mana is everywhere. Mana is love. Mana is life. Breathing lightly to the point that it seemed like had stopped, Grim's body started sucking in the surrounding mana and releasing it. It is said that those born with an abundance of mana are chosen and loved by mana. A person with a lot of mana can do a lot of things. Entering his body, the surrounding mana started nourishing him and fixing the previous injuries he had sustained. Breathing calmly, a serene look appeared on Grim's face. Coming into contact with the mana, the blood in Grim's body started rustling as a faint glow surrounded it before disappearing. Demon-slaying magic, total concentration constant. Floating in front of him, new words appeared on the first page of the grimoire. Releasing a breath. Slowly opening his eyes, Grim felt like he was renewed. The previous pain he felt from getting hit by Soul and Risaka's attacks could barely be felt. Even his breathing was weirdly stable. Noticing his floating grimoire, Grim raised an eyebrow and looked at the new shining page. Demon-slaying magic, total concentration constant. Reading the words on the page, a flurry of new information flooded into his brain as various panels from the Demon Slayer appeared in his head. Breathing heavily from the tax that the new information put on his brain, Grim looked at his grimoire in surprise. Did I achieve it already? Total concentration constant was a passive ability in which the user of demon-slaying magic could keep a single breath style active at all times without it interfering with the others. This effectively meant that he could use one of the passive abilities granted to him by a specific style as a base. While he wouldn't be able to use the swords while having another breath style active, the enhancement that the base style grants him wouldn't disappear. Now he just had to think about which breath style to use as his base. Chapter 57, Graceful. Whoa. What the fuck happened to your arms? And you? Who are you? Seeing the Black Bulls return back from the seabed temple, Grim was shocked to see a shy-looking blue-haired girl arriving with them and Asta's arms in bandages. Grim. Everyone exclaimed when they walked in. You're awake. So that's what happened. Sitting at the table with the others, they explained everything that happened during the mission. They described how they fought that Veto, how Noel finally managed to use an attack spell, how Asta, Vanessa, and Finral triple-teamed him and how Yami surpassed his limits and one-shot the dude. Listening them, Grim was astonished by the tale and was envious that he wasn't able to crush some strong people. But what interested him the most from their story was the fact that Luck and Magna teamed up and used union magic. Union magic, huh? Looking at the two of them, Grim tried to imagine the power of the spell but was distracted by the new girl. Apparently she was that creepy-looking member of the Black Bulls that could use transformation magic. The next thing on his mind was Yami's spell, Dark Cloak Dimension Slash. Thinking about how Yami struggled to fight that Veto guy back when they were in that cave, he was honestly shocked that Yami was capable of one-shotting him. If they told him that it had taken a couple of hits to beat him, then that wouldn't be too hard to believe. After all, Grim had surpassed his limit several times and still wasn't able to one-shot his enemies. Sigh, I've still got a ways to go. Closing his eyes, Grim thought back to his decision. Total concentration constant, Beast. While having Breath of Wind, as his base would have increased his agility and attack speed, Breath of the Beast was the style he was most familiar with, and he felt that enhancing his physique and natural senses were more beneficial in the long run. Not to mention that since his physique would be enhanced at all times, his sword swings would be many times stronger as a result. Now that he had completed his objective with the Blue Rose Squad, he wanted to focus his attention on raising his mana control abilities. Looking at Asta, who had broken his arms but was still able to look forward, Grim had a feeling that this experience had actually strengthened him and that the gap between would be closing soon. In fact, if it wasn't for them being tired and Asta being unable to use his swords, he would have challenged him, Luck and Magna, to a battle. Walking into the room, Yami looked over everyone until his sight landed on Charmy. Oi Charmy, I'm going to report to the Wizard King, hurry up and bring the captives. Apparently Charmy had a pretty powerful binding spell that shrunk her enemies and trapped them in cotton balls the size of a fist. Will there be any tasty food? No. He shot her down before looking at Finral. Bring us there with your magic. Will there be any pretty girls? No. Can I come too? Asta asked, jumping to his feet. Well, I guess you were a part of the mission, so sure. Hell yeah. He cheered. We might as well go and visit that doctor while we're there and get those arms of yours fixed. Seriously. Ignoring him, Yami turned to look at Grim. You gonna be okay by yourself? By myself. Looking around the room, Grim realized that everyone was fast asleep. I guess that underwater place really took it out of them. I'll be fine. He nodded and watched as they disappeared through Finral's portal. HYHH. Standing up and stretching, Grim looked at his unconscious squad mates before shaking his head and heading to the courtyard. Covered in sweat and with hurried breathing, Grim stood topless in the courtyard holding onto an unfamiliar blue blade with a red hexagonal handguard. Come on Grim, it's not that difficult. After choosing Breath of the Beast as his base, Grim had noticed that any physical action he did had been enhanced. Even his walking speed had been increased. Realizing that this could be a problem in the short run, he quickly started training in order to adapt to his body's new changes. Deep breath. Breath of Water, third form, Flowing Dance. Originally supposed to be a movement-type spell that would have the user move in a similar fashion to a serene water flow, with the Breath of the Beast boost added on, Grim's movements were more forceful and resembled a pressurized water flow rather than a calm one. Performing the movements again, an ethereal stream of water followed behind him while a blue aura clung to his body. Wow. Watching from the window, Noel and the others found themselves entranced by his dance. It's like flowing water. Vanessa muttered, unable to turn away. I need to stop being so aggressive and straightforward with my movements and become more fluid and versatile. Controlling his breathing, Grimm's dance slowed down, but the stream behind him suddenly became more defined in appearance. Is it just me, or is he getting better? Magna asked. You think so too? Noelle cocked her head. Each movement needs to naturally flow into the next. Taking another step forward, Grimm's blade started radiating a blue light as water started manifesting around it and started resonating with Grimm's movements. It's beautiful. Like all living beings, water can change phases. Sometimes it can be calm as a lake and sometimes it can be as vicious as a raging ocean. With the physical boost given to me by Breath of the Beast, I need to find the right balance between these two if I wish to use this spell effectively. As if affected by his thoughts, Grimm's movements changed repeatedly but somehow still contained an element of grace and beauty. Awed by such movements, the rest of the Black Bull members watched in silence as Grimm slowly brought his dance to an end. Amazing. Luck whispered as his eyes were fixated on Grimm's slowing figure. Chapter 58, Party. You brat. Magna laughed, wrapping his arm around Grimm's shoulder. Learning a new magic while we were getting our butts kicked by that Veto guy, eh? After finishing his dance and having his senses return to normal, Grimm felt the key of his squad mates being much closer than they were when he left. Turning his head, he saw all of them watching him from the window. Not too long after that, Yami came back with a huge sack filled with food and alcohol. Due to them saving the seabed temple and retrieving the magic stone there, Yami decided to throw a party. He also revealed that they no longer had any black stars, negative stars, and now were actually able to compete with the other squads. Sitting by himself and watching everyone dance and enjoy themselves, Grimm couldn't help but smile. Not bad for a squad that you didn't want to join, huh? Yami. Turning his head to look at the large-muscled foreigner, Grimm fell silent before nodding. Wanna play? He asked, showing Grimm a deck of cards. Sure. So what happened at Keaton? Grimm asked while looking at his cards. You heard about that? Not too long ago, all the squads were alerted that 3 of the 8 shining generals from the Diamond Kingdom were attacking the border town of Keaton. Since they were too far, Grimm and the Black Bulls had no choice but to stay on standby and wait for instructions. But not too long later, they received a message from Finral telling them that Yami and the others had gone to assist the Golden Dawn in dealing with the invaders. You know that kid, right? You know. Yeah. He nodded. Smiling at his cards, Yami continued. Well, it seems like that guy's gotten pretty powerful. How powerful? Grimm frowned. Strong enough to beat a shining general. Beat a shining general. Shining generals are the Diamond Kingdom's version of Magic Knight captains. I guess I underestimated the growth of someone with a 4-leaf grimoire. Anyway, forget about that. Yami said, placing a card down. Why don't you tell me what you're doing with your mana? You noticed. With as much mana as yours, it'd be hard not to. And here I thought I was being sneaky. Sai, do you remember you saying that guys with mana could do all sorts of things? Did I say that? Yes. It was on the day I passed out, remember? Rubbing his chin, Yami thought back. Seriously? It was like a week ago. Doesn't really sound like something I would say. But what does that have to do with what you're doing? Let's just say I'm putting your little theory to the test. You trying to learn healing? What? No. What's with you and healing? Wait a second. How does he remember that specific part but not the conversation itself? Pausing for a minute, Yami looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. I thought a battle maniac like you would love the ability to heal yourself so you could keep fighting. Battle maniac. I'm in. You are. Yami cut him off. I don't know if you've realized it yet, but you really seem to enjoy fighting. What? No, I just like stepping on people weaker than me. I'm not saying you don't. Then. But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy the process either. They're not mutually exclusive. You can enjoy one thing and enjoy another just as much. Don't sweat it, kid. He comforted while taking a swig out of his bottle. So what if you enjoy fighting? Luck's the same, at least you have a goal at the end of it. Luck just wants to fight forever. my goal. Don't tell me you've forgotten. You said you wanted to be the strongest, right? To look down on everyone else and do whatever the fuck you like with no one being able to stop you. Falling silent, Grim thought back to his time in this world. So much had happened in these past 5 years. From living in a forest to working in a restaurant and then becoming a protector of the kingdom. From all the people he's met to all the foes he's fought. It really was a wild ride. If someone ever made a book on his life, he was sure it'd sell well. Why are you so nice to me? He looked at his captain. While Yami was nice in his own way, the way he treated Grim was different to everyone else. He could even say that there were subtle differences in the way he treated him and Asta. Illuminated by the nearby firelight, Yami's expression was hard to read. Sitting in silence for a minute, he closed his eyes slightly before answering. I guess you just remind me of home. Hearing a flapping noise, Grim looked up to see Nero flying around his head before eventually resting on his shoulder. Home. I wonder if you miss your home. As if reading his thoughts, the bird looked at him with a neutral expression before turning away. Now I'm curious if there's a talk to animals type magic out there. Hey guys. Asta suddenly said, drawing everyone's attention. Asta. I'm a bit tired, I'm gonna head to bed. Already. See you guys tomorrow. He waved. Watching him leave, Noel suddenly said something worrying. Don't you think Asta's been acting a bit strangely? Magna hummed. Now that you mention it, it is kinda weird that he's going to bed, that guy never gets tired. Yeah. True. It is weird. Nodding and confirming each other's thoughts. Finral looked at everyone before deciding to speak up. I think I know why. Grabbing everyone's attention, the Black Bulls all turned to look at him. I overheard him and the doctor today when they were fixing his arms. The doctor. He said Asta's arms could never be returned to normal. What? You're kidding, right? Apparently, that Veto guy hit him with an ancient curse and now his arms are. Hearing him, everyone's previous joyful faces fell. So what? Grim suddenly said, surprising everyone. What? We know that he's being afflicted by a curse, right? Then all we need to do is figure out how to reverse it. It's not that EAS. It's better than sitting on our asses and moping about. Do you think Asta would really want that? We're the Black Bulls, right? The worst squad in history. Nobody would have thought that we'd able to get that magic stone or recover from our negative star counter. They probably said some shit like it'd be impossible for us. But we did it, didn't we? Hearing him, people started nodding. So what if it's a curse or an illness? If we actually try, I'm sure we'll be able to find a way to fix it. He's right. Magna suddenly said. We're the Black Bulls, y'all. If we actually try, then who could stop us? Yeah. We can beat this. Asta wouldn't want us to mope. Let's do this. Yeah. Let's kick that curse's ass. Chapter 59, Breakfast. Waking up to the light of the sun shining on his face, Grim yawned loudly before forcing his way out of bed. Aff. He yawned before putting some shorts on and walking downstairs bare-chested. Morning. He nodded after seeing Yami sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper. After yesterday's party, Noel and the others had started looking for various ways in which they could lift Asta's curse. Grim, on the other hand, focused solely on practicing his mana control as he could himself, getting better with each passing day. While he wanted to help with Asta's situation, he felt like he was so close to achieving his goal and that any distractions could ruin it. Sighing to himself, he made a quick breakfast before eventually making his way to the dining room and sitting down. Compared to yesterday, he felt like his body had adapted quite nicely to the physical enhancements of Breath of the Beast. He could probably even do his normal amount of push-ups without breaking a sweat. Chuckling to himself, he enjoyed his breakfast while thinking back on his time with the Black Bulls. Reminiscing on the past, he remembered the time that a bunch of Diamond Kingdom assassins accidentally attacked the Black Bulls' base in search of some guy called Fanzel Kruger. Since this event took place shortly after Grim had learnt, unknowing fire, from the whole dungeon excavation mission, he was busy training himself far away from the base at that specific point in time. According to Noel, this Fanzel Kruger was the guy who taught Asta how to use his sword and happened defect from the Diamond Kingdom with his fiancée. Thinking about it now, it was actually quite a shame that he was training far away from the base, as he could have used those assassins to practice his new spell on. That being said, he didn't regret it. If not for him training by himself, it probably would have taken longer for him to get a proper feel of the spell. Sighing to himself, he thought back on the information Finral gave him yesterday after the party. Apparently after he passed out in the cave, that Lick guy and the Third Eye members fought the captains while also trying to take Asta's grimoire away from him. But what really concerned Grim was the fact that they said that Asta's grimoire didn't belong to him and that they called his sword Demon Slayer. Consider what his magic was, he felt that it was pretty weird that the sword had the same name. Just as he was about to continue eating, he felt Finral's mana signature pop up from outside. Did you get everyone to their destinations? Noelle asked once she saw Finral exit one of his portals. Of course. He said smugly. Got Luck and Magna to that weird sand dungeon outside the kingdom, sent Charmy and Grey to some strange forest, and transported Gauche and Gordon to the library so they could read up on ancient curses. Good, everyone's where they need to be. But what about Grim and Vanessa? Neither of them have come to me for transport. And why are we being so secretive about this? Wouldn't it be better to tell Asta? No. She shook her head. If Asta knew what we were doing, he'd just worry about us and tell us that he was fine. As for Grim and Vanessa, I know that Grim said that he was staying here because he had something to do, but I think that's just an excuse to not leave Asta here by himself. You think Grim would do that? Finral asked with doubt. Yeah, he might not show it, but he really cares about his friends. Remembering back to that time that Grim ruthlessly defeated Mars after she was injured, Noelle felt his heart flutter. You okay? What? Snapping out of it, Noelle looked at him with confusion. Your face is red, are you feeling sick or something? Do you want me to take you to a doctor? I am fine. It's just a bit hot out here. You sure? Because it looks like. Focus. Ahem. Clearing her throat, she continued. As for Vanessa, no one's seen her all day. Oh. Now I can feel Asta's key nearby. Continuing to eat his breakfast while simultaneously practicing mana control, Grim was surprised to see Asta come and sit in front of him. Seeing that neither one of them was gonna say anything, Grim took it upon himself to start the conversation. Do you want some breakfast? No thanks. I just wanted to say that I'm happy to have you as my friend. Right. Weird. Fuck. Now he's just staring at me. Hey Grim. Thank God he said something. That silence was way too awkward. He raised his head. You've changed. What? Ever since the cave fight, you've been different. I have. That's news to me. Yeah. He nodded. You seem more like you know. You know. You mean I'm calmer? Yeah. That's it. I can't deny that. After entering the transparent world and almost frying my brain, I do seem to be a bit different. Is that bad? He asked. Nope, just thought I should tell you. Thanks. Hee, no problem. He grinned before continuing. Wanna work out? Work out? You do know both your arms are broken, right? He raised an eyebrow. Of course. That's why we'll make it a legs-only workout. If I push myself hard enough, I'm sure I'll not only be able to fight better than before, but I'll also grow a bit as well. You mean Leg Day? Leg Day. That's such a cool name. Did you come up with it? Sure. Cool. Let's go. Getting up, Asta raced through the door and signaled for Grim to follow. Sigh, at least I can still practice while exercising. Smiling to himself, Grim got up and followed Asta to the courtyard. Chapter 60, Witch's Forest. And then he said Dark Cloak Dimension / and split that Veto guy in two. I get that part, Asta, but what did the attack actually look like? Grim asked while doing a sit-up. I couldn't see it. Asta proclaimed while performing a squat. You just said it split that dude in two, right? How could you not see an attack that does that? It was invisible. Invisible. Like you couldn't see it all. Yep. An attack that you can't see that also cuts through dimensions. How am I supposed to deal with that? Since his dream was to be the strongest mage in this world, it was imperative to Grimm that he understands the capabilities of those he needed to surpass. Could you at least sense his ki during the attack? Chuckling to himself, Asta started doing squats at breakneck speed. I was too caught up in what had happened to notice. Of course. Returning back to training, the two boys talked about all sorts of nonsense to pass the time. Somewhere along the lines, the conversation turned to the existence of Henry. Hearing that Grimm actually met him was a surprise to Asta, but that quickly turned into excitement. Talking to Grimm like this made Asta forget about the whole situation with his arms and had him smiling like the goofball that he was. For the boy born with no magic to be friends with the one born with an abundance of it, the two got on extremely well. While Asta saw Grimm as another rival alongside Yuno and Leopold, he appreciated his time that he and Grimm spent together just chilling. So that glow around your body protects you from attacks that are the same element? Asta asked after asking him about the glow around Grimm's body. Rather than protect me, it give me a certain amount of resistance. Cool. I wish I had awesome magic like that. Are you kidding me? Anti-magic is way cooler. Just think about it, you can literally destroy all types of magic you come across. Yeah, but you can use fire, wind, water, and other types of magic. Just remembering it makes me so jealous. You can absorb, reflect, annihilate magic. Most mages can't do shit to you. Magic. Anti-magic. While the two were stuck in a deep-seated debate over what was cooler, anti-magic versus demon-slaying magic, they didn't notice the 5 people standing a bit away from them. So that's Grimm? Fanzel asked Noelle. Yep. She nodded. Not bad. He nodded as he looked Grimm up and down. He really has the presence of a swordsman. You grumbling teacher. Mariella pointed out. Ahaha, am I? He scratched the back of his head and laughed lightly. Sigh, your habit of wanting to teach others is showing again, honey. Domina sighed. Hee hee, I'm afraid I might not be able to handle this one. It's not like you to give up so quickly, teacher. Mariella frowned and looked at him. I know, but I can tell that a guy like him couldn't accept being taught by a guy like me. What do you mean? Noelle asked. Looking at the smiles on Grimm's and Asta's faces despite the two arguing with each other, Fanzel couldn't help but smile too. He's made a good friend. Hey Asta. He suddenly called and walked over. Hey wait. You didn't answer my question. Noelle yelled and ran after him. Zell. Asta exclaimed when he saw him. Zell. Looking at the red-haired man walking over, Grimm searched his memories for the name. Yo Asta. Fanzel smiled and waved. What are you doing here? Asta stopped squatting and asked. No time to explain. Activating his wind magic, Fanzel created a bird made of earth under his feet and used his magic to push Asta on top of it. EHHH. Watching Asta get kidnapped, Grimm turned to look at Noelle and Finral and cocked his head. We're gonna go fix Asta's arms. Noelle whispered. Oh. But why are you kidnapping him? Because he'd try to stop us if he knew where we were going. Is it dangerous? Grimm asked with a weird glint in his eyes. Apparently. Without saying another word, Grimm jumped onto the wind bird with Asta and Fanzel. What are you waiting for? He asked with an excited tone. Let's get going. Wait. You're coming. Noelle said, not expecting this to happen. Of course. If you guys go, then I'll have nothing better to do. Oh. Looking at Fanzel, she saw him shrug. Let's get going then. You're the guy who taught Asta how to use a sword, right? Now that they had taken to the skies, Grimm wanted to pry as much information out of his new companions as he could. I just taught him the basics, I'm pretty sure he's already stronger than me. Fanzel laughed. What are you talking, teacher? There's no way that he would be stronger than you in this short amount of time. Mariella argued. I don't know about that. Fanzel smiled as he looked at Asta. You've been through a lot since we've last met, haven't you, Asta? Yeah. Asta nodded seriously, smiling at his response. Fanzel looked into the distance. Where are we going anyway? Grim abruptly asked after realizing that he didn't actually know their destination. We're going to the witch's forest. Domina answered. The witch's forest? Isn't that over there? Grim pointed to a specific spot in the distance. You know it? Domina asked with a bit of surprise. Yeah. He nodded. I lived in this forest for a bit of time, so I'm a bit familiar with the area. Wait. This is the place where you woke up. Noel butted in. Yeah, well, technically it's over there. He pointed. Wait. What's going on? Domina asked, confused about what they were talking about. After a quick explanation about his amnesia and his previous living situation, Domina and Fanzel were in shock. Aren't there magic beasts living in these forests? Fanzel gasped. Yeah, almost ate me a couple of times. Grim laughed, recalling a specific memory. You said that you knew the location of the witch's forest. How is it possible that you got past the Witch Queen's senses? The Witch Queen's senses? Grim looked confused. You mean you don't know? Domina covered her mouth in shock before explaining. The Witch Queen's magic covers the entire forest. If you truly lived here for 2 years, then there's no way she wouldn't know about it. You keep mentioning this Witch Queen person, but I have no idea who you're talking about. So what you're saying is, she's a powerful mage that detests men and created a kingdom filled with nothing but women that she can rule over. Grim said after hearing Domina's explanation. Yes. Doesn't sound too scary, just your average over-the-top man-hating lesbian if you ask me. What's with those looks? You're looking at me as if I said anything wrong. Sigh, you might actually be right. Domina sighed, remembering that both she and Vanessa left because of a guy. It wouldn't be the first time. Anyway, you said that she's strong, right? Yeah. Then what are we still doing here? Let's go dethrone a bitch. He cheered with excitement. Excuse me. Domina frowned. Didn't you hear a thing I just said? Don't care. Grim answered plainly. All I need to know is that she's strong and that by crushing her it'll prove I'm stronger. Grim deep breath. I don't think you're hearing my words. The Witch Queen will kill you. Nah, even if I'm not able to beat her with my magic, as long as I strip naked and wave my thing in her face, she'll force her to retreat, and retreating means giving up, and giving up means losing, and losing means I win. Ignore him. Noel said, flying over to Domina's side. Anyway, how far are we? We're here. Chapter 61, Witch Queen. Wow. Looking at the magnificent sight before them, Noel and the others were at a loss for words as the sheer sight of the forest blew them away. Welcome to the witch's forest. Domina introduced them. It's amazing. Finral muttered, thinking about the vast amount of girls inside. You know, now that I have fire magic, I have this weird desire to set this place ablaze. Grim said while looking at the trees. Grim. Noel turned to him, obviously displeased with what he said. What? I've never started a forest fire before. That doesn't mean you should. Sigh, listen, Noel. Grim said, placing his hand on her shoulder and looking into her eyes. If you had fire magic like me, you'd understand where I'm coming from. But since you don't, I don't think you have a right to tell me what I can and can't burn. What about Domina? That's her home. A home is a place that you're allowed to come back to. According to her own words, witches that have left the witch's forest aren't allowed back. Therefore her opinion has as much relevance to me as yours. Grr. Clenching her teeth together tightly, Noel was about to blow a fuse. Guys. Domina called. We have to focus. Don't forget why we're here. She motioned to Asta. Right, I'll burn this place down after we've done that. Grim nodded. Anyway. Domina continued. From this point onward we have to be really careful. Since the Witch Queen can sense magic in her territory, we'll be using these invisibility cloaks to sneak in. Invisibility cloak. Finral raised an eyebrow before inching closer to Domina. When you say invisible, how undetectable are we? Heh. I'm glad you asked. These cloaks of mine have the ability to not only conceal your body, they're also strong enough to mask your magic and presence from someone as powerful as the Witch Queen. Yeah, but hypothetically speaking, if someone were to use this to sneak in a place that, let's say, they would normally be prohibited from entering, would they still get noticed? Of course not. Domina stuck her chest out proudly. My cloak is the perfect presence inhibitor tool. Cool. So it even works in an extremely steamy environment. I haven't tried it yet, but it should be capable of doing that. Right. Finral started mumbling to himself before speaking again. So how much would it cost to procure one of these cloaks? I'm asking for a friend. Before she could answer, Grim barged into their conversation. Is it for Gauche? Because I know he's been trying to find ways to spy on his sister lately. What? Why the hell would I get it for that sister-loving freak when I could use it to spy on Van Dash? Realizing that he had said too much, Finral coughed loudly before trying to cover it up. Vanilla waterfalls. Vanilla waterfalls. Everyone turned to look at him. Yeah. He nodded and started to sweat profusely. Legend says that whoever finds it can get a new type of magic. Really? Asta asked, jumping up from his position. Why, yeah. Whoa. Maybe if I find it I'll finally be able to use magic. Seeing that things were starting to get out of hand, Domina called everyone's attention before explaining the plan. Unfortunately, I only have 2 cloaks on me at the moment, so we'll need to share. Is it big enough? We'll manage. Now then, let's go. Flying through the insides of the witch's forest, Finral and the rest marveled at the sights of so many witches. Grim, on the other hand, had one question in his head: why do they like wearing pointed hats so much? Hey, what's that? Noelle asked, pointing to a cute-looking floating earth model. Domina said before looking in the direction she was pointing at. That's one of the forest's security golem. They're small but annoying to deal with in groups. So whatever you do, don't draw attention to yours. Beep, 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 beep. Having just heard Domina's explanation, Grim's group flew past another tree and accidentally caught the cloak on a branch, causing both the cloak and Fanzel's clothes to, somehow, get pulled off, alerting the golem, which in turn called its little buddies. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ah. Evade. God damn it, Fanzel. Everyone screamed as an army of security golems swarmed them while firing deadly lasers. Intruders. We have intruders. One of the witches screamed after seeing getting chased. Men have infiltrated the witch's forest. Damn it. We're gonna have to force our way in. Domina yelled. Keep flying, everyone. Using his magic to help with evasion, Finral provided support by spamming open portals. TCH. Switching to Breath of Flames, Grim held his hands up high and started firing off Rengakus, and left the flying to the others. Hell yeah, Grim. Asta cheered. Don't distract me. He yelled back and focused on defending. Damn it. Doing this without my swords is way weaker. There. Domina yelled. Aim for that hole in the wall. Hole in the wall. Not having enough time to answer, Grim turned around only to be greeted to the sight of him and others about to crash into an unfamiliar floor. Ugh. Nice flying, Finral. Grim grumbled while dusting himself off. That hurt. Asta groaned. Ouch. No need to pinch me, Domina. Fanzel yelped. Getting up off the floor, Grim wanted to look around the room and figure out where they were. Unfortunately, something in particular caught his eye. Standing mere feet away from them, a pink-haired woman in an ugly green outside stood before them with her heel pressed down on the head of an unconscious Vanessa. Vanessa. Asta and Noelle yelled. Hey you. Asta called the woman's attention. I don't care who you are, but you better get your foot off Vanessa right now. Don't know who I am. The woman slowly turned her head to look at them. You break into my forest and then have the audacity to say you don't even know the person who rules over it. You truly are imperfect beings. Domina, is that? Yeah. Domina nodded, cutting Noelle off. That's the mother of all witches, the Witch Queen. Putting a name to a face, the group of Clover Kingdom mages shook as they realized just who they were facing. The Witch Queen, eh? Grim's voice rang out as he took a step forward. Grim. Noelle said with concern after seeing the look on his face. A queen's royalty, right? Taking another step closer to the queen, an orange glow surrounded Grimm's body and everyone felt the temperature around him rise. "Allow me to show you my disrespect." He grinned before releasing a powerful wave of mana. Chapter 62, Invasion. Shining brightly, Grimm dug his feet into the ground before using his magic to explode the area between his soles and the ground to shoot forward. "Finral!" he yelled. Hearing him, Finral's grimoire flashed into sight as a portal appeared in front of Grimm. "Oh!" The Witch Queen raised a brow. Unknowing fire. Bursting out from behind her with a glowing blade in his hand, Grimm swiped the sword at her neck, aiming to beat her in one fell swoop. Swoosh! Slashing at her, Grimm and everyone was shocked to see the Witch Queen disappear into a flock of crows. "Grimm!" Noelle yelled once she saw the crows gather above him to form the Witch Queen. Raising her hand high in the air, the Witch Queen's grimoire glowed as a blood-red weapon manifested in her hands. Blood creation magic, Lifeblood Scythe. Looking down at the young boy, no emotion could be seen on the Witch Queen's face as she unhesitatingly slashed down. "Grimm!" Everyone screamed. "Heh!" Grimm looked up and grinned. "What?" Breath of water, flowing dance. With the breath of the beast, base enhancing his natural senses and combined with his ability to use ki and enter the transparent world, Grimm used his new spell to twist his body in an uncomfortable way and barely avoid the blow. Cling. Watching the tip of the scythe cut through the ground, Grimm grinned at the fact that he had managed to evade the attack before his body started shining a bright yellow color as the thunder sword manifested itself into his hand. Due to his increased degree of mana control, Grimm compressed the power of his next attack as he jumped towards the Witch Queen and unleashed the full might of thunder. "Dodge this, you royal bitch." Breath of Thunder, third form, Thunder Swarm. Knowing the speed at which that attack would move at, Grimm was confident in this move as he had already jumped and closed the distance between the two of them. After facing off against Licht in that cave, Grimm knew that he was far from being the strongest and that if he was gonna number one, he needed to rely on strategy just as much as brute force. Hiya! Unleashing the lightning-fast bolt magic, Grimm watched as the attack was about to strike Queen. Watching the attack grow closer to her, the Witch Queen's expression stayed the same as her grimoire flipped to a different mage and a red cocoon surrounded her body, tanking the full brunt of the spell and causing the rise of a sudden dust cloud. TCH. Seeing this, Grimm prepared to unleash another attack, but the moment he started circulating his mana, a feeling of dread washed over him as he instinctively jumped back to the others, picking up Vanessa on the way. "Oh! To think you'd grow this far in such a short amount of time. As expected of someone with that blood." The Witch Queen's voice rung out amidst the dust cloud. "That blood. Does she know? To not only get so close to me, but to also know when to retreat by sensing the slight fluctuations of mana. How beautiful." Once the dust cloud had settled, the scene in front of them caused the group to shake. "I am possible." She. Standing within a perfectly unscathed blood cocoon, the Queen revealed herself to the others completely unharmed and untouched. "Damn it. I should have used Breath of the Beast to attack and cut through that cocoon." Just as the Queen was about to speak further, something seemed to catch her attention as she looked away from Grimm's group and into the distance. "They're here." Confused by the Queen's words, everything became clear when two giant orbs showing different areas of the witch's forest appeared in front of them. "It's the guys from the Eye of the Midnight Sun and the Diamond Kingdom," Noelle exclaimed. "Yeah. And there's that Mars guy," Asta noted. "And that Fana girl." Grimm focused on the pink-haired girl riding a would-be dragon. "Wait a second. Isn't that thing way bigger than it was before?" Mars. Fanzel stuttered as he looked upon the face of his past student. Frowning slightly, the Queen was about to raise her hand but was stopped by the next scene on the orb. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. Opening its mouth wide, the magic entity known as Salamander formed a giant ball of fire magic in its mouth before aiming and firing it off into an unknown part of the forest. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Watching the explosion and hearing the screams from the orb, Grimm and the rest of them felt the tremor from here. Such power. Incredible. Its power is stronger than when it attacked Yami. While the others were watching the forest burn in horror, the Witch Queen herself was astonished by the sheer amount of power that an imperfect salamander was capable of wielding. Watching the sea of flames from the hole in the wall, Grim couldn't help but lament the fact that someone had stolen his idea of starting a forest fire. That pink-haired bitch. Grim. What are you doing here? Huh. Hearing his name being called, Grim turned around in surprise to see a fully awakened Vanessa. Noticing the others as well, Vanessa couldn't hide her surprise. You guys are here too. Hey Vanessa. Domina waved. Guess we both had the same idea about fixing Asta's arms. Asta's arms. Oh shit, that right. Wait here Asta, I'll go talk to the queen about fixing you up. Hold up a sec Vanessa. Grim suddenly stopped her and looked at Asta. How come you haven't tried using your anti-magic swords to remove the curse? Anti-magic. The queen's attention was caught. Oh right. Asta exclaimed as he pulled his demon dweller sword out with his teeth. That sword. Wait Asta sto. Arg. Asta screamed as he cut into his arms. You idiot. The curse has already sunk into the deepest parts of your arms. Vanessa berated. Sigh, guess that was a dud. Oi queen of the Lesbos. Grim called, making the witch queen frown but still turned to face him. Don't you think it's about time you stop standing around and heal my friend's arms? Why would I do such a thing? Simple. He smiled. Because right now your precious forest is under attack and you need all the allies you can get. And I promise you, if you heal Asta's arms, then not only will you have him fight to protect this shithole, you'll have all of us as well. Or you can reject my request and I'll go out and help burn this bitch to the ground. Hearing his request, the witch queen stood in silence as she stared down the black-haired young man. Fine. She relented. I'll heal that boy's arms and make them stronger than before. Yes. Everyone cheered. Raising her hand, she pointed at Asta and activated a weird spell that put Asta in a transparent cocoon of blood. I'll heal this boy for now, but once this is over, Vanessa, Grim and that anti-magic boy will be mine. Chapter 63, Mighty. Watching Asta being enveloped inside the blood cocoon, Grim kept an eye on the witch queen and noticed that she seemed to be putting more effort into healing Asta's arms than she did their fight. Frowning at this realization, Grim wanted to say something but chose to stay quiet as Asta's arms were the current priority. A/N, Grim choosing to focus on a friend rather than someone stronger than him. How shocking. Releasing him from the blood ball, Grim watched Asta slip out and pull his swords out from his grimoire. Hell yeah. I'm back. Asta. Everyone looked at him with relief. Took you long enough. Grim smiled as he soared Asta holding both swords. Unlike the others who were celebrating, the witch queen turned her attention to Grim and spoke in a low voice that only he could hear. I've completed my end of the bargain, now it's your turn. Yeah. He shooed her away. I'll help deal with these invaders, besides. There's a certain bitch that needs an S-weapon. Looking at the viewing orb, Grim's fists clenched as he looked at Fana. We only have 3 booms, we'll be too slow if we all go together. Domina said after realizing this fact. No problem. Grim said, walking towards the huge hole in the wall. Grim. I'll see you guys there. Wah. Before they could finish asking what he meant, a green aura surrounded Grim's figure as green wind burst out from his body and sent flying into the distance. Hey, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Asta yelled, now hyped up over his newly healed arms. Getting on the broom with everyone else, the witch queen watched as they flew off to repel the invaders. But the only thing in her mind at the moment was Grim's figure as he left to go fight. Fire, water, lightning, and now wind. Ahahaha, come to me my beauties. A mage from the Eye of the Midnight Sun laughed as he used vine magic to capture a couple of witches. Ah. Let go. Stop. Help. Mine. Become mine. A/N, using vine magic on female opponents. I'ma leave that to your imaginations. Get the fuck out of my way, you damn weaklings. Huh. Hearing an unfamiliar voice enter the battlefield, the vine mage looked in the distance and saw a green tornado approaching him at an unprecedented speed. Humph. No magic shall get past M. Shut the fuck up. Blowing past him, Grim switched to Breath of the Beast, and used Crazy Cutting, to shred everything in his way, including the vines trapping the witches and the vine mage's throat, before using his body as a springboard to jump at the overwatching Fana. It's another man. We were saved by a man EU. Seeing him approaching, Fana recalled him from the cave. You're with the people who killed Veto, I'll kill you. Looking at him with those unblinking eyes, Fana's mana started to fluctuate. Spirit magic, Salamander's breath. Unleashing another ball of fire, Grim couldn't help but feel his heart accelerate as his infamous smile etched itself onto his face. I'm not the same as I was back then. Grinning at the descending attack, Grim's aura turned gray. Crazy cutting. Flying head first into the falling fireball, the rotating aura blades around his body increased as he started hacking away with the beast swords. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Bursting through the newly formed dust cloud with a couple of scuff marks and a slightly burnt top, Grim's speed did not fall in the slightest as he continued shoot towards the salamander. You're gonna have to do better than that, you murder-loving psycho. I'll kill you. She shrieked as she and Salamander flew downwards, intending to clash with him. Grim. Vanessa and the others screamed when they saw this. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Spirit magic, Salamander's claw. Breath of wind, dust whirlwind cutter. Evading the attack with wind magic, Grim managed to avoid the attack. Unfortunately, the trees below him weren't so lucky. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Watching the trees get torn apart, Vanessa and Finral thanked God that they weren't standing there. Go get her, Grim. Asta shouted from the distance as he dealt with his own opponents. Using his new in-air position that just happened to be to the left of Fana and the salamander, Grim used Dust Whirlwind Cutter again to launch himself at them. Not expecting him to be able to dodge, Fana and the salamander were caught off guard as Grim closed the distance between them and used his beast swords to deal 2 devastating sword wounds on the fire spirit. Asterisk Raph. Asterisk. Salamander roared as it flew backwards in retreat. Watching this from the ground, Vanessa could barely believe her eyes. A spirit's body is made up of magic. If he keeps using those swords that cut through magic to fight, we might actually win this. Why are you doing this? Why do you keep hurting us? Fana asked after Salamander retreated. Just felt like it. Spamming Dust Whirlwind Cutter on repeat, Grim kept launching himself at the salamander from many different directions. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. 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 Asterisk Raph. Asterisk. Spamming that attack on repeat, every time Grim came close to Fana and the salamander he used crazy cutting to leave countless wounds on the spirit's body before blowing past them and repeating the process again. A/N, LOL, Grim doing to Salamander what Asta, Vanessa, and Finral did to Veto. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Fana screamed. Crack. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Blown back by a sudden increase of mana, Grim landed on the ground next to his allies and looked up in surprise to see the diamond on Fana's head shatter and turn into a third eye. This increase in mana. Whoa. Grim and the others had to cover their faces as the salamander flapped its wings. But that's not where the surprises ended. With Fana's sudden rise in mana, the salamander's form changed as it grew bigger and more muscular as crystals started floating around them. This magic, it feels just like Mars's. Standing atop the swole salamander surrounded by flames and crystals, Fana looked down at Grim with clear hostility. Burn in the flames of my hatred. Sorry, but I'm not a witch. Contrary to the despair she hoped to see, Grim raised his head to reveal a massive shit-eating grin. Chapter 64, Mana Control. Looking up to the flying salamander surrounded by fire and crystals, Grim couldn't help but marvel at Fana's sudden rise in mana due to her third eye. So this is the third eye that Asta and the others were talking about. Unable to help himself, Grim found himself grinning at the situation. Hey Grim, we're in real trouble, aren't we? Vanessa asked, even though she already knew the answer. Maybe. He shrugged. Maybe. In that case, can you explain why you're smiling? You feel it, don't you? What? The blood flowing in your veins, the beating of your heart, every instinct in your body telling you to run. You feel it, don't you? He looked over. Yeah. Isn't it exhilarating? He grinned. Not exactly. Ha. Stepping forward, Grimm's mana started rising. Breath of flames. Switching to this fire magic, Grimm used the fact that he had some fire resistance to get closer to them. I hate you, 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 I hate you. Wow, she really likes to talk. Kind of like that licked guy now that I think about it. At least that guy could say more than 3 words. I hate you. Really? I never would have guessed. Grimm. Finral called. Due to the surge of mana in the area, I can't create any portals. Then use a broom to take the others and escape. Grimm called back without turning around. Escape? What about you? I'm gonna go knock her out the sky. He pointed at the pink-haired psycho. Pink-haired psycho? Why am I getting some weird déjà vu? Are you crazy? Vanessa yelled. You can't fight that thing. Watch me. He grinned before using his increased mana control and fire magic to combust and explode the area between his soles and the ground. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Grimm. She screamed as he shot upwards towards the enemy. Die. Fana shrieked as she threw both fire, spirit, and crystal magic at him. You first. Breath of wind, dust whirlwind cutter. Using this spell to evade the attacks, Grimm activated it in short bursts. Watching the exchange from the ground, Asta, Vanessa, and Finral were awestruck. He's actually fighting against her, and not losing. Finral muttered with wide eyes. Is it just me, or is Grimm a lot stronger than before? Vanessa asked. Cool. Asta's eyes shone. If me and Luck fought him now, I don't think we'd win. But just you wait, Grimm. I definitely won't lose next time we fight. Hey guys. What's going on? Oh, what the hell? Hearing a familiar voice behind them, the trio turned around. Oh, hey Noel. They waved. Don't hey Noel me. What the hell is that? She pointed at the explosions in the sky. That. Grimm's fighting the salamander and that Fana girl. The 3 said causally. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Salamander screamed as Grimm used the force behind, Rengoku, to slam it into the ground and causing the earth to shake as its landing created a crater. So fire magic works on this thing as well. Neat. Isn't he stronger than before? Noel looked to the others. Their response was a, I don't know, shrug. Who knew that being able to control my mana to this extent would allow me to separate the heat from my attack and only leave the overwhelming force? Cough cough. Dragging her body out from the crater, Fana coughed up a nice mouthful of blood. You know, my fire's not as hot as your salamanders, but since you were also using crystal magic to fight, shouldn't you have lasted a little longer? Standing a bit away from her, a look of disappointment covered Grimm's face. Biting her lip, rage consumed Fana. I'll kill Y. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Get some new lines. Using unknowing fire to flash in front of her, Grimm kicked her in the side of her jaw and sent her sprawling back to the salamander before she could complete her catchphrase. Witch Queen's throne room. Standing in her tattered throne room, the Witch Queen watched over the many battles happening in her territory. But the one that drew her attention the most was Grimm's ability to fight the salamander. To think he'd grow this much in such a short amount of time. I have to take him now before he's allowed to grow further. Another battlefield. Huff huff. What huff the hell did they do to him? Fanzel asked as both he and Mars dodged Ladrasa's million laser spell. After you left, he took the military reconstructive surgery and gained the ability to absorb and expel magic. What? Fanzel looked shocked. Ignoring his surprise, Mars kept speaking. If we hope to beat him, we only have 2 options. What are they? The first is to feed him more mana than his body can handle. For that to work we'd need spirit magic, the queen of this forest or, grim flashback, never mind. What's the other? Anti-magic. Whoa. You actually beat her. Asta said after Grim joined the group. Did you get stronger? Vanessa asked. In a sense. He nodded. How? You've been doing nothing but sitting around the base all this time. Finral added. Well, as it turns out, improving the way you control your own mana can actually be really effective. Grim. You do know the reason Noelle's been having so much trouble is because she couldn't control her mana, right? Yeah, but our situations are different. While she couldn't control her mana, I just never saw the need to put in too much effort in obtaining a greater degree of control. But now you have. Yeah. You saw it, didn't you? He indicated to Fana and the salamander. Still. Isn't this increase in power too much? Vanessa asked, still unable to wrap her head around this. Not really, I've always had this much power, it's just that I've only been able to bring it out recently. No wonder you were smiling when she revealed her third eye. You never even considered the possibility of yourself losing. Seriously? Finral asked with a cramped smile. Mana control. Noelle muttered. Cool. Smiling at their reactions, even Grim could hardly believe his elevation in power. To think that just tweaking the ways in which he utilized his mana would give off such an extreme reaction. But this was only the first step. If he was going to grow even stronger than he was, he'd need to further grasp his control of mana. How dare you? Feeling a fluctuation in mana from behind, Grim and the others turned around. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Whoa. Releasing another wave of mana, Fana crawled to her feet as her eyes locked with Grim's, but instead of say her usual catchphrase, she merely raised her arm. Seriously? This three-eyed bitch can still stand. Asta. Fanzel yelled from the distance as both he and Mars were running from Ladras. Fanzel. Spirit magic, salamander's breath. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. It's coming. Hit that fireball towards me. Fanzel screamed. Confused by the order, Grim chose to stand back and let Asta run in front and use the flat side of his blade to deflect the fireball towards Mars and Fanzel. Now. Fanzel yelled as he used his wind magic to push him and Mars out the way of the attack. Wah. Ladras's eyes widened as the fireball engulfed him. Chapter 65, Ladros. What the hell was that about? Watching Ladros's body fall through the air, Grim couldn't help but wonder what was going on. You've gotten stronger, haven't you, Asta? Fanzel came over and praised. Ah shucks, I don't know about that. He scratched his head and laughed lightly. Hey you. Grim called out to Mars. Aren't you that loser from the dungeon that I stabbed a couple of times? Pausing his steps, the expression on Mars's face fell when he heard what Grim referred to him as. Ahem, I'm Mars, it's nice to formally meet you. He greeted. Cool. Hey, don't greet him so casually. Asta yelled and jumped in front of Grim while pointing his sword at Mars. Don't forget that he injured Noelle. I'm not your enemy. Mars defended. It's cool, Asta. Grim said, placing his arm on his shoulder. I already beat him once, so he's no threat to us. Besides, I think even Noelle can beat him at this stage. Hey! Noelle yelled from the background. Anyway. He continued, ignoring Noelle's protest. We have a bigger problem to deal with. He looked towards Salamander. Following his gaze, Mars and Fanzel's eyes went wide. Fana. Impossible, I heard that she died in one of Morris's experiments. Fanzel mumbled in shock. Seeing her figure bathed in fire and feeling her mana, memories of their shared past flashed through Mars's head. Fana. He yelled and tried to reach her. Whoa, dude. What are you doing? Asta yelled, pulling him back. My head. Warg. What's happening to my head? Clutching the side of her head, Fana winced in pain as she looked at Mars. Fana at me. Mars yelled, struggling to get out of Asta's hold. Shut up. It's me, Mars. Remember. Shut up. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Not again. Disappear. All of you need to disappear. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Igniting and combusting the air around her, Fana's magic started running rampant as the third eye on her forehead started shining brightly and fire engulfed her surrounding. She's gonna self-destruct. Finral yelled, remembering the whole Veto incident. Damn it. Vanessa cursed. This entire place is gonna be reduced to ashes in a couple of minutes. Your fault. This is all your fault. Releasing even more rampaging mana, Fanas kept screaming at Grim. What did I do? Oi, Asta. Grim called. Huh. Yami stopped that Veto guy from self-destructing by killing him, right? What? Yeah, but what does that have to do? Why? It just makes dealing with this situation easier. Switching to Breath of Flames, Grim took a step forward. Realizing what he was planning to do, Mars blocked his way and grabbed him by the collar. You're not killing my childhood friend. Ha. Frowning at his actions, Grim placed his hand on Mars's bare chest. Rengoku. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Don't touch me. Using the spell to hurl him into the distance, Grim fixed his collar and continued walking towards Fana. Mars. Fanzel yelled as he watched Mars get blasted away. Hey. Not cool, Grim. Asta said. Ignoring him, Grim took full advantage of the fact that he had some fire resistance to close the distance between him and Fana. You. It's always you. She screamed. Is that your final words? He asked, not slowing his steps. Burn. Increasing the intensity of the fire, the area was encased in the orange glow as Asta and the others had no choice but to retreat as the heat started scalding them. Even Grim with his fire resistance started to feel the heat turn up as he started sweating. So this is far as my resistance goes, huh? Thinking about it now, it took Yami one hit to defeat Veto. Grim on the other hand had been fighting Fana for quite a while now and had hit at least over 100 times and was still no closer to defeating her. Please. Mars's voice rung out from a distance. Sob, please don't kill my friend. Laying on the floor with smoking emanating from the area that Rengoku had hit him, Mars cried out in a painful voice as tears ran down his face. Evading her mass fireballs, Grim briefly switched to Breath of the Beast to slash through the firewall around her and create an opening. Not expecting him to actually make it this far, Fana started becoming hysterical. Stay away. Stay awa. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Annoyed by her constant rambling, Grim shut her up by gathering mana into his fist and punching her directly in her third eye. Holy crap. That actually worked. Asta exclaimed after watching the flames dissipate. Standing in the crater with an unsteady standing Fana, Grim watched as the third eye on her forehead trembled violently before vanishing. So overloading it with mana works. While Grim may have gotten rid of her third eye by transferring a shit ton of mana through his punch still packed quite a punch and caused the fragile-bodied Fana to fall flat on her back. Her mana levels have gone back down to normal. That weird familiarity I felt with her is also gone. Looking down at the pink-haired girl, Grim was surprised to see a girl with gentle eyes looking back up at him. Bored with the outcome, he didn't feel like killing her any longer as he sensed that she lacked the power to even compete with him further. In his eyes she was barely stronger than Mars, and considering how much stronger he was compared to Mars, fighting her would be beneath him. How come you didn't kill her? While Mars and Fana reunited and were questioned by the others, Vanessa went over and stood next to Grim. I didn't feel like she was a bad person. She was about to blow everything away. Yeah, but looking at that girl standing there now. I can't see someone as gentle as her doing something so extreme. Looking at the girl who was clinging to the bare-chested Mars, Vanessa couldn't help but agree. But what if she didn't change? What would you have done? Isn't it obvious? I would have killed her. What? Don't look so surprised. If I felt like she was even a slight danger to my life, I would have killed her without blinking twice. You actually mean it, don't you? Yeah. He nodded before getting up and stretching. Now we need to go and deal with the next problem. The next problem. Vanessa looked confused until she and the others suddenly felt a fluctuation of mana. Looking in the direction of the forest, Fanzel froze before screaming, "Everyone run for it," as beams of mana rained down on them from the sky. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Chapter 66, Spirit Lodos. Watching the beams descend from the sky, Grim used flowing dance to evade while everyone else fell victim. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Ugh. Arg. Yua. My. A voice sounded out from the distance as a man came walking out from the forest. I thought I was dead for sure. Lifting his head up from the ground, with a pained expression present on his face, Fanzel looked at the figure with dread. Impossible, I felt your mana signature disappear. Ha ha. Lodos laughed before looking at him. You've grown old, Teach. And it seems like our dear Mars is having a bit of trouble. Looking over to the area Fana and Mars were at, he laughed at the fact that Mars had used his body to protect Fana. Oh well, I was planning to kill you anyway. He shrugged before shooting a magic bullet at him. No-oh. Fana screamed. Just as Grim was about to get involved, a voice appeared in his head telling him to stop. Don't get involved. Huh. Hearing the unfamiliar voice speaking to him, Grim managed to put the voice to a face. Lesbo Queen. Hearing him refer to her as that again, the Witch Queen couldn't help but scowl in silence. Don't get involved. Yeah, like I'm gonna listen to you. Ignoring her, Grim was about to go deal with Lodos but stopped when the Witch Queen said something that caught his attention. Wait. If you fight him now you'll miss something interesting. Interesting. Halting his steps, Grim paused for a second and watched as Asta appeared in front of the defenseless Mars and Fana and used the Demon Dweller sword to cut through the magic bullet. See. The Witch Queen continued. Don't you want to see what that boy is truly capable of? What he's truly capable of? Does the Witch Queen know something about Asta that I don't? If you just sit back and watch, I promise that you won't be disappointed. A/N, LOL, the Witch Queen trying to tempt our boy. Fine, but if this isn't as interesting as you're making it out to be, I promise to rename this place Salem in the future. Salem. Why would I be worried about you trying to rename my forest? Disappoint me and you'll find out. Ignoring her attempt to converse with him further, Grim played dead like the others and put on a pained expression as he watched the fight between Asta and Lodos. Million laser. Piss off. Asta screamed as he furiously used the Demon Dweller sword to defend against the numerous number of beams raining down on him. Ahahahahahaha. Lodos laughed as he watched him struggle. I know all your fighting techniques. He grinned. Without that spatial mage who's currently passed out, you can't do a thing against long-distance magic, can you? Ahahaha. I'll use you as target prac. I said piss off. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Wah. Feeling a sharp pain boring into his shoulder, Lodos slowly lowered his head and saw the Demon Dweller sword sticking out of him. Heavy breathing. That huff was for attacking my friends. Looking up from the ground, Asta watched as Lodros's previous confident expression warped into one of panic. I can't pull it out. A/N, that's what she said. Feeling his magic getting sucked out, the magic he used to fly on that random branch stick faded, causing him to fall to the earth. This is pretty boring. I thought she said I'd see something interesting, so looks like I'm really gonna have to rename this place Salem in the future. I just hope I can handle hearing those screams. Who am I kidding? I can just clog my ears if it gets annoying. Oh. Something's happening. Desperate to get away from Asta, Lodos was forced to use reinforcement magic to run away and tear the Demon Dweller sword out of his shoulder. Arg. He screamed while pulling it out. With no other option left, he charged over to the weakened Mars and Fana. Oh no. Covered in sweat and desperate for a solution, he grabbed Fana up from the floor and started threatening her. Lodos. Hey Fana, long time no see. I'm a bit short on time, so do me a favor and bring out that powerful magic you were using before, okay? Powerful magic. She looked confused. Unfortunately, her confusion only seemed to enrage him. Don't fuck with me. Asterisk bang. Mars. She screamed after he fired a magic bullet at Mars's unconscious figure. Hurry up, Fana. Or the next one will kill him. Erfa. Screaming at the top of her lungs, an intense heat burst out of her body as Salamander's silhouette formed behind her back. Ha 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 ha. It's here. Still pretending to be injured, Grim watched everything from the sidelines and started wondering how he would deal with someone who could absorb and expel magic in the same way as Lodos did. I guess I'd just stop using magic on my swords and just use them as normal weapons. I mean, if he can't absorb the magic within them, then wouldn't a simple decapitation do the trick? Hell, I don't think I'd even need to go that far. Since he hasn't shown any healing ability so far, slashing his throat or stabbing him through the heart would probably be enough to kill him. Fu. Out of all the magic I've devoured before, this is definitely the best. While Grim was thinking of ways to defeat him, Lodos had taken that time to absorb the salamander's immense amount of magic power and surpass the spirit. You bastard! Asta yelled before charging him. Be quiet, will you? Adding the power of the salamander on with his own, Lodos no longer felt like playing with Asta as he lifted his hand up and shot a magic bullet enhanced by spirit magic through Asta's shoulder as revenge for the wound Asta dealt to his own shoulder. So fast. Crash. Stumbling backwards, Asta fell flat on his back. Ahahaha. Lodos laughed again. This is it. This is the ultimate power. With this, even the other 8 shining generals won't be able to stop me. With this power, the kingdom will be mine. Reveling in his own power, Lodos started firing magic off randomly. Hell fucking yeah. I'll wipe out all those who look down on me. He grinned wildly. Okay, this is getting out of hand. If I don't step in now, he might actually kill my friends. He can kill that Mars guy though. Not really invested in him. That Fana girl on the other hand could be an interesting opponent if she regained her former power and got like 3x stronger. Just as Grim was about to get up, the sight of Asta standing up caused him to hesitate. I'm not done yet. Oh. Didn't think you'd be able to stand so quickly. Well, who cares, I'll make sure you don't do that again. Firing off another spirit magic enhanced magic bullet, Asta's body was sent hurling into the distance as he took that attack head on. Asta. Noelle and the others screamed. Witch Queen. Grim yelled in his head. Witch Queen throne room. Hearing Grim's rage-filled call, the Witch Queen looked at her viewing orb with confusion. He fell so quickly. Was I wrong about what he was capable of? Since he was able to wield that sword, I thought he might have been that man's descendant, but... Looking at the defeated Asta and the now hostile Grim, the Witch Queen sighed and raised her hand to the orb showcasing Asta's figure. Even if you're not that man's descendant, I will find out what you are. Back to the battlefield. Laying face down in the dirt with his hand gripping his Demon Slayer sword, an ominous black energy started pouring out of the sword and crawled up Asta's arm. Chapter 67, Black Asta. This feeling. It's not magic. Watching with bated breaths, Grim, Noelle, Fanzel and the others stared in shock as the sky darkened and red lightning flashed through the air. Asta. Emerging from within a pitch-black cocoon, Asta re-emerged to the word sporting a lightless black arm, a single pitch-black wing and a curved black horn spouting from the side of his head. What the hell? Lodos backed up slightly. Is this what the queen was talking about? Forgetting that he was supposed to pretend to be hurt, Grim's grimoire flashed into sight as it started pulsing with energy. This feeling. It's just like the first time I saw Asta wield his sword. Recalling that time at the Magic Knight's exam when his grimoire reacted to Asta, Grim realized that it wasn't Asta that his grimoire was reacting to, it was the anti-magic. Does it feel threatened? No. It's more like something about Asta's grimoire is agitating it. Feeling the aura around his grimoire growing, Grim did his best to suppress it just like he had did during the Magic Knight's exam as to not interrupt Asta and draw attention to himself. Unfortunately, this did not escape the Witch Queen's eyes. Remembering that he had the power that surpassed that of one of the great spirits, Lodos calmed himself down and started laughing. That's quite the transformation you've got there. But pray tell, what exactly are you gonna do with it? Thrusting his arm forward, he unleashed powerful beam of magic at Asta in an attempt to incinerate him. Unfazed by the attack, Asta raised his sword up high as he took a step forward before slashing down with enough force to crack the ground and nullifying the magic in the process. Impossible. Blown back by the shockwave from Asta's sword swing, Lodos took to the air and started firing off an untold number of magic bullets. Ha 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 ha. You can't fly. Now stay down there and be crushed like the bug that you are. Reading his ki, Asta through the battlefield before breaking through his attacks and taking to the sky with his black wing. Seeing them both fly without the use of a broom, Finral couldn't help but say, "They fly now." Confirming that what they were seeing was actually real, everyone nodded in union and said, "They fly now." This strength. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. This speed. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. This power. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Watching all of this from the ground, Grim felt his hands form themselves into fists as he realized that Asta's current strength was only a bit if not on par with his. The power he attained through many days of concentration and mana control was immediately achieved within seconds by Asta in this new form of his. For the first time since coming to this world, Grim finally realized the unfairness of those with extra leaves on their grimoires. First sudden rise in power and now this. TCH, that god must be laughing his ass off right now. While Grim was indeed happy that Asta had gotten stronger, he disliked the fact that the gap between them that he had worked so hard to make had closed with a simple transformation. That being said, he realized that elevating his own power up by simply getting better at controlling his own mana was also absurd. For someone like Noel who had struggled with this fact for years, it was indeed absurd that someone like Grim who had only been in the world for 5 years had better control of his mana despite only really practicing for a few days. In fact, if he had practiced controlling his mana within these past 5 years, who knows just how powerful he'd be right now. Watching the fight continue from ground level, Grim couldn't help but nod at what he was seeing. Shit, 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 shit. Firing off multiple beams of magic while also running for his life, Lodos cursed endlessly as the odds were slowly turning against him. Witch Queen Throne Room. I see now, at first I thought he was just like you, but it seems as though through some kind of spontaneous mutation, his body became incapable of having mana dwell in it. He is simply a defect. But it is because of this defect that he is capable of wielding that sword. He is nothing special at all, but it is because he is nothing special that he is able to become remarkable. Listening to the Queen's explanation from the battlefield, Grim found himself staring at his flying friend. Stay away. Move it. Get out of my sight. Confused, frightened, and extremely desperate, Lodos let out a roar as he gathered up a large quantity of mana and shot a flaming dragon-shaped magic bullet at Asta who had finally decided to finish this. In his presence. Black. Stay back. All magic is. Meteor. Stay back. Meaningless. Right. Charging through the descending fire and magic, like a rising black star, Asta broke through the flames and with the pitch-black demon slayer overflowing with anti-magic power, he slashed right through Lodros's chest. Amazing. Watching Asta defeat Lodos, Noel and the others were barely unable to comprehend the sight before them. After being hit by Asta's black meteorite, Lodros's body was sapped of all its mana and left him looking like an anorexic mummy. Kill me. Standing above him with his wing one red eye, Asta looked down on him with no emotion. This lasted for about a second until Asta switched back to his normal state where he started talking about how killing is wrong and that he should repay all the people he's hurt. It was very Asta-like. Watching the anti-magic power leave his body, Grim decided to get up now that the fight was over. And while he might not like the bitch queen much, he had to admit that she came through with her promise about showing him something interesting. Just as he was about to go over and greet his friend, the sudden appearance of a familiar mana signature stopped him in his tracks. Looking up at the sky, a flock of ravens gathered together in the air before descending in front of Asta and revealing the Witch Queen. What is she doing here? Witch Queen. Asta exclaimed with shock and excitement. I did it. Did you see me? I beat all the guys from the Eye of the Midnight Sun and Diamond Kingdom. I see. She nodded while looking over at Grim and smiling. Oh no. Run, Asta. Call it instinct or a sixth sense, but the moment the Witch Queen arrived on the battlefield, an unsettling feeling overcame Grim as he instinctively switched to breath of flames, to explode the area between the earth and his feet to shoot into the sky. Seeing him jump away, the creepy smile on the Witch Queen's face revealed itself to everyone as she raised her hand. Blood creation magic, scaffold of fresh blood. With her grimoire wide open, a large pool of blood burst forth from the ground, spreading along the dented earth and covering the floor. Watching as his teammates were restrained by red crucifixes that rose up from the blood pool, Grim couldn't help but curse internally. To think you'd actually sense my intent. That blood of yours must have made you sensitive to mana. Smiling at Grim's action of jumping out of her range, the Witch Queen couldn't help appreciate him even more. What are you doing? Infuriated by the Lesbo Queen restraining his friends, Asta turned to the Queen and yelled. Hearing his voice, the bitch Queen was irritated that he had interrupted her thoughts on Grim and replied with a cold silence. Gaha. Arg. Feeling a sudden pain spreading through his body, Asta clutched parts of his body as his legs became weak. My magic is the ability to make us and control blood. Arg. From the moment I used my magic to heal your arms, my magic had already infected you and gave me the ability to freely control all the blood in your body. Gaia. Did you really think I'd let someone with the power to negate magic go so easily? Blood magic, puppet blood flow. Taking control of Asta's body, Asta's scream suddenly stopped as his eyes rolled into the back of his head and he started acting like a puppet on strings. Your body's no good in that condition. Flipping to another page in her grimoire, she used the same spell she had used earlier on his arms to heal his entire body. Since I cannot wield the anti-magic swords myself, all I need to do is control someone who can. This bitch is really insane. You've already shown me how you fight, now you can spend the rest of your life working for me as my sword. Smiling at the bound Black Bull members, the Queen forcefully put Asta back into his black form. For your first assignment, I'll have you capture your black-haired friend over there. Seeing her pointing to him, Grim clicked his tongue and summoned out his beast swords. TCH, still wanting to control men even though you don't like them, you really are the Queen of the Lesbos. Chapter 68, Black Form Asta vs Mana Control Grim. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Kicking off the floor with enough force to break ground and leave a deep-rooted crater behind, Asta flashed through the air with a ludicrous speed that surpassed that of his fight with Lodos. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Not backing down in the slightest, Grim copied Asta's movements as he also charged his friend. Clashing their blades together, the impact from the connection caused a powerful shockwave to shake the land as violent winds started blowing, causing the hair on everyone's head to rise. Holy crap. Compared to when Asta fought Lodos, after healing his previous injuries, the current power of Asta actually surpassed his past self. Asterisk crack. Asterisk. Hearing that sound, Grim's eyes went wide as the beast sword shattered and he was pushed back. After clashing head-on with him, Grim discovered that not only was Asta faster than before, but his physical abilities had also been enhanced to the point that a single swing had enough force to shatter his swords. TCH. Slowing down his momentum by digging his heels into the ground, Grim used Breath of Flames to explode the area between the ground and his soles to give him an explosive boost in speed as he shot towards the charging Asta. Breath of Flames, first form, Unknowing Fire. Clad in his orange aura and combined with his Breath of the Beast, base power, Grim shot across the ground, burning everything that stood in his path as he and Asta prepared to clash once more. But before the two of them did so, Grim switched magic attributes again and used Dust Whirlwind Cutter moments before their blades connected to boost himself up in the air before changing to Breath of Mist. 8-layered mist. Unleashing a flurry of numerous arc-shaped mist attacks, Grim watched as the one-winged Asta took to the air and either dodged or deflected every attack with the Demon Slayer sword. Seeing Asta's rapid accession and knowing that Grim couldn't fly, worry gripped the hearts of Vanessa and the rest as they saw Asta's blade centimeters away from hitting Grim. But just then a look of shock covered both theirs and the Witch Queen's faces as Grim somehow managed to move backwards mid-air, allowing the Demon Slayer sword to pass in front of his face before he delivered a Breath of the Beast, enhanced power kick to Asta's chest, sending him sprawling into the distance. He flies now. Noelle gasped. Amazing, to think he'd so much control over his mana that he could levitate. He truly is a being loved by mana. Watching the battle from the ground view, the Witch Queen couldn't help but marvel at Grim's capabilities as a mage. And just like they had said, Grim was floating in the air without the use of a broom or spell. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Not wasting time, Grim switched to Breath of Wind to make himself swifter as he shot towards the distant Asta. Stabilizing himself in the air, Asta's pupil-less eyes stared at the approaching Grim and prepared to use Black Meteorite as he shot towards the green-clad figure. It's over. The Queen smiled. Closing in on one another again, Asta prepared to execute Black Meteorite once more, but was surprised when Grim did something unexpected. Instead of clashing head-on, Grim switched to Breath of Water and used Flowing Dance to beautifully weave through the slash and deliver several bloody slashes on his body. Oh! Surprised by the sudden occurrence, the Witch Queen couldn't help but raise her brows. From what she saw from Asta's fight with Lodos, she knew that his battle senses were incredible, as it seemed like he was able to see through all of Lodros's attacks before he could even make them. But this didn't make sense. While she knew Grim was strong from his fight with Fana and the Salamander, never in her wildest dreams did she think that he was able to combat her new sword. Flowing Dance. Crazy Cutting. Switching between these two breath styles in rapid succession of each other, the precision of strikes and the power in each blow slowly increased as he started getting used to aerial combat and begun to dominate the fight. He's actually improving. Forget his potential, forget his mana reserves, forget his ability to fly, the fact that he was visually improving in front of her eyes was enough of a shock to the Witch Queen that her inner desires started leaking out. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Beating down on Asta with Crazy Cutting, every time his swords were on the brink of shattering, Grim cast them away and materialized new ones to take their place. With his absurd amount of mana within him, this wasn't really a problem, and the longer he did it the faster he got at materializing them. Protecting himself with the Demon Slayer sword, Asta slowly found himself falling into a disadvantageous position as Grim was above him and ruthlessly bore down on him with a relentless amount of slashes. Damn it. I know that the situation is really bad and all that. But why? Why can't I stop smiling? Breath of Flames, 9th form, Rengoku. With the increased control of his mana, Grim raised the burning fire sword high above his head before slashing down. But unlike before, Grim gathered the raging power of the Rengoku spell and held it within the blade, causing it to shine brightly as the moment the sword hit the flat side of the Demon Slayer sword he unleashed the devastating power of Rengoku, and unlike what would normally happen where a spell could be deflected off the blade, Grim kept feeding the spell power and watched as the beam of concentrated fire pushed against the black sword until Asta was forced down from the sky and back to the earth. With enough force to shake the ground, Asta's back slammed violently hard into the dirt, creating a mini crater in the process and causing a large dust cloud to cover the Bitch Queen and everyone else in the area. Looking at his cracked swords, Grim frowned before using the mana he normally used to materialize new swords to repair his current ones. Oh. If I clash with Asta again, then I guess I can just repair my swords before they break. Thinking about his first clash with Black Form Asta, Grim realized that even though his swords were physical, every time his swords came into contact with the Asta's Demon Slayer, the magic surrounding the blades would be nullified. But if he was fast enough, then wouldn't it be possible for him to repair the blades faster than the anti-magic could negate it? If so, then he'd have no problem fighting Asta with pure swordsmanship. Smiling to himself, he completely forgot that he was in the middle of a battle until Asta's black figure burst from the ground and charged back into the sky. Grinning at the fact that he was still capable of fighting back, Grim used Dust Whirlwind Cutter to shoot down and meet him head-on. Feeling the wind whip against his face, the blood in his body started to become restless as every sensation he had sharpened. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Clashing their swords together mid-air, a powerful shockwave that ripped the very trees from their roots echoed out as the two locked swords together. It's working. It's really working. Using his magic to repair his swords faster than the anti-magic could negate the effects, Grim found himself fighting evenly with Asta in a head-on battle. While he may not have been able to compete with him physically, his outrageous amount of mana made up for it. So what if Asta broke his swords? He'd just fix them before they truly shattered. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Swinging their swords wildly, the sound of metal clashing against metal rung out as the two of them fought on even terms, with Grim slowly gaining the advantage again. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Dodging a well-aimed neck strike, Grimm slashed at Asta's torso and left 2 deep sword wounds on his body. As the fight extended, Grimm learnt a very important fact. While Asta was stronger now compared to when he fought Lodos, physically, his consciousness was no longer than causing him to make simple mistakes that a conscious Asta wouldn't. Angered by this fact, his strikes become a lot more viscous as he intended to completely crush Asta. Crazy cutting. Not holding back in the slightest, Asta was forced to defend as a flurry of deadly sword strikes bore down on him. He's winning. Noel gasped from the ground. No. Vanessa's lips trembled. He's killing him. Realizing what would happen if this continued any further, Vanessa pleaded with the Witch Queen to end this. End this. It's just beginning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Having her dress flutter from the shockwave produced by their sword clashes, the Witch Queen turned to look at Vanessa. Vanessa will gather that which I desire and eventually she will return to the forest. That is what my divination foretold. That is why I did not stop you from leaving with that man. She said the last part with mild disgust. Though I never would have thought that you returned to me the child and a boy wielding anti-magic. I did this. Do you not understand, Vanessa? Because you are my daughter, my family, you will never escape me, you are mine, Vanessa. Everything you own belongs to me, your comrades, your emotions, your power, your very being, it's all mine. I don't belong to you. Oh. Hearing her daughter talk about to her, the Witch Queen raised her eyebrow as the battle above her raged. You say we're family, but you don't know the first thing about what that means. You know nothing of love, compassion, or heart. Someone as empty as you will never understand me or the bonds I've made. So don't you dare call me your family again. The only people I call my family is the Black Bulls. Asterisk crash. Asterisk. Crashing violently into the ground for the second time, a bloody and bruised-up Asta crawled his way to his feet. Seeing his ragged figure and hearing the strain in his breathing, it didn't take much for Vanessa to understand that his body was on the brink of a breakdown and that if he fought any further then there would be a good chance of him dying. So you couldn't even defeat him despite using your new power. What an imperfect doll you are. Seeing his pitiful body struggle to get back up, the Witch Queen sighed with annoyance. Guess I'll have to deal with him myself, at least make yourself useful and kill some of your comrades. What? Tightening his hold on the Demon Slayer sword, the conscienceless Asta stumbled his way to the front of the crucified Noel. Hey Asta. Shit. I won't make it in time. Seeing what Asta was about to do, Grimm shot down from the sky with as much speed as breath of wind granted him. Watch how those bonds of yours are so easily broken. The Witch Queen grinned and gave Asta the order. No. Screaming at the top of her lungs, a violent red aura burst out from Vanessa Grimoire as a small mass of red string formed and weaved itself into the shape of a cat. Chapter 69, Sensation. Fate is a funny thing. To those who try to defy it, they do so not realizing that in doing so they are mere slaves walking the path of a predetermined fate. For the Queen of Witches who sees herself as the closet being to perfection, having control of this power would truly grant her that perfect status. So you've finally awakened. Unable to hold it back any further, the Witch Queen burst out into a gleeful fit of laughter. Anti-magic, fate manipulation, and the blood of the species loved by mana. Mine, they will all be mine. Seeing that the Queen was distracted by the sudden appearance of Vanessa's red cat, Grimm took it upon himself to take the bitch out before she could command Asta to do something he'd regret. Breath of Thunder. Switching to the magic with the fastest attack speed, Grimm didn't want to leave the Queen with any time to react. Third form, Thunder Swarm. Swinging his blade forward, multiple arcs of spinning lightning shot out and struck the Queen. Not to his surprise, the Queen had erected a blood barrier around herself that defended against the lightning. Not willing to waste time on Grimm and his attacks, the Queen focused her attention on Vanessa and her cat. While Grimm's blood and ancestry did spark the Queen's greedy nature, compared to the power to manipulate fate it was inconsequential. Commanding Asta to kill Noel, he held the sword tightly before swinging it and decapitating the silver-haired noble. Noel. Screaming loudly, Vanessa didn't even realize that her cat had touched Asta, and the scene they were seeing now was completely different to the gruesome one they had seen seconds before. Instead of cutting through Noel's neck, Asta sliced through the bottom part of the crucifix holding her up. What? Rip and tear. Taking advantage of the queen's momentary lapse in attention, Grim switched to Breath of the Beast, and easily sliced through the blood barrier before arriving at the queen's side and activating Crazy Cutting. Bye-bye bitch. Watching the blades grow larger in her eyes, the queen felt her life flash before her eyes as she panicked and instinctively summoned all her crows to her side, making them taste the metal of Grim's blade. Slash. 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 Unfazed by the sudden appearance of the crows, Grim massacred the lot of them in seconds before charging the queen, who was in a state of shock after almost having her life ended by someone weaker than her. Queen. He yelled, gripping his swords tightly and jumping at her. Stay back or I'll kill her. At this range and with his swords capable of cutting through magic, the queen knew any defense she had would be useless unless she managed to put some distance between them or stop his charge. With that idea in mind, she used Puppet Blood Flow on Vanessa and planned to use her as a hostage. Breath of Wind. Switching breath styles again, Grim pushed his mana to the absolute limit as he burst forward at a speed so fast that his wind sword didn't even have enough time to form as he drove his fist deep into the Witch Queen's bony cheek. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Compressing and combusting the air between his fist and the queen's cheek, an explosive amount of force burst out as Grim broke the bones in her cheek and sent her flying high into the air. Feeling the unfamiliar presence of 4 tiny paws appearing on his shoulder, Vanessa's red cat leapt off of him and landed on the Witch Queen's airborne body, dispelling any magic that she had active. Damn, that's the second woman I've punched today. Should I go for a third? Crashing heavily on the floor with a giant bruise on her face, Grim walked over to the defeated queen and after materializing his beast swords and pressing them against her neck, he said. Probably a weird thing to ask considering the circumstances and all that, but how does it feel to lay flat on your back while a man bears down on you? He asked with a mischievous grin. Coughing up a mouthful of blood and several teeth, the queen awoke to the feeling of sharp metal pressed against her neck. One wrong move and her life would be cut like a piece of string. I lose. No shit. Showing off an innocent smile, he was about to pierce her throat, but the sound of Vanessa's sudden call stopped him. Don't kill her. Without turning to look at her, he tilted his head while keeping his eyes trained on the Witch Queen. She's beaten, there's no need to kill her. Vanessa said after arriving by his side. Seriously? That's your argument? Grim. If you kill her then there will be no one left to protect the witch's forest. What about the witches? Vanessa shook her head. They need a strong leader to protect them. Without her the witch's forest wouldn't survive the attacks from the neighboring kingdoms. As bad as that sounds, it's not really my problem. Grim, please. Hearing the desperation in her voice, Grim eventually relented and slowly moved his sword away from the queen's throat. You owe me. Nodding her head, she watched as he walked away before looking back at the bloody-mouthed queen. He really is incredible, isn't he? The queen grinned, looking up at her daughter. Not only is he loved by mana, his prowess in combat is amazing. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd praise a man. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Coughing up another mouthful of blood, the queen dusted off her clothes as she struggled to her feet. Activating her healing magic, she removed the concussion and healed her face. Looking at her daughter's resolute face, a series of flashbacks played in the queen's head as she eventually smiled before healing the others and inviting them back to her throne room. What you people call a magic stone is likely this. Removing her earring, the queen threw it to Grim, who caught it with little difficulty. Having not gone on the seabed temple mission with the others, this was the first time that Grim had seen a magic stone. Why would the Eye of the Midnight Sun be after this? Staring at Grim's face closely, the queen briefly closed her eyes before opening them and answering. That stone in your hand has the ability to amplify the magic power of the person wielding it. Whoa. Seriously? Unfortunately, only those born from the Elven tribe can use it to its full potential. Hearing the words Elven, Grim's eyes focused sharply on the stone in his hand. This action did not go unnoticed to the queen, who merely smiled. Elven. As in elves? Finral asked, confused by what she meant. Nodding her head, the queen explained that it was unknown where the elves exactly came from. She also brought up some information that the group weren't knowledgeable about, like the fact that the elves lived in what is currently known as the Forsaken Realm. Oddly enough, that's where Asta's village was located. The group also learned that the elves were a species born with a naturally high amount of magic power, with most of them possessing magic power on par with the queen herself. She then went on to explain that the elves came into conflict with the humans, and due to their superior numbers the elves were defeated and eventually faded away into the annals of history. Furthermore, the third eye that Fana possessed was actually the result of somebody casting forbidden magic on her. She then focused her attention on Grim and paid attention every minor expression that crossed his face. It could be possible that Eye of the Midnight Sun are descendants of the elf tribe. Furthermore, looks at Asta, those swords you wield are the last remains of the elf tribe leader that summoned the ancient demon god. What? Overloaded with too much information that he couldn't understand, Asta's brain seemed to spasm as he fainted and started mumbling to himself. After fixing Asta's arms and getting the magic stone along with a plethora of new information, it was time for the Black Bulls to leave. Grim. The queen called out. A word if you will. What? No way. Asta said, standing in front of him and preparing to bring his anti-magic swords out. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Grim gently pulled him back. It's fine, Asta. What? But she. I know. He nodded. But I want to talk to her too. Hearing the conversation, Vanessa came and stood by his side. Are you sure? Yeah. Looking into his eyes, Vanessa couldn't glean any information from his face and eventually sighed before grabbing Asta and heading outside. We'll wait for you out here. Nodding his head, Grim waited until the group had left the area to finally turn his attention back on the queen. Not liking the fact that the queen's throne gave her a position in which she was looking down on him, Grim manipulated his mana to gently levitate off the ground and fly above the throne so he could look down on her. A/N, weird flex but okay. Seeing him flying, the queen couldn't help but breathe out lightly. What noble mana. You've grown a lot since the last time I saw you. Yeah, about that, you keep implying that you know me, but I'm pretty sure we've never met before. Falling silent, the queen looked at Grim's face like she was trying to memorize it. 5 years ago you appeared within my forest through some powerful means unknown to me. Hearing her talk about the past 5 years, Grim frowned. You knew I was there. Knew you were there. I protected you while you lived in my territory. What? Don't tell me you didn't find it strange that you as a child was able to survive so many run-ins with powerful beasts without losing your life. Well yeah, but I was a pretty badass kid, so. For the 2 years you spent living in my forest, I ensured that you had everything you needed to survive. Whenever you fell hungry I provided you with a weak animal that you could easily hunt, whenever you became thirsty I cleared the stream so that no predators would attack. Even in your sleep, I protected you from the senses of any preying beasts. Hearing all of this, Grim was mildly shocked but quickly calmed himself down as only one question persisted in his mind. Why? Why would a man-hating carpet-munching cunt like you protect a child like me? And don't say it was because I was a kid. After seeing how you treat your own daughter, that bullshit won't work on me. Ignoring his blatant insult, the queen looked him up and down before explaining. Your blood. My blood. Don't tell me she has a blood fetish. Seeing the weird expression on his face, the queen frowned. Whatever you're thinking is incorrect. Ahem, please explain. Sigh, I can sense the blood of the elf tribe running through your veins, powerful but yet to be unleashed. But from your reaction to me explaining how the elves were wiped out earlier, you already knew that, didn't you? Seeing that he wasn't going to say anything, she continued. Originally, I planned to guide you into the witch's forest and then turn you into my puppet. What stopped you? Gazing at his face, the witch queen thought back to the time of his childhood. Like with my daughter, I had a divination that you would return to this place and with you'd awaken a long-lost sensation within me. Long-lost sensation. Remembering the punch he had delivered to the side of her face and all the bloody accompanying it, Grim could help but grin. Quite a painful sensation if I do say so myself. Although it was quite a surprise to see you here with my daughter and that anti-magic boy, I now understand the sensation that the divination foretold of. Boy, no, Grim, for the past hundreds of years. Hundreds of years? How old is this bitch? She looks good though. I have sought out perfection, first it was through my magic, then it was through my daughter and now I see it is through you. Excuse me. After seeing what you were capable of today, from your power, potential and battle senses, I finally understand the true path to perfection. What is she on about? With my knowledge and power combined with your blood and potential, we would be unstoppable. Combined. Wait a second. You don't mean. Breed me, Grim. She declared. And together we will birth the greatest witch. No. The perfect witch. Grim. Fuck no. He suddenly yelled, catching her off guard. What? Not expecting that answer, the queen was understandably confused. While she may not be as young as her daughter Vanessa, she knew she would still be able to turn heads if she appeared in any of the 4 kingdoms. Listen, lady, forgetting the fact that you're like 800 years old or something, though I would still smash, if there's one thing memories have made very clear to me, it's to not stick my dick in crazy. Especially those with crazy lesbian strength. And besides. What do you mean the perfect witch? What if it came out as a boy? Instead of answering, the queen looked down to his crotch and frowned. For some reason, Grim could hear the distant sound of scissors. Yeah, this ain't happening. It was nice meeting you, well not really but thanks for the magic stone. Bye. Waving his hand, Grim didn't waste any time listening to anything the Witch Queen had to say any further as he blew another hole in the throne room wall and flew through it and into the distance. Chapter 70, Returning to the Base. We're back, bitches. Kicking the door open, Grim and the rest of the squad that went to the witch's forest strolled in, much to the annoyance of Yami. Captain Yami. Asta yelled and ran to his side. Look. My arms are healed. Raising his head up from his newspaper, the first thing Yami said actually wasn't related to his arms at all. Why are you half naked? Looking down at himself, Asta remembered that his clothes had burned during his fight with Spirit Ladros. Yami-san. Vanessa rushed to his side and handed him something. We got a magic stone. Seriously? He said in surprise before calling Asta. Oi, kid. Yes, sir. Now that your arms are healed I can give you a special mission. Special mission? Asta's eyes glowed. Yeah. He nodded. It one that only you can do. Really? What is it? I promise I won't fail. Good, good. Now go buy some booze, we're gonna celebrate tonight. Yes, sir. Saluting to him for some reason, Asta ran upstairs, grabbed his money pouch then sped out of the building. And you? Yami turned to look at Grim before squaring up to him. Who gave you permission to kick my door? Yeah, so now I can fly. Cool, right? Grim asked after telling him what went down in the witch's forest. Yami nodded, taking a swig of alcohol. That's your reaction. Do you have any idea how much mana control is needed to do that? Be more impressed. Gulping down the beer, Yami slammed the mug down on the table and looked at him. So what if you can fly now? Julius can fly, that pasty dude we fought in the cave could fly, hell even that bird that follows you and the shrimp around can fly. You're really not that special. Oh fuck you. If anybody can fly then why don't you do it? Grim defended. TCH, you don't think I can? I just haven't surpassed my limits yet. What the hell does that even mean? Surpassing your limits and flying because of immaculate mana control are totally different. Suddenly realization dawned on Yami's face as he looked at Grim with clear eyes. You're right, now that you can fly we should use your abilities to their fullest. You finally understand. Yeah, now you can fly up to the roof and scrub away all the nasty bird shit that's been gathering there for years. You really want to go, don't you? Before Yami could answer, Asta burst back into the room carrying bottles on top of bottles. I'm back. He announced, slamming the alcohol on the table. Took you long enough, brat. Yami grinned, cocking open another bottle and draining it of its contents. Hee hee. Asta chuckled and scratched the back of his head. So, what's my next mission gonna be? Next mission? After what happened during your last mission, I'm banning you from accepting any more work for a while. What? But if you take my missions away from me, what will I have left? Muscles. No. And put some damn clothes on, we don't allow nudists around here. Watching the two of them in silence, Grim wondered if other squads were like this. We're back. A sudden voice echoed out from the doorway. Magna. Remembering that Magna and Luck went off to a dungeon in search of a method to heal Asta's arms, he was stunned when he turned around to look at them. What the fuck? Somehow managing to levitate off the ground, Magna and Luck were each covered in an aura of the exclusive magic element. What the fuck happened to you guys? And why do you suddenly look so cool? Wait a second. Are these fuckers flying? Turning his head to the side slowly, he saw Yami looking at him was a massive, "I told you so," grin on his face. Fuck. Magna, who had his hair down and was missing his shades, stood in what Grim remembered to be something called a JoJo pose while spouting off some random nonsense. So dark. So dark. In order to heal Asta's broken arms, we delved into the depths of the dungeon and ended up getting outrageously stronger in the process. Mana is calling me. With his hair spiked back and surrounded in a cloak of lightning, a white-eyed Luck kept repeating the same phrase over and over again. I'm sorry, Asta, we managed to get stronger but we couldn't find a way to heal your arms. Mana is calling me. I'm sorry we failed you. A single tear fell from Magna's eye. Mana is calling me. Should I have gone to the dungeon instead? Grim wondered. Regretting that he chose to stay at the base and practice his mana control, an aura of depression landed on Grim's shoulders. It's cool, guys. Asta reassured them. Look, my arms are fine. He waved them. Just as everyone thought things were about to get weird, Magna and Luck snapped back to their normal selves. Well, why didn't you say so? Magna grinned and wrapped his arm around Asta's shoulders. All right. Luck cheered. Let's go have a fight. No thanks. Asta rejected. We're back. Another familiar voice sounded out from the doorway. Not another one. As if feeling his depression, Nero fluttered its wings and flew over to his shoulder. Are you pitying me? He asked after seeing the bird staring up at him. Stare. Ha, ha. I don't know why, but for some reason I actually thought you'd answer me. Hey Grim. Noelle called out. You doing okay? Huh? Yeah, I'm cool. Walking into sight, Ghosh and Gordon appear in otaku attire. Nope, not even gonna ask. Not too long later, Charmy and Gray finally appeared with mushrooms sprouting from their heads. What kind of drugs have they been taking? Not listening to anything going on around him, Grim's attention was caught by Yami's next words. So there's this festival coming up soon and you all need to get ready. Festival? Asta said, looking confused. Seeing this, Finral stepped up to explain. You know how Magic Knight squads perform meritorious deeds, they get awarded with stars, right? I think the Wizard King said something like that before. Right, so this festival is an event in which all the Magic Knight squads gather in order for the public to see who has the most stars and who has the least. It's basically a Magic Knight squad ranking system. A hassle is what it is. Yami butted in. Besides, we're always dead last anyway. A festival, huh? Thinking about everything that had happened in the Witch's Forest and the time period until the start of the festival, Grim had a couple of things he wanted to get done. Standing up from his seat, he drew everyone's attention as he walked up to Yami and said, Please fight me. Chapter 71, Stance. So let me get this straight, if I fight you, I get all the yo you made from me back when we gambled an extra? Yami asked with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. Grim nodded, confirming his words. Great. Let's go to the courtyard. Gathering out on the courtyard behind the base, Yami and Grim stood opposite each other as Asta and the others watched from the sidelines. Who do you think is gonna win? Noelle asked. Captain. Yami. The Cap, of course. Not completely shocked by the outcome but still surprised to actually hear it be so one-sided, Noelle asked them why they all thought that way. Vanessa, who had seen Grim's power in the Witch's Forest, went quiet for a moment before giving an answer that the rest of the bulls nodded to. While Grim may be strong, I just can't imagine Yami ever losing. You better have that money ready, brat. Yami grinned, unsheathing his katana. Hey, I've been wanting to do this ever since the Magic Knight exams. Grim smiled back and summoned out his flame sword. Letting the orange glow surround his body, the temperature around him started rising as his eyes took on an orange hue. Standing completely still, the two katana users sized the other up. As if time had stopped, only the sounds of their breaths could be heard as the two got into their sword stances and remained motionless. What are they doing? Noelle asked, confused since no one was attacking. They're using ki to read the other's movements. Asta suddenly said, much to everyone's surprise. Unlike his usual boisterous self, the Asta standing before them now was completely focused on the fight in front of him. Even the energetic Luck was scarily focused on the sight laying before him as he stopped himself from blinking as to not miss a single moment. Just like Asta had said, both Grim and Yami were using ki to read the little movements in the other's body. While Grim might have access to the transparent world and had an edge over Yami in that regard, Yami's years of experience allowed him to make up for that disadvantage. Focused solely on Yami's figure, Grim breathed lightly as he stomped down hard and charged. Breath of flames, first form, unknowing fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Flashing forward in a blaze of fire, Yami watched as Grim raced towards him. This kid. He's stronger than he was since I last saw him fight. Surprised at his subordinate's sudden growth in power, Yami's grimoire opened up and flipped to a page. Dark magic, dark cloak to video wild slash. Coating his sword in dark magic, Yami swung his blade wildly in a disorderly fashion as several slashes of darkness charged out of the blade and shot towards Grim. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Grinning at Yami's attempt to slow his momentum, Grim used his fire magic to combust the area between his feet and the ground to rocket himself into the air and avoid the attacks. Rengoku. Performing several rotating front flips, Grim slashing down from the sky and released a beam of concentrated flame magic downwards. Watching the attack reach Yami, the smile on Grim's face deepened. Unfortunately, that smile was soon wiped off his face. Not bothering to move, Yami merely raised his head and raised his hand in the direction of the beam. Dark magic, black hole. What? Gathering a small mass of dark magic in front of his palm, the dark magic formed itself into the shape of a small black orb. Creating its own gravitational pull, the black orb drew Grim's attack into itself, absorbing the beam of fire with no issue. Adding insult to injury, Yami proceeded to pull out a cigarette and lit it by sticking the tip into the beam before it vanished inside his black hole. Closing his eyes and taking a puff out of it, he opened his eyes and looked up at the flying Grim with a mocking expression. So how's flying treating ya? TCH. Gathering his mana, Grim abandoned long-ranged attacks and used Dust Whirlwind Cutter to shoot down and rush Yami. Heh. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Clashing swords together, the impact from the collision caused the ground beneath Yami to crack. Switching to Breath of the Beast, Grim barraged Yami with an onslaught of crazy cutting. Not bad, kid. Taking Grim a bit more seriously, Yami used reinforcement magic to strengthen his body in order to keep up with Grim's wild sword swings. Ting. 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 Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How the fuck is he blocking me? A/N, he's Yami. Growing more and more annoyed by Yami's ability to counter, Grim didn't realize it, but Yami was starting to have trouble keeping up with his cutting speed. Trading blow after blow, the sound of steel clashing against steel rung out as the Black Bulls watched in shock as Yami actually took a step back. Switching from Breath of the Beast to Breath of Water, Grim's movements lost their ferocious nature and became much calmer and serene. The hell? Having never seen use this spell before, Yami was caught off guard as cuts started appearing on his body. TCH. He cut him. Noelle yelled, seeing the shallow cuts on Yami's body. He actually did. Vanessa said, unable to believe what she was seeing. Switching between Breath of the Beast and Breath of Water, in tandem, Grim kept confusing Yami's senses and started landing more and more attacks on his body. While they were shallow in nature, just the fact that he was able to land them at all was motivating. But it was only after managing to leave marks on his body that he realized that something wasn't right. Pausing his attack, Grim suddenly jumped back, much to Yami's surprise. Did he figure me out already? Landing a bit away from him, Grim cursed in his head. This bastard's trying to adapt to my style. What are you doing, Yami? He suddenly called out. Stop holding back on me, use that attack that you used to defeat that Veto guy. Taking a puff out of cigarette, Yami looked at Grim and shook his head. You can't handle that type of attack. He's looking down on me. Incensed by Yami's answer, Grim grip on his sword tightened as his mana started to fluctuate, causing the air in front of him to distort. Then I'll show you how ready I am. Since long-ranged attacks wouldn't work with Yami's black hole being active, Grim had no choice but to stick to close-ranged attacks. That being said, most of Yami's spells were lethal, and if he wanted him to use them he'd have to force it out of him. Switching back to Breath of the Beast, Grim put his arms behind his back and charged him once more, releasing a flurry of sword swings once he was close enough. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. 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 Defending against his strikes, Yami quickly grew accustomed to Grim's speed and timing. Ha! Give it up, kid, you won't be able to high. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Weaving in a kick amidst his sword strikes, Grim landed a solid kick to Yami's ribs. What? Asterisk clang. Asterisk. Not giving him a chance to react, Grim went back to attacking with his beast swords, adding in some kicks in the process. Using the flexibility and enhanced physical buff that Breath of the Beast granted him, he continued using this unorthodox fighting style to land hits. TCH. Defending against Grim's sword attacks was hard enough considering that he was using two swords. Adding in his random kicks to the equation made the situation even worse. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Ugh. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Asterisk ting. Asterisk. Seeing that Yami couldn't adapt to this new fighting style, Grim took advantage of this chance and sliced through his black hole with his beast swords. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Shit, was that his goal? Grinning at the dissipating black hole, Grim continued his assault on Yami before taking to the air and raining down a barrage of mist attacks. Breath of Mist, second form, 8-layered mist. Seeing the mist slashes descending on him, Yami countered with Dark Magic, Dark Cloak to Vidya Wild Slash. Unleashing his own barrage in response, the Black Bull members watching from the sidelines stood in complete shock. What the fuck are we watching? Magna couldn't help but curse as he watched the mist and dark slashes collide in midair. Whoa. Grim's so strong. Luck laughed, itching for some action of his own. Is the power that defeated me? Asta asked, not remembering the time he fought against Grim in his black form. Damn it. At this rate Yami will end up running out of mana and I'll win by default. You're really something, kid. Yami said, breathing a bit heavily. You know I'm not gonna stop until you use that attack, right? Give it up, it's not happening. Fine. Grim relented. Seriously? Yeah. Grim nodded, lowering himself from the sky and just barely hovering above the ground. Since you fought me, I'll give you all the yull I promised. What about the extra? The extra is for those who go the extra mile. You didn't do the... Before Grim could even finish his sentence, dark magic had already gathered on Yami's blade as he raised it high above his head. Dark magic, dark cloak dimension slash. Slashing down, an invisible slash seemed to cut through space as it almost removed Grim's arm from his body. If it wasn't for him being able to use Ki in the transparent world to see what Yami was going to do mere seconds before he actually did it, Grim doubted that he would have been able to avoid it. What the hell? I wasn't ready. I did the attack, now give me my bonus, brat. You can't be serious. You almost cut my fucking arm off. No need to worry, I know a good doctor that could stick it back on no problem. Yami reassured him with a thumbs up. I don't want it missing in the first place. After a while of arguing, the rest of the Black Bulls managed to calm the two of them down. The whole thing eventually ended when Grim gave Yami all the yull he promised him plus the extra for the dimension slash. Sigh. So that was the attack that defeated Veto. It's even more impressive than I thought. I don't think I have anything to counter. Though it's not like it's not without its flaws. Since the attack could only travel in a straight line, dodging it wasn't really an issue if he used his Ki and transparent world to sense when he was gonna attack. That and the stance he had to take to use the spell was an obvious giveaway. Satisfied with the spar, Grim pulled out a small notebook and wrote down his thoughts on the fight. While Yami may not have been going all out and used less than 5 spells, Grim was content knowing that he could at least put up a fight against a captain. Since his goal was to become the strongest in this world, defeating Yami and all the other captains was the first step to achieving his goal. That being said, he didn't want to win cheaply by exhausting them of mana, only beating them in straightforward combat could satisfy him. Chapter 72, Challenge. Writing everything he could remember in his notebook, Grim looked at a leaflet filled with Magic Knight propaganda. Inside it were the names and pictures of each squad's captain and vice-captain members. If I want to reach captain level of strength, then I first need to be stronger than their vice-captains. Looking over the list, his eyes were attracted to the section about the Purple Orcas squad. From what he could remember, the captain of the Purple Orcas had been arrested and his position had been taken over by some chubby dude with a weird hairstyle. Xerxha. Looking at the squad's vice-captain, there was a section detailing his rank and magic type. Currently stationed along the kingdom's border with other members of his squad. I guess I should go pay him a visit. Snapping the notebook shut, Grim used the transparent world to sense Finral's location. Should I dye it? Standing in front of a mirror, Finral practiced some poses while playing with the tips of his hair. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Kicking open his door, Grim walked in and grabbed him by the back of his collar. Eh? What are you doing? You're taking me to the kingdom's border. What? You have spatial magic, right? Might as well use it. But I don't want to go. I'll put in a good word for you with Rebecca's friends. As soon as he heard that, Finral quickly changed his tone. So which part of the border do you want to go to? The north? West? East? South? What are you guys doing? Seeing Grim hovering off the ground and dragging Finral by the back of his collar, a roaming Luck couldn't help but ask what was going on. Finral's gonna take me to fight a vice-captain. Wait, what? Cool. Luck said. Wanna come along? Hell yeah. Seeing Luck's enthusiasm, Grim told Finral to open up a portal. While Finral was busy doing that, Luck asked a question that had been bothering him for some time now. Why are you hovering? To which Grim responded with. Why walk when you could fly? Stepping out of the portal with Luck and Finral in tow, Grim took in the sight of the border. This place looks really boring. Pulling out the leaflet, he looked at the address and showed it to Finral. I think that's over there. He pointed. Looking in the direction he was pointing at, a massive grin appeared on Grim's face. Let's go say hello then. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Lord XERX. We're under attack. Bursting into the room of the vice-captain, the scene of a man with long light purple hair reflected in the man's pupils as the purple-haired man elegantly took a sip of his tea before placing it down on the saucer. Raising his head, the purple-haired man known as Xerx looked at the purple orca member that had burst into his room and in a gentle voice he asked. How many? 1, sir. 1. Now if this was a normal person they would be extremely worried over the fact that they were being invaded by a single person, but as a noble Xerx clearly didn't think the same as the others. Very well, let us deal with this peasant. Getting to his feet, Xerx left his room followed by the purple orca member. By the time they got outside, the sight laying before them left them shocked. Sitting on top of a mountain of passed-out purple orca members, a black-haired boy no older than 15 looked down at them with a grin plastered across his face. Took you long enough, I was getting bored of stacking bodies. Seeing the unconscious faces of his squad members stacked on top of the other, Xerx started shaking with anger. How dare you? What was that? Can't hear you from up here. Grim cupped his ears trying to enrage the vice-captain. You dare mock me? What? I still can't hear you. Give me a minute, I'll lower myself down to your level. My level. Jumping down, Grim landed with a loud bang. Better, now you were saying something about wanting to be mocked. Seeing his vice-captain being looked down upon by a commoner, and a boy at that, the purple orca member stood in front of his superior. Do you know who you're talking to? A dead man. He is Lord XERX Lugner. And you will show him the respect he deserves. Nah, I'm good. Foo. Zerx startled, chuckling. Lord Zerx. The purple Orca member said, concerned over his laugh. Step back, Joshua, I'll show this boy what it means to mess with a noble. Opening his grimoire up, Zerx pushed Joshua back. Finally starting, huh? Knowing that Zerx used ice magic, Grimm's grimoire glowed blue as he switched to Breath of Water. Come. He doesn't seem that strong. Watching the fight take place from on top of a building in the distance, Finral and Luck commented on the action. I wanna go hit on some girls. Finral cried, looking at all the women in the distance. Nope, Grimm said, I need to make sure you stay close so we can leave when he's done. Come on, Luck, I promise I'll be quick. He pleaded. Nope. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Mimicking the fluid movement of water, Grimm used flowing dance, swerve through all the ice shards being shot at him. He's evading Lord Zerx's attacks. Who is this boy? Not wearing his magic night robe, the current Grimm resembled any other commoner that could be found anywhere. Is this all you've got? I thought a vice captain would be stronger. You. Thrusting his hand forward, spikes of ice burst out of the ground and charged towards Grimm. Ice magic, ice slicer. Stopping in his tracks, Grimm stomped down hard on the ground and, using the physical enhancements granted to him by the base, Breath of the Beast, power, he shot forward above the ice spikes. What? Lord XERX. Flying through the air and tightening his hand into the form of a fist, Grimm pulled his arm back and body shotting Zerx's stomach with the force of a cannonball. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Kaya. Involuntarily bending his body forward, Zerx's eyes rolled into the back of his head as he shot backwards. Crashing into the wall of his base, cracks spread from his point of impact before completely crumbling. Lord XERX. Watching his vice captain foam from the mouth, Joshua ran to his side. Was that it? Looking at the crying face of Joshua and the unconscious Zerx, Grimm felt disappointed by the power of this vice captain. Could he be faking? Is he trying to catch me off guard? Paranoid over the fact that a vice captain went down so easily, Grimm assumed that he was faking his unconscious state in order to attack him when his guard was lowered. Breath of flame. Switching breath styles, Grimm got into a sword stance and slashed his sword upwards. Rising scorching sun. Slashing his sword upwards, Grimm released a large spinning wheel of flames that tore right through the middle of the purple Orca's base, splitting it in half. He's not getting up. Did he really pass out? Resting his sword on his shoulder, Grimm shrugged his shoulders and took to the air. He just destroyed one of the kingdom's bases. Yami is gonna kill us. Finral cursed. Ha ha ha, yeah. Luck laughed. Why are you so cheerful? This could be seen as treason. It'll be fine. Luck reassured him. Yo guys. Grimm called, flying towards them. I'm ready to go. Looking at the smoke in the background and hearing Joshua's cries, Finral sighed and opened a portal. Let's just go. Chapter 73, Azure Deer. Where to now? Let's go to the Azure Deer. Grimm replied before stepping through the portal. Think of the girls, Finral, think of the girls. Finral repeated to himself over and over again. Why do you want to go there? Luck asked Grimm while Finral was trying to calm himself down. They're actually quite an impressive squad if you look at their history. The previous captain of the Azure Deer is our very own Wizard King, Julius Novacrano. The captains of both the Black Bulls and Golden Dawn were both vice-captains of that squad, and their current captain is the youngest captain in Clover Kingdom history. Now why wouldn't I want to go to such a fun place? Hearing him describe the Azure Deer's achievements, the stars in Luck's eyes brightened. Cool. We ready to go yet? Grimm called Finral. Sigh, why are we doing this again? Grimm clicked his tongue before answering. Have you ever heard the phrase, with great power, comes great responsibility? What? Yeah, didn't think you did, but that's besides the point. You see, Finral, I don't want that kind of shit weighing on me, responsibility. Do I look like a responsible person to you? Is that a trick question? Ignoring him, Grimm continued. I prefer the phrase, with great power comes a shit ton of fun, get me? No, I'm completely lost. Sigh, Finral, my dude, I'm going to become strong while avoiding as much responsibility as possible. Accidentally killing the wrong person. Shouldn't have been standing there. Property damage. That building wasn't there when I arrived. The paperwork didn't make it to HQ. Someone must have lost it on the way. See? None of this shit will touch me. I still don't understand. Then I'll put it in terms that you will understand. I won't accept any responsibility for my actions and will focus on having as much fun as I can, consequences be damned. Oh. But what does that have to do with you challenging the vice captains? Simple. Grimm smiled. I won't accept any responsibility for what I'm about to do next. That's too reckless. And you're not even wearing a mask. They'll recognize you if they see you again. A mask. I had enough of masks during COVID. The fuck's a COVID? A Finral, just think about it like this. I'm about to pump and dump on an entire Magic Knight's base. Pump and dump? Maybe jizz and whiz would be a more appropriate metaphor. Or ejaculate and then evacuate. There's also blow my load then hit the road, do the deed then use my speed, shoot the goo then bid adieu etc. What are you talking about? Grimm stroked his non-existent beard. I'm basically gonna do a lot of things to that Magic Knight squad until I'm satisfied, and once that's over I'm gonna leave using my greatest speed. Ha! It rhymed. Placing his hand on Finral's shoulder, Grimm showed off a confident smile. Now then, on to the next one. Not waiting for him to reply, Grimm charged through the portal followed by Luck and then a deflated Finral. Whistle. This place is way nicer than ours. Grimm complimented once he saw the base. They're one of the top squads after all. Finral sighed. I wonder what the vice captain of the Azure Deer is like. Grimm shrugged in response. Fuck knows, I think I lost the leaflet. What? Finral exclaimed. So we don't even know who you're going to fight. Exciting, isn't it? Grimm grinned. Madman. You two should hide now. I'm about to make a mess. Seeing the smile on Grimm's face, Finral quickly opened a portal and vanished from sight with Luck following behind. Seeing his squad mates leave, Grimm started humming a song from his fragmented memories as he walked towards the Azure Deer base. I'm sorry for dripping, but drip is what I do. And one of these days I'm gon' get dressed and drip all over you. Hey! Who is that? Seeing Grimm's figure approach, two members of the Azure Deer called out to him. Ignoring them, Grimm kept humming as his mana started to fluctuate. Since he mostly used Breath of Flames in his fight against the purple Orcas, he decided to use Breath of Wind this time. He's gonna attack. Feeling his spike in mana activity, the two Azure Deer squad members got into battle stances. Allowing the green glow to surround his figure, a small smile adorned Grimm's face as he swiped his hand forward and shot out a powerful gust of wind that blew the two Magic Knights off of their feet. Wharf. The two screamed as they were blown into the air. Now then. Grimm's smile widened. Time to announce my arrival. Gathering his mana and condensing his mind magic into a ball of highly compressed air, Grimm took up a pitcher stance and hurled it through one of the base's windows. Batter up. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling the entire ground shake, Grimm watched as the ball of wind exploded inside the base, causing all the windows to shatter and making the ground tremor. Not as explosive as I thought. Condensing more balls of compressed air, Grimm started hurling more of them through different windows until the base was on the brink of collapse and the Magic Knights had rushed out. Attack! We're under attack! Someone screamed as they charged out of the building and saw Grimm tossing his wind orbs through their windows. Finally. Grimm smiled as more and more Magic Knights gathered outside. Took you long enough. Out of all the Magic Knights that had come out, only one was able to catch his eye. A woman in her 20s dressed in fur white clothing as if it was winter. She had short black hair, gray eyes, and wore a fuzzy white hat. If anything, she was probably in the top 3 attractive women he had seen since coming to this world. State your name and reason for attacking us, she said, taking charge. My name. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking for my name? Didn't your parents teach you about manners? Manners. Looking at their damaged base, the woman couldn't help but wonder what kind of manners this guy's parents had taught him. A/N, joke's on her, he doesn't know/ has any. Breathing lightly, the woman bowed and introduced herself. Fragile Tormenta of the Azure Deer. Tormenta. What a shitty family name. Grim mumbled after hearing her introduction. Feeling her eye twitch at his comment, Fragile did her best to smile. Now sir, can you please introduce yourself? Me. Well Miss Tormenta, I'm the guy who's about to torment you and your little friends. Chapter 74, Winds of Destruction. Arg. The unified voices of the Azure Deer members rang out as they were caught in a giant cyclone that flung them all over the place. Blowing through them like a storm, Grim sent dozens of magic knights flying with a simple flick of his wrists. A/N, I know some of you get that reference. What is this guy? Somehow managing to stay on her feet, Fragile felt her clothes been blown violently as her companions were tossed all over the place. Using her arms to block her face, she barely managed to keep her eyes open as Grim's figure grew closer and closer. Is this all you guys are capable of? Not gonna lie, I'm kind of disappointed. Grim said as he started throwing wind orbs. Air bombs. Yeah, air bombs at them. Watching them explode and create explosions of air that devastated the magic knights was quite interesting. You know, for a squad that produced so many outstanding magic knights, you guys are really subpar. We have to stop him. Gritting her teeth together, Fragile's grimoire opened up as she raised her hands into the air. Snow creation magic, unclimbed ice wall. Bursting out from the ground, a thick sheet of ice blocked the shockwaves created from the air bombs and protected the magic knights long enough for them to ground themselves and counterattack. Oh. Grim's eyebrow rose. Now. A magic knight yelled as dozens of Azure Deer squad members jumped over the ice wall and started raining down spells. That's better. Grim grinned. Closing his eyes and taking in a deep breath, his eyes flashed open as the green aura around him and his grimoire intensified to an unbelievable degree. As an element that I'm not used to using a lot, I've got to admit, its versatility is off the charts. What's he doing? Standing motionless and waiting for the attacks to land, the air around Grim started to become visible as it started revolving around him at high speeds, creating a ring of air at his feet that started sprouting out mini tornadoes into the air. Watching the enemy magic about to land on him, Grim spoke a single word. Condense. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Did we get him? Watching all those attacks land on the boy, many magic knights thought that there was no way that such a young mage could withstand the power of so many mages. But to their dread, the moment the air cleared, the sight of Grim standing there completely unharmed while being surrounded by violent winds that had condensed themselves around him and into the shape of a ball with him at its center. So it can be used defensively as well. Well, ain't that something? Grim said to himself as he admired the wind barrier around him. How is this possible? Even Fragile, a noble of the Clover Kingdom who sported above-average power as a mage, was astonished by this sight. Besides her captain, she never thought she'd see the day that a single person could withstand the combined might of a near-complete magic squad. Asterisk yawn asterisk I guess I should end this now. End this? What does he mean? Looking at the dumbfounded expressions of the Azure Deer magic knights, Grim merely snapped his fingers and watched as the giant air bomb that was protecting him exploded outwards. Cough cough. Coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, Fragile's originally white hat was stained red as she and the rest of her squad were covered from head to toe in dust and dirt. After releasing all the compressed air within his air bomb, the following explosion was something unimaginable. The force generated from the attack was not only powerful enough to violently toss everyone back, it had practically pushed their base to the verge of collapse as pieces of the building were starting to break apart and crumble. And throughout this entire endeavor, the source of this destruction had yet to take a single step. Struggling to even lift her head up from the floor, the desolate landscape laid out before her shocked Fragile's kind heart as she saw the miserable state of her comrades. From sight alone she could tell that many of them had suffered broken bones. It was even worse for the ones that had been slammed into the already crumbling base as the glass shards from Grim's earlier attack were still laying around. Looking at his work, Grim released a small sigh as he stepped over the broken bodies of the Azure Deer members and made his way over to Fragile. While he hadn't used any of his true skill in this fight, the mana cost for those air bombs were pretty horrifying. He once again had to thank King for making the wish to make him part elf and giving him ridiculous mana reserves. While air bomb itself wasn't a spell, it was definitely had enough destructive power to rival one. Some Miss Tormenta, on a scale of 1 to 10, how tormented do you currently feel? Crouching down in front of the distressed woman, Grim showed off his kindest smile. Aye. Yes. Who are you? She finally managed to say before passing out. Just as he was about to reply with a snarky comment, Grim noticed his grimoire shining. Oh. Seeing 3 new wind spells appear in it, Grim couldn't help but scratch his head. Seriously, what are the conditions to get new spells? Breathing out lightly, Grim straightened himself as Luck and Finral appeared by his side. That was so awesome. Luck praised as he started looking at the damage caused by Grim's last attack. You were like, condense, and then boom. Big explosion, lots of screams, and now the building's collapsing. We're dead, we're so dead. Finral kept repeating with lifeless eyes. Looking at the sky, Grim reckoned that they could probably fit in one more squad before having to call it quits. While he could probably go all day, the captains would be returning soon, and besides, Finral's mental state wasn't the best at the moment. The sooner this day was over for him, the better it'd be. Where we going next? Luck asked, bursting with energy. Let's go to the Coral Peacocks. Chapter 75, Fighting Without Magic. Why is every other Magic Knight base better than ours? Standing side by side with Luck and Finral, Grim and the others stood staring at the giant building in front of them. Time to get started. After fighting both the Purple Orcas and Azure Deer squads, Grim found himself becoming more and more disappointed with this kingdom's Magic Knights. While he might not have fought every member of the squads due to some of them being out on missions, he reckoned that it wouldn't have made that much of a difference. Vanishing from sight, Luck and Finral watched from a distance as Grim walked towards the last Magic Knight base. I wonder how I could go with pure martial skill. What is happening? Dashing towards the gathered Magic Knights, Grim took advantage of his key sensing ability and the transparent world to accurately read his opponent's actions and quickly use the smallest amount of movement to evade their long-ranged attacks before closing in on a crystal mage. Boom. Enhanced by his Breath of the Beast base strength, Grim ruthlessly slammed his palm into the crystal mage's stomach, knocking the wind out of him and creating an audio boom before striking up with a palm uppercut so strong that it lifted him off his feet. Rick! Someone screamed as they saw the eyes of their friend roll into the back of his head after getting hit by Grim. Kill him! Ignoring the screams of the Magic Knights, Grim grabbed Rick's airborne leg and with all his strength he slammed his body down into the concrete. Listening to the sound of Rick's bones breaking from the force of the slam, the faces of the Magic Knights that Grim was fighting cringed as they felt as if their own bones were shaking. Heh! Not bothering to waste any more time, Grim released the leg he was holding and charged towards another mage located ahead of him. While the mages were shocked at Grim's methods of dispatching one of their comrades, at the end of the day they were experienced Magic Knights. Seeing him charging towards one of their weaker members, 3 earth mages stood in front of their comrade protectively while a steel mage shot a bullet at Grim from the right side. Simultaneously, a lightning mage shot a stream of lightning at him from the left side while a chain mage ran after him from behind. A perfect tactic that would deal with most opponents. It was just a shame that Grim wasn't most opponents. With his key sensing combined with the transparent world, their actions were as clear as day to him as a smile slithered onto his face. Before any attack could reach him, Grim was mere moments away from arriving in front of the 3 earth mages. Seeing this, the 3 earth mages created an earth wall in front of them to block his advance. Grinning like a madman, Grim didn't slow down in the slightest as he charged towards the wall before doing something that no one expected. Instead of breaking through it was pure force, Grim chose to stretch out his leg and use the wall as a platform to kick off of and performed a clean backflip. Watching as his figure soared over the 3-directional attack, the faces of the 3 mages fell as the stream of lightning flashed through the empty space before striking the steel mage. At the same time, the bullet fired by the steel mage had lodged itself deeply into the lightning mage's shoulder, causing his to howl in pain. Worst of all was the chain mage, as it turned out he added a pointed edge on the end of his chain. Landing back on the ground as the chain pierced through the earth wall, the smile on Grimm's face deepened as he stood right next to the outstretched chain. Grinning wildly, he grasped the chain, and with a small tug he pulled the chain back, ripping the earth wall that was attached to the pointy end out from the ground. Pulling on the other end of the chain that was being held by a dumbstruck chain mage, he pulled the mage off his feet and towards himself before connecting his foot with the mage's face. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Kicking the mage into the distance, Grimm, who now had full control of the chain, started swinging it around. Despite it having a heavy block of earth attached to the end of it, his base, breath of the beast, strength allowed him to swing it around like it was nothing. Now equipped with a weapon, Grimm made full use of it as he started swinging it around wildly, catching many mages off guard and sending a dozen of them flying with several broken bones. Watching them fall like bowling pins, Grimm increased his swinging speed to the point that he felt like he was creating a powerful mini-air current despite not using wind magic. As the magic knights fell one by one, only one thought emerged in Grimm's mind. Where's their vice captain? Unlike the other vice captains in the leaflet, only this one was remembered by Grimm. Kirsch Vermilion, the older brother of Mimosa Vermilion and the cousin of Noel Silva. Ah, how unsightly. Walking out from the entrance of the Coral Peacock base's door, a young man with long side-parted hair that is tied back with a braid going across his hairline and a thin band around his head walked out. Sporting 2 black hanging earrings and the Coral Peacock magic knight vest, Grimm paused his assault on the broken magic knights and shifted his attention onto the newcomer. Kirsch Vermilion. Halting his steps, Kirsch took a moment to look Grimm up and down before showing off an expression of disgust. Filthy. Ah, that's more like it. Grimm smiled, dropping the chain and looking at Kirsch. For a moment I was worried that you'd turn out to be a nice guy. But that attitude of yours will make this so much more satisfying. Letting out a yawn, Grimm stretched his arms. Now I know that you weren't there when I said this previously, but let's see if your status can protect you from my power. Chapter 76, Waterfall. Not bad. Twisting his body and evading the torrent of cherry blossoms, Grimm felt a trickle of sweat roll down the side of his face. Relying on hand-to-hand combat alone might be a bit too much of a stretch against this guy. Feeling his eyes go wide, Grimm suddenly jumped backwards and barely managed to avoid being crushed by a stack of cherry blossoms. Looking at the place he had previously been standing at, Grimm saw that the ground had several slashes on it. Yep, fuck hand-to-hand combat. Watching Grimm jump around the area avoiding his attacks, a look of arrogance surfaced on Kirsch's face as he flipped his grimoire to another page. How revolting, to think a commoner like you would dare raise your head in the presence of one as beautiful as I. And he has a couple of screws loose as well, excellent. Dodging another row of deadly cherry blossoms, Grimm thrust his hand and prepared to unleash a swordless Rengoku, but stopped at the last minute as more cherry blossoms appeared all around him. An omnidirectional attack, eh? Smiling at Grimm's trapped figure, Kirsch brushed a strand of hair behind his ear as he hemphed and turned away as the cherry blossoms converged on Grimm's figure. Walking towards his base's doors, Kirsch expected to hear the sound of Grimm's screams. It was just a shame that what happened next left him completely dumbfounded. Instead of Grimm's cries for help, the sound of an explosion going off rung out behind him as Grimm stood in the middle of a revolving air ball completely unharmed. His cherry blossoms on the other hand lay scattered all across the ground. Of all the people I've faced today, you are by far the strongest. Take honor in the fact that you have made me draw my sword. Sword. As if to answer his question, an intense wave of mana exploded out of Grimm's figure as the glow around him became a bright blue. This mana. Feeling his eyes go wide from the immeasurable mana emanating from the commoner in front of him, Kirsch didn't even realize the sword materializing in Grimm's hand. Gripping the sword with both hands, Grimm released a long-standing breath as he raised the sword high above his head. That stance. Watching the fight from the distance, both Luck and Finral's eyes nearly popped out of their heads as the blue aura around Grimm seemed to intensify. Feeling the water manifest on the blade and start spinning around it at high speeds, Grimm's eyes locked onto Kirsch's figure. As the first person to face this move, I grant the right to hear its name. Faced with the overwhelming mana bursting from Grimm's figure, Kirsch's face dropped as the color blue filled his eyes. I can't lose here. If someone as beautiful as me loses, then what hope is there for the rest of the world? A/N, narcissism at its highest. Gathering his courage, Kirsch's grimoire flipped to a new page as he activated his strongest spell. Cherry Blossom Magic, Magic Cherry Blossom Blizzard. With his grimoire open, Kirsch generated a phenomenal amount of cherry blossoms that covered the entire battlefield and directed them towards Grimm's figure. Die for my beauty. Tightening his grip on the sword hilt, the water on Grimm's blade started spinning faster as if it was excited. Disregarding the blizzard comprised of thousands of cherry blossoms heading towards him. Grimm closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. Breath of Water 8th form, Waterfall Basin. Mirroring Yami's dark cloak dimension slash, Grimm slashed at Kirsch vertically as an ethereal waterfall bigger than the entire base gathered in the sky. Following Grimm's sword motion, the waterfall eventually fell on Kirsch and his cherry blossom blizzard. Crashing down on his figure, Luck and Finral watched in shock as not only was Kirsch and the fallen magic knights engulfed by the waterfall, even the coral Peacocks base was submerged. Large-scale magic. Watching Grimm's first ever use of large-scale magic, Finral felt all the hairs on his body stand up straight as a chill ran down his spine. By the time he had regained his composure, the entire battlefield was covered in water as Grimm stood in the center of the ruined base. With the amount of force contained in the waterfall, the coral Peacock base didn't stand a chance as it was forcefully brought down. Glancing at the unconscious bodies laying all around him, Grimm released a breath as the water sword dematerialized and vanished from sight. Looking at the battlefield, Grimm once again praised King for wishing for that elven bloodline. Even though he used the back of the blade at the last minute, the amount of power in that last attack was more than enough for Grimm to feel proud of. If it wasn't for the fact that he had faced Yami's dimension slash, he'd probably go and challenge him right now. It's not enough. He clenched his fists as the scene of Yami's dimension slash replayed over and over again in his mind. Compared to him, everyone he had fought today were worthless. Maybe I should have attacked the Golden Dawn instead. Sighing at the fact that he had basically wasted the day, Grimm signaled Finral and Luck. Arriving on the scene and seeing the damage up close was a different kind of experience compared to watching from a distance. For one, they could see how everywhere had been doused in water. Finral was even worried that the coral Peacock's magic knights might even catch hypothermia if left for too long. Then there was the fact that Grimm had fought all of them without wearing a mask or using anything else to conceal his identity. This can only end badly. Walking over to the two of them, Grimm glanced back briefly. We're done here, let's go. Looking at the aloof expression on his face, Finral merely nodded and opened up the last portal for the day while Luck bombarded Grimm with fight challenges. Chapter 77, Star Awarding Festival. After defeating Kirsch and the other Magic Knight squads, Grimm, Luck and Finral returned back to the Black Bull's base. And just like that, time passed swiftly. Party time, people. Waking up to the sound of Yami's loud voice echoing throughout the entire base, Grimm almost fell off his bed as he woke up with a start. TCH, fucking loudmouth. Joining the others downstairs, Grimm saw that everyone was in a very festive mood. Ignoring Yami's current outfit and his overly positive mood that was quite off-putting, everyone else seemed to be the same as they were the day before. Grimm. Seeing the black-haired boy walk into the room, everyone's heads turned to look at him. What? Hearing Luck's voice call out to him, Grimm yawned lightly and joined the others. You excited for your first festival? Vanessa asked. My first festival? You do know that I've been to the festival before, right? Yeah, but not as a magic knight. Shrugging his shoulders, Grimm brushed her off. It wasn't that he wasn't excited about the festival, but as someone who had seen it during his days working in the restaurant, he didn't really see the mass appeal. Besides, finding out which squad was the best, the whole thing was kind of a waste of time in his opinion. Besides, he could just read about the winner in the paper. Chatting with the members of his squad for a while, Finral finally opened up a portal to the festival location. Let's go. Yami exclaimed, charging ahead. Whoa-ho. Due to it being his first festival and not knowing what to expect, the moment the squad arrived at the festival, Asta's eyes were filled with stars as he gazed at the surroundings. Awesome. Looking around the area, Grimm couldn't help but sigh. Instead of wasting his time at a festival like this, he'd prefer to do some magic night missions. Alright, you party animals. Yami yelled, drawing their attention. The rank announcement starts at 8, so go wild until then. Yes, sir. Everyone saluted before running off. Just as Grimm was about to leave by himself, he found himself being pulled by Asta towards another direction. What are you doing? He asked as Asta dragged him towards the distance. I want you to meet someone. Asta grinned, not explaining what he meant. Now normally Grim would push him off and get an explanation out of him, but seeing the excited look in his eyes caused Grim to just sigh and go with the flow. There they are. Asta shouted at the sight of Finral and two strangers that Grim didn't know. They're here. Noelle smiled at the two strangers. When did she get here? Ignoring Noelle's sudden appearance, Grim took a closer look at the two strangers that Asta had dragged him towards. The two strangers were male and female around the same age as Asta. They both had black hair and seemed like your average commoner. If there was anything about them that stood out, it'd have to be the fact that the guy was missing a leg and was using crutches. The girl on the other hand looked fine physically. Kahono. Kyoto. Asta yelled once they saw him. Heya. The guy said while the girl just waved and smiled. So this is what a festival on land looks like. Thanks for inviting us, Asta. The guy smiled while the girl nodded furiously. Haha, yeah. Asta grinned and scratched the back of his head. La la la. A melodious voice rung out as the group of teenagers looked to the side and saw a woman singing while playing a lute and ridding a magic carpet. Looking at the singing woman, Grim noticed that the smile on Kahono's face wavered slightly. Is she jealous? Oh yeah. Asta suddenly exclaimed, remembering that Grim was here with them. This is the guy I was talking about last time we fought. Asta said, introducing Grim to Kyoto. Looking at Grim up and down, the smile on Kyoto's face grew as he held his hand out. Nice to meet ya. Sure. Grim nodded and shook his hand, not understanding why Asta brought him here. Did you bring the leg? Asta asked Kyoto. Yep. He nodded, picking up a jar with a severed leg in it. Okay, what the fuck? Seeing the severed leg in the jar caused Asta to nod as he said, all right then. Before opening up a little capsule with some red liquid in it. Isn't that the healing blood that I gave him from the Lesbo Queen? I completely forgot to ask for it back. Popping the cork out of the capsule, red vein-like blood crawled out from the capsule before gathering around Kyoto's leg and Kahono's throat. Blood healing magic, curse-breaking blood cocoon. My leg. It's back. It's really back. I can dance again. Gay. While Grim was silently judging Kyoto, who was dancing with joy, Kahono suddenly burst into tears. Hugged Noelle and starting thanking Noelle profusely. Thank you. Thank you so much. She cried. Then to make the situation even more awkward, Kyoto did the exact same thing but to Asta. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Caught off guard by the hug, it took a minute for Asta to respond. Actually, the one you should be thanking is Grim. Without him I wouldn't have even been able to get this bottle. Now that I think about it, he also saved my Magic Knight career. Did he just realize that now? Ha ha ha, wow, from a certain point of view Grim saved all of our dreams. Asta laughed, not realizing that Grim was looking at him with conflicted eyes. On one hand he understood that Asta used the bitch queen's blood to heal his friends and he couldn't fault him for that. On the other hand he used Grim's witch queen blood on people that Grim couldn't give two shits about. He didn't know these people, their futures didn't impact him nor would they benefit him. Hell, they could both still be crippled and he wouldn't lose any sleep over it. Grim. Asta called. You okay? Still debating. Chapter 78, PTSD. After having her voice healed, Kahono suddenly burst out into song, drawing everyone's attention to her. But by that point Grim had already pieced the fuck out. Like seriously, what kind of person spontaneously bursts out into song in a crowded area? That shit was too weird for Grim to handle, so he quickly and quietly got the fuck out of there while everyone was distracted. Fucking weirdos. Stuffing his hands into his pockets and turning away, he whistled to himself as he explored the nearby stalls. Listening to the performers and buying food from the stalls, Grim spent most of his time playing games and winning prizes. By the time he was finished he could barely carry everything. In all honesty, most of the games required the participants to have a decent degree of mana control. For someone like Grim whose mana control was refined to the point of being able to solo a mage using spirit magic, the stall games were more or less child's play. As for the games that didn't rely on mana control like the shooting games, all he had to do was show off his technical skills in order to win the biggest prizes. What the hell am I doing? Walking around with a giant teddy bear hanging off his neck, Grim's current appearance definitely didn't resemble that of a powerful magic knight that had just crushed 3 magic knight squads a couple of days prior. Speaking of crushed magic knights, while he was walking around the area he accidentally bumped into 2 familiar faces causing a commotion. "How dare you serve a filthy peasant before me? Are you looking down on us nobles? Oh ho ho, don't bully the commoner's brother, you might catch something." Standing in the distance, Grim watched as a cocky silver-haired male and female with really shitty hairstyles bullied a cowering stall owner out of food. "What was the sentence for offending nobility again, sister?" the silver-haired male asked with a crooked smile. "Why, death, of course." "Death?" the stall owner stuttered. "Ah yes, death. Quite lenient if you ask me," the silver-haired male said as he raised his hand. Now brother," the silver-haired woman interrupted. "Make sure not to get any blood on us. I'm afraid that even if we sold everything this man owned, it wouldn't be capable of paying to get the stains removed." Smirking at his sister's comment, the silver-haired noble prepared to cast a spell. In the eyes of the nobles, a single commoner's life was worth even less than the food they consumed on the daily. But just as he was about to dispatch the stall owner, an all too familiar voice made its way into his ears, causing him to freeze. "Wow, your SS must really be jealous of the large amount of shit that comes out of your mouths." "What? Who dares to dash?" Unlike her brother, the silver-haired woman didn't recognize the voice until both she and her brother turned to look at the side. "Why you? What's up, my royal bitches?" Grim smirked and waved. Startled by Grim's sudden appearance, cold sweat appeared on the faces of the 2 Silva siblings as Solid lowered his raised and started walking backwards slowly. "Why are you here?" Nebra's voice shook as she felt rooted to the ground. Every instinct was screaming to run. Run as far away as possible without looking back. Ever since their last encounter during the decoration ceremony, the smile Grim had on his face while smashing her face into the ground had etched itself deep into her memories. Suffering from countless nightmares and being forced to wear bandages around her faces for several months one end caused a shadow of fear to seep into the deepest corners of her heart. "Why can't I be here? It's a festival, right?" With a gentle smile on his face, Grim started closing in on the 2 of them. Aye. Nebra stuttered, still frozen in place with shaky legs. "You what?" Grim asked, tilting his head, coming closer. With every step he took, Nebra and Solid found it harder and harder to breathe as their faces were drenched in sweat and their bodies felt like they were becoming heavier by the second. It was as if every step was as loud as thunder as the siblings found themselves trembling from fear. For the second time in their lives, the 2 understood what it meant to be weak. Despite having the status of nobility, in the face of such overwhelming power they might as well have been ants. Insignificant creatures that could be trampled on without the person even realizing that they had just killed a sentient being. He was a beast, a bloodthirsty monster that did not care for the rules or traditions of this kingdom. From the moment he arrived in the capital, cracks had started to form in the Clover Kingdom's hierarchy. Not even realizing that he was standing right beside her, Nebra's eyes went wide as he started to speak. "What are you doing?" Aye. "Bitches don't have the right to stand in my presence." Placing his hand on her shoulder, Nebra felt as if an entire palace had been dropped on her. "Kneel." Bang. In front of her brother and the surrounding commoners, the prideful and arrogant Nebra Silva dropped to her knees with her head hung down low. Forgive me. She pleaded as memories of the decoration ceremony flooded her mind. SSSSHHH. He shushed her while retaining his innocent smile. "As long as you remember your place, we won't have a problem, understand?" A/N, for those who think Grim is a good person. He's not. "Why, yes," she said weakly. Good, now what is your place?" "Beneath you." "And what are you?" "I." Seeing her fall silent, the edges of Grim's lips started to rise. "Don't make me repeat myself." Even though her head was down and she had no way of telling what expression he had on his face, Nebra's instincts told her he was smiling. And that smile made her body numb. I'm a bitch." Hearing admit to it caused Grim to burst out into a fit of joyful laughter as his sadistic side was starting to show. Knowing that he had broken such an arrogant woman gave him a sense of pleasure that rivaled his urge to fight and crush his enemies. "Ha, that's right. You're nothing but a lowly bitch. So what if you're a royal? In front of me this is all you can ever aspire to be. A lowly bitch that kneels before her betters. And you. He turned his attention to a terrified Solid who had fallen on his ass. You must really have thought you were hot shit just a minute ago, right? Did I say you could answer? Releasing some of his killing intent, Solid's face warped into something unrecognizable as he felt a dangerous pressure lock onto him. But just before Grim could take another step towards him, he suddenly stopped. Did you just piss yourself? Chapter 79, Next Level. After forcing both siblings to kowtow in front of him, Grim made them, willingly, give up their money and jewels before leaving them where they were. Seeing as they had literally pissed their pants when facing him, he wasn't worried about any sort of revenge on their part. What about their big brother, you ask? Well, Grim had already pissed off several magic knights recently, so it's not like adding another one would change anything. Whistling to himself and walking around, he noticed that several commoners were looking at him with strange expressions. Some were fearful, others were grateful, and the majority was admiration. Seeing a little boy in the crowd staring at the huge teddy bear hanging around his neck, Grim pulled the bear closer to his body as he wanted to show the kid that this bear belonged to him and that he wasn't one of those empty-headed emotional types that would give their hard-earned winnings to a little kid just because they happened to be born a decade later than him. Grim. Someone in the crowd yelled his name. Turning his head to the sight of Rebecca and her siblings came into view. Not bothering to say anything, he gave the redheads a subtle head nod before continuing on. He didn't ignore me. Seeing him acknowledge them, Rebecca was both surprised and touched. Carrying her baby sibling in her arms, she ran towards Grim with her other siblings staying close by. Wait up, will ya? She yelled as she caught up to him. Grim. The two kids yelled, jumping onto him. Yawn. Yo. He greeted. Hey. Didn't you promise to visit us? Rebecca pouted. When'd I say that? When you last visited us. Doesn't sound like me. Yeah. You even promised that you'd buy us gifts. The siblings complained. Now that really doesn't sound like me. Ahem, well, take this as a lesson. A lesson. Everyone looked at him confused. Yeah, don't believe everything everyone tells you. Eh? But you're not everyone, you're Grim. The kids said with innocent eyes. I'm also a liar. Grim responded, ignoring their puppy dog-like eyes. Seeing the downcast look appearing on her siblings' faces, Rebecca tried to change the mood. He's just joking, right, Grim? Joking. I would never do such a thing, haven't you heard? Honesty is the best policy. What? You just called yourself a liar a minute ago. I've turned over a new leaf. He shrugged. So you'll be completely honest with me from now on? Rebecca asked. Yep. That was a lie, wasn't it? Yeah. He grinned. Growing annoyed by his constant teasing, Rebecca almost snapped. What happened to turning over a new leaf? I turned the leaf back over. A/N, I really love writing this guy's dialogue. Seeing how he could say something so shamelessly with such a righteous-looking face, it took a minute for Rebecca to remember who she was talking to. Face-palming herself, the redhead was both annoyed and frustrated by this guy, but more than anything she was glad. Glad that he hadn't changed. Although she wouldn't say it to his face, she really missed their conversations. From the way he would curse and talk about things she wouldn't understand to their childish arguments, she was happy to experience it all again. Why are you smiling? Grim asked. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head to show off a smile so bright that Grim was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Feeling a tingle by his side, he realized that his grimoire was glowing a bright pink color. Flying out of its holster, the book opened up and flipped to a glowing pink page. Did I just get another breath of flower spell? Confused as to how he was getting all these new spells, he was expecting the page to be something related to breath of flower. Despite not practicing the spells from this particular style, after seeing the way Kirsch used the petals in his battle against him, he was starting to become interested in it. So you can imagine his surprise when he saw that the first words on the page wasn't breath of flower, in its place was the words breath of love. Refusing to say anything, Grim slowly closed the book and placed it back into his holster. Grim? Grim. Huh. Snapping out of his daze, he realized Rebecca and her siblings were staring at him. What? Why was your grimoire glowing? You weren't planning to attack me, were you? What? You think I'd attack you with magic when my hands are perfectly fine? Don't insult me like that. A/N, bruh. I feel like you think you just said something reassuring but don't realize how bad you actually sound. But that's besides the point. I've been researching that condom thing you were talking about a while back and I still can't find any records of it. Are you sure it's a real thing? Before Grimm could answer, he saw a familiar-looking figure in the distance. Gray. Hey Gray. Hearing her name being called, the currently transformed Gray, who had taken the appearance of a heavy-set man with slicked-back black hair, turned around to find Grimm and a group of redheads standing behind her. Seeing that she wasn't responding, Grimm quickly asked her to change into a more talkative form, in this case, Luck. Cool. Rebecca's siblings chimed when they saw her transform. Now that she had transformed, Gray became a lot more talkative as she was introduced to Rebecca and the others. So there's this thing I've been wondering about since I found out you were a transformation mage. Listening to Grimm, Gray, or Luck had a curious look on her face. His face? Its face. What were you wondering about? Actually, before asking that, do me a favor and transform into me. Okie dokie. Asterisk poof. Asterisk. Activating her magic, Gray's, Luck's figure released a small smoke cloud as she took on Grimm's figure. Whoa. The kids gasped. She really does look like you. Rebecca muttered, running her eyes over Gray's new figure. Done it, so what were you curious? Gray asked Grimm. Taking a figure to size himself up, Grimm couldn't help but nod. Since you can transform into other people, do you think you'd be capable of modifying parts of it? Modifying? Yeah, for instance, could you gender bend me? What? A/N, huh? I know you readers all thought he wanted a bigger D***ck when he said modify. Like, could you give this version of myself that you've transformed into female features? I've never tried it. Gray. He said seriously. I need you to do this for me, understand? Seeing the way he was looking at her, Gray took a deep breath and nodded. I understand. She said before closing her eyes to concentrate. After standing still with her eyes closed for almost 5 minutes, Gray's figure suddenly burst into smoke as a woman with long black hair and shiny yellow eyes adorning a beautiful black dress and black bull's robe took her place. Is this good enough? While Rebecca and her siblings stood awestruck by the woman in front of them, Grimm couldn't help but nod and mutter to himself. It's as I suspected, even as a woman, I'm next level. Chapter 80, Fighting Spirit. Admiring the female version of himself, Grimm nodded repeatedly whilst Rebecca and her siblings stared in awe. So pretty. Even the other commoners around them were being drawn in by the female version of him. It was to the point that a crowd was starting to gather. It honestly made Grimm wonder if Gray knew charm magic or not. But what was really strange was the fact that he could take a casual look at the female version of himself and continue on like it was nothing. While he admired it, he couldn't be said to be enchanted like the others. Maybe it was because he was basically just looking at himself. Seeing everyone enthralled by Gray, Grimm took this as an opportunity to continue exploring the festival before the stars were awarded to the squads. Removing the giant bear from around his neck, Grimm placed it next to Rebecca's little brother. While he had no problem showing it off in front of the other kid from earlier, Grimm remembered that Marco's birthday came around not too long ago. And since he missed it, he thought why not give him this oversized bear that was drawing way too much attention to himself. And with that, Grimm quietly left the area. Hey Grimm. It's starting. Get over here. Hearing somebody call his name for the second time today, Grimm turned his head to see a very energetic Asta bouncing around a stall with Captain Yami and a couple of other Black Bull members present. Ignoring Vanessa, who was passed out on the stall counter with someone who looked to be the Blue Rose's captain, Grimm made his way over to join the rest. But before he could arrive, the sight of the Wizard King appearing on stage sent an uproar throughout the entire area as every other captain besides Yami and Charlotte made their way onto stage. It's the Wizard King. Oh my god. It Captain Vengeance. Captain Rill is so adorable. I love you, Captain Dorothy. Listening to the crowd's cheers, Grim set his sight onto the captains as he felt his battle intent start to rise. Finally, I can see all the captains gathered together once again. Wait a second. That isn't Fuego Leon. Looking at a ginger-haired woman decked out in the crimson lion robes, Grim felt a ferocious aura emanating from her. As if feeling his gaze, the ginger-haired woman turned her head in his direction and grinned. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Feeling as if he was being started down by a towering lion, Grim felt the corners of his lips start to rise as his breath of the beast aura burst out of his body, releasing a beastly aura. Sensing his battle intent, the woman's eyes started shining as the rest of the captains and Julius started taking notice of what was going on. Looking in Grim's direction, the usually calm expression on Nozel's face faltered for a second as a rising sense of annoyance started swelling in him. If he knew that Grim had forced his younger sister to kneel before him and caused his brother to piss himself in front of a large crowd of the kingdom's citizens and shaming the House of Silva before proceeding to rob the two of them, his expression probably wouldn't be as restrained as it currently was. It was just too bad that Grim's eyes were focused solely on the orange-haired woman. Sensing that things were about to get out of hand, Julius cleared his throat before calling for everyone's attention and revealing the results of the Star Awarding Festival. In first we have the Golden Dawn. He yelled. Hell yeah. A couple of citizens shouted. With an unbelievable amount of 125 stars, the Golden Dawn have broken their previous record of 96 stars and have grasped first place once again. Who else but them? As expected. While the crowd was cheering, Julius started talking and everyone naturally quietened down. While the Golden Dawn has shown incredible effort this year, let's move on to the member who contributed the most towards star acquisition. The hopeful newcomer accompanied by the wind spirit Sylph, Yuno. Taking a step forward, Yuno drew the attention of the entire audience as several girls including Charmy started fangirling. Congratulations Yuno. Mimosa and Klaus congratulated amongst the noise. Yuno. For the first time since the award ceremony started, Grim finally looked away from the tigress. Compared to the last time he saw him, the current Yuno exuded an even more powerful aura. He's grown stronger. While he couldn't measure just how strong he had become, Grim couldn't help but wonder if Yuno was even his opponent any longer. Not to toot his own horn or anything, but with his current battle experience and his current level of mana control, he found it hard to believe anyone in the younger generation would be his match. He might have considered Asta if he was able to tap into that power that he had used during the Witch's Forest battle, it was just too bad that he couldn't. And while luck had become stronger after visiting the dungeon with Magna when they went searching for a cure for Asta's arms, the amount of strength he had acquired wasn't enough to rouse Grim's fighting spirit. But even so, he couldn't imagine that Yuno had become strong enough to fight the controlled version of Asta, let alone himself. And after experiencing the full power of the salamander, a grown one at that, he doubted that the immature state of the wind spirit would be a great amount of help in an actual battle. Carrying on with the awards, Julius called out the name of second place. With 101 stars, second place goes to the Black Bulls. Listening to the crowd's suspicious mummers, Grim couldn't help but grin as his squad mates focused on what they were doing instead of the Wizard King. Calling for everyone's attention, the Wizard King quickly explained the situation. I know that it may be a little strange that the Black Bulls are second place this year after previously garnering negative stars, but throughout these past 6 months the Black Bulls have displayed incredible growth and climbed all the way to second place at once. But the most impressive amongst them was their newcomer. Hang on a second, their captain's not even up here. Hey Black Bulls. He shouted in Grim and Asta's direction. Come up and receive your reward. Heh, sounds like they're calling for you, Asta. Grim smiled and looked over at his gray-haired friend. Me. Asta said in surprise. Who else? No. He waved his hand in front of his face. The Wizard King was obviously looking at you. And besides, if it wasn't for you I wouldn't even be here. What? In our first mission to that village, you let me take care of the leader and took on his underlings even though you were more than capable of beating him yourself. And you managed to defeat Mars after he hurt Noel and helped defend the kingdom after the Midnight Sun attacked the capital. You did that as well though. He's right, Grim. Noel stepped up and said. You also helped put an end to that Barrow guy who kidnapped the kids from the orphanage. Asta was there as well. Why do you guys want me to get on the stage so much? Waking up from her drunken nap, Vanessa chimed in for some reason. Don't forget that you burp also defeated a high-ranking member of both the Diamond Kingdom and the Eye of the Midnight Sun when we went to the Witch's Forest. Yeah. You also got the Witch Queen to fix my arms. Asta said, waving them. You got me into the Black Bulls and gave me the opportunity to continue to strive towards my dream. If you think you're not worthy of not accepting the award, then I'm definitely not. Turning to face the others, Grim saw all of them nodding their heads in agreement with Asta. I didn't even say anything about not being worthy. I just don't want to go up there because I'm 90% sure that I'll be recognized by the magic knights of the squads I demolished not too long ago. That being said, this could turn into an interesting outcome. All right. He nodded while looking at the ginger woman on the stage who was staring at him. Yeah. The Black Bulls cheered. Attaboy. Yami nodded before slapping him on the back. Chapter 81, Exposed. Excited at the thought of being recognized and starting a major brawl, a sly smile crept onto Grim's face as he manipulated his mana to levitate off the ground and slowly make his way into the air. Whoa. Look, mommy. Someone's flying. A child yelled after seeing him. Holy shit. That guy's wearing some dope-ass shades. Some random guy said with wide eyes. After taking to the skies, Grim seemed to attract a lot of attention from the crowd as the shades he had won from Yami and Magna all those months ago had found their way onto his face. Grinning at the adoration coming from the commoners below him, he flashed a cheek grin at the trembling Nebra who was standing in a little tower before flying over to the stage and landing next to Yuno. This guy, he can fly without a broom. Yuno frowned. Seeing Yuno stare at him, Grim revealed a provoking grin at both him and that little spirit. Grr. He's looking down on us, Yuno. Slyph yelled, pulling on his cheek. Ignoring the annoying little thing, Yuno's eyes never left Grim's figure as the two of them simultaneously released shocking levels of mana from their bodies. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Whoa. The crowd looked at the two newcomers with admiration. Bursting out from both of their bodies, a green glow and gray aura reflecting their magic types clashed together, causing a powerful shockwave to ripple through the air, shaking the surrounding area. Oh ho. Maria Leona grinned seeing the two of them. They're already capable of materializing their own mana. Charlotte muttered after seeing the gray and green aura clashing. TCH, show-offs. Jack scoffed. Feeling Yuno's mana push back against his, the gray aura released by Grim grew in size as an intense beastly aura started spreading out. Ha. Ha 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 ha. He started laughing as his aura started to push back against Yuno's. Ugh. Yuno frowned as he was forced to take a step back. Bell. Yuno muttered as his eyes hardened. Breathing out slightly, Grim felt the spirit's power start to change as she started glowing and hugging her body. He raised his eyebrow. Looks like he's about to do something interesting. I can't wait. Just as the two were about to take it a level further, everything suddenly stopped as they found themselves caught in the Wizard King's chronostasis orb. What? As much as I enjoy the spectacle, let's wait for a more appropriate time, The Wizard King's voice sounded out as he smiled before releasing the two of them. This fucker. Grim cursed and threw the king a death stare. Unfortunately, the king didn't seem to react as he merely sent him a smile before focusing his attention back on the audience. Who? That was awesome. You guys rock. Yeah, show 'em what you're made of, Grim. Rebecca and her sibling cheered. Despite being completely ignored by the two of them, the audience was clearly impressed by their show of power. While the crowd was cheering them on, nobody except Asta noticed the forced smile on Yuno's face. In that clash of mana just now, he was clearly at a disadvantage and was almost forced to use his trump card if not for the Wizard King stepping in. Staring at Grim, who seemed unaffected by releasing that much mana, Yuno couldn't help but clench his fists. I'll surpass you. Coughing loudly to draw everyone's attention, the Wizard King started speaking. As you can see, our new magic knights are something really special. But what you may not know is that these two are commoners just like all of you. Gasp. Seriously. Commoners can be that strong. Doesn't that mean that they've worked harder than the nobles if they can stand on the stage like that? Seeing that he had drawn everyone's attention, the Wizard King's voice grew louder as he started hyping up the magic knights. It's true that they're commoners, but that just shows you how hard they've worked to reach this point. Oh, proud citizens of the Clover Kingdom. Please give a warm round of applause to these two new magic knights. Who? Hell yeah. Let us overcome our differences in status and position to unite and guide our country to victory. The Wizard King yelled. All hail the Wizard King. The crowd cheered. This guy really knows how to give a speech. Grim noted. While everyone was busy cheering, a member of the purple Orcas who had mixed into the crowd took a closer look at Grim. Haven't I seen him before? Taking a longer look at him, the Magic Knight's eyes shook as he connected the dots. It's him. His voice shook as he stood to his feet. It's him, it's him, it's him. He started yelling loudly while pointing at the shade-wearing Grim. Huh. Someone heard him shouting quiet and down. And one by one, the Magic Knight started drawing more and more people's attention. What's he doing? This looks interesting. Does he know him? It drew so much attention that even the Wizard King and the captains had taken notice. It's him. He's the one who attacked our base. The men screamed. Attacked their base? The citizens said, looking confused. That's right. A member from the Azure Deer stood up after recognizing Grim. He attacked us too. And us. A random person wearing a coral peacock robe stood up and yelled. How did they recognize me in my shades? Just kidding. Well, this is interesting. Marioliona mumbled to herself while staring at Grim with a curious expression. Sigh. What did that boy do now? Yami sighed. Magic Knight Grim, what are they talking about? The Wizard King asked. Even the usually stone-faced Yuno was looking at him with interest. Can't say I wasn't expecting this. But at least it's not boring. Seeing all eyes on him, Grim smiled to himself before clearing his throat and taking a step forward. Citizens of the Clover. He shouted, surprising the Wizard King and all the captains. As you all know, 6 months ago I joined the Black Bulls after turning down 3 other Magic Knight squads. But why would I do that, you ask? Simple. Before my arrival, the Black Bulls were the worst of the worst, absolute trash in the eyes of the kingdom. But in a mere 6 months of me being there, my squad has not only surpassed every other prominent Magic Knight squad besides the Golden Dawn. I dare say our combat power even surpasses them. Asterisk gasp. Asterisk. Mumbles. Now. He continued. How could I possibly believe that, you wonder? Well, the results speak for themselves. I, a Magic Knight rookie, challenged 3 of our kingdom's Magic Knight squads and absolutely crushed them beneath me. Me. A guy who joined 6 months ago beat veteran Magic Knights and some of their vice-captains. Now. What does that say about the quality of Magic Knights if a rookie like me could do that? Facepalm. This guy. Yami mumbled while the crowd whispered amongst themselves. And you want to know the funny thing? I didn't even use that much power. In fact, I'm certain that this guy next to me points at Yuno and the other rookies in my squad are capable of doing the same. So I ask of you, Clover Kingdom citizens. Am I wrong for wanting to test the mettle of the Magic Knights who have sworn to protect our kingdom? No. Am I wrong for wanting to learn from my seniors? No. Am I wrong for them failing to beat me? No. Then I ask of you, my brothers and sisters, grins, do I deserve to be punished? No. Chapter 82, The Clover King. As he watched the rising cries of the Clover Kingdom citizens praise his name, Grim could only think, well, that was easy. Who knew getting public opinion on his side would pose no difficulty? While Grim was basking in the praises of the crowd, Nozel's face had scrunched up into an unpleasant-looking expression as it took everything he had not to attack Grim there and then. After the humiliating insults directed at him and his siblings during the previous ceremony, he had wanted to use any excuse to teach this brat a lesson. The Wizard King, on the other hand, was looking at Grim with a complicated expression. While he had been informed of the attacks on the Magical Knight squads and had recently ordered an investigation, never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the perpetrator was this boy in front of him. Looking at the boy smiling and waving to members of the audience, for the first time in his life, the Wizard Kingdom couldn't see a person's future. A/N, not literal future for you guys who take things too literal. In his speech, Grim had stated that he had only wanted to test the limits of the current Magic Knights. Combined with the fact that no one was hurt and that the public was on his side, the Wizard King and the captain saw that it was becoming increasingly harder to punish Grimm for his actions. If news got out that they had harshly punished an upcoming Magic Knight because he beat several senior knights who had years of experience on him, the Magic Knight captains and the Wizard King would be seen as bullying and suppressing the weak. Added to the fact that Grimm was a commoner like the rest of them, punishing him could incite a revolution against the current monarchy, as the Wizard King and many captains were nobility. Ha! That bastard Yami's really picked up someone interesting. Jack laughed while indirectly praising Grimm for his actions. So that's the guy who attacked my base. Rill mumbled to himself while giving Grimm a curious look. I wonder what kind of art I could produce by talking to him. Heh, with a guy like that around, no wonder the Black Bulls have come second this year. Marioliona chuckled while staring intensely at Grimm. This guy attacked Magic Knight squads by himself. Thought to himself. Seeing that it wasn't the right time to talk to Grimm about what had happened, the Wizard King coughed loudly and informed everyone of the rest of the squad rankings. First place, Golden Dawn. Second place, Black Bulls. Third place, Silver Eagles. Fourth place, Blue Rose. Fifth place, Crimson Lions. Sixth place, Green Mantis. Seventh place, Coral Peacocks. Eighth place, Purple Orcas. Ninth place, Azure Deer. Listening to the wizard announce the rankings, Grimm found himself grinning the entire time. Not only had he gotten away with attacking 3 Magic Knight squads, he'd also made so that the Wizard King and the others couldn't punish him without inciting public outrage. He'd probably get a stern talking to at most. Ah, humans are so easy to manipulate. Long live the Magic Knights. The crowd cheered. Long live the Wizard King. Once the crowd had settled down, the Wizard King continued speaking. Now that the rankings have been announced, here's the moment you've all been waiting for. His Highness the King of the Clover Kingdom Augustus Kira Clover XLLL has graced us with his presence. Clover Kingdom King. I forgot we had one of those. In all fairness, Grimm didn't take an interest in those he didn't consider strong, and from the rumors he'd heard about their king, he was incredibly weak and spineless. Walking through an archway connected to the stage, a middle-aged man with a pedophilic mustache dressed in some expensive-looking clothes carrying a scepter appeared on the stage and walked up right next to the Wizard King. Don't stand next to me, he said arrogantly while shooing Julius away. Ah yes. Julius nodded before distancing himself. Gee, give it up for our king, Julius said to the audience. Looking at Julius and then the king, the crowd cheered with little to no enthusiasm. Long live the king or whatever. Yeah. Was that it? Grimm wondered. I guess the king's even more unpopular than I thought. What the hell was that? The king snapped. Praise me more, you peasants. I am your king. I am the most important person in this country. Revere me. Is this guy for real? How dare you not cheer for me? This went on for quite a while. I am better than all of you. Oi, are you done yet? A voice interrupted. Huh. Everyone turned to look in the direction the voice came from. Sighing loudly, Grimm put his hands in his pockets and gave the king an arrogant look. If you're here to show off, you might as well give up now. What? The king's eyes went wide as he couldn't believe that there was someone capable of speaking up against him. I mean, you've got a lot of magic power and all, but you kind of give of a weak aura, you know. He's talking back to the king. The crowd gasped. Placing his hand on his chin, Grimm gave the king a quick look up and down. And looking at the way you carry yourself, I can tell that your combat prowess is even lower than most of the citizens standing here, he said while nodding to himself. How dare why? Oh. And I can't forget that incorrect statement you said earlier. Listening to the conversation between the king and Grimm, the Wizard King really didn't know how to interrupt. You said that the king is the most important person in the country and that we should revere you, right? Of course. The king stuck his chest out proudly. But if you suddenly vanished, wouldn't someone else just become the king? Huh. The king said, looking confused. I mean, there's definitely someone next in line for the throne, right? Well. And even if there wasn't, we could always just elect a new king, right? Doesn't that mean that you're essentially replaceable? What? The king shook. Are replaceable. And considering the fact that you haven't done anything impressive since becoming king, I'm not even sure we would realize you disappeared unless someone announced it. No one would realize. The king repeated with a blank look. Oh no, the Wizard King said, seeing the look of realization dawning on the king's face. A/N, Grimm's most dangerous weapon, his ability to speak. And even if we realized it, would the kingdom really stop functioning? Like if the Wizard King suddenly vanished, that'd put a dent in our country's fighting force and could open us to invasions from the other neighboring countries. Same thing for Magic Knight squads. But if you vanished, what would change? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Our military might would stay the same. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Our economy wouldn't be hurt. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Our citizens wouldn't suffer. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. At the end of the day, doesn't this prove that you're insignificant? Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk. As if a series of explosions went off in his heart, the king gripped his chest as his face turned deathly white. Ahahahaha, this kid's hilarious. Jack laughed. How crass. Nozel said, closing his eyes. Ahem. Julius coughed loudly. A/N, he's been coughing a lot lately. Actually, the reason the king's here today is because he has some important news to announce. Hit hard by Grimm's words, the king was no longer in the mood to speak to his citizens as he threw Julius a tired look and simply left the way he came while everyone watched. I guess I'll do it then, the Wizard King said to himself. Chapter 83, Interrogation. After watching the Clover King slump away, Julius announced that due to the attacks received from the Eye of the Midnight Sun that they would now be going on the offensive since they've discovered their base of operations. But in order to do that, the kingdom will be choosing from the strongest and most talented magic knights from each squad in order to form a powerful offensive unit called the Royal Knights. For Grimm, who was on the stage listening to all this, he honestly couldn't care less about the name. But the part that caught his attention was the examination they'd be having a week later. Apparently only those capable of passing the examination would be allowed to join the ranks of the Royal Knights. But even better than that was the fact that every magic knight was included in this examination. Meaning that Grimm could finally compete against the knights that weren't at the base when he attacked. And to make matters even better, now that they recognized who he was sure that they'd be gunning for him. Just the thought of so many people to break made his body tremble with excitement. A/N, yep, he still has issues. Oi, what the fuck is this? Sitting in a darkened room with his hands restrained by magic-depleting handcuffs, Grimm found himself sitting at the opposite end of a table facing the smiling Wizard King. Hello, Grimm. The king smiled. Not in the mood to be in the same room with someone absurdly stronger than him who he knows could beat him without breaking a sweat, Grimm kept his sentences short and to the point. Why am I here? Seeing the frown on his face, the Wizard King showed off a gentle smile and explained the situation to him slowly. Well, after that little show you put on in front of our citizens, don't you think it's only natural that you're sitting here? Show. Yes, were you admitted to attacking your own country's bases and sending several of them to the hospital? Not to mention that you publicly disrespected our king. If any other noble was here, your head would have already been rolling by now. Grimm looked at him puzzled before quickly regaining his posture. First of all, the Clover Kingdom ain't my country, it just so happens to be the place I'm chilling at until I get bored. Second of all, those people sent themselves to the hospital the moment they attacked me, it was purely self-defense on my part. Third of all, and this is the one you should pay attention to the most, the only reason I'm in these handcuffs is because you were on the scene. If any other person even attempted to touch me, well, I would be covered in blood at the moment, and trust me when I say it wouldn't be mine. A/N, unless it was a captain, but let's not talk about that. Looking at the smug look on Grimm's face, the Wizard King sighed before smiling again. Do you know why we're having this conversation? Because you can't imprison me without causing public outrage. No, while that may happen, it wouldn't take too long to quell the voices of the people by giving them something more interesting to look at. No, Grimm, the reason we're having this conversation is because I want you to join the Royal Knights. What? Grimm said, surprised by the answer. I want you to join the competition. The king repeated. I mean, I was gonna do it anyway, so, okay. Well, this was a waste of time. Of course this comes with a condition. Of course it does. Annoyed at having to sit alone in a room with the Wizard King, Grimm frowned but kept the conversation going. What condition? Seeing Grimm basically agree, the smile on the Wizard King's face grew wider. You have to let me see everything your magic can do, he said, slamming his hands onto the table and jumping up from his seat. I mean demon-slaying magic. I've never heard of it before. And then there's the fact that you can use multiple elements. Arg. I'm so curious that I just gotta know more. Show me. Show me. Show me. By this point, the king had somehow managed to crawl over the table and was now looking at Grimm with stars in his eyes. What the fuck? Sure. Was the only response capable of coming out of Grimm's mouth. Haha, yes. The Wizard King cheered. Wait a second. Was this his goal all along? Walking out of the castle mentally drained after showing off his magic to the Wizard King, Grimm came upon an unexpected scene of the ginger-haired woman from the stage and the rest of the Crimson Lions following behind her. But what really caught his attention was the fact that Asta, Noel, Yami, and Captain Charlotte were being carried around by flaming tiger paws made from the ginger-haired woman's mana. I wonder when seeing such sights became so normal. A/N, around the time he joined the Black Bulls. Feeling someone's gaze land on her, the ginger-haired woman turned to face the lone standing Grimm. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing their fire magic, both Grimm and the ginger-haired woman had blazing auras surrounding their bodies. Utilizing Breath of Flames and her fire magic, the temperature in the surrounding area rose to such a degree that Yami and the others could see their skin drying at a visible pace. Oh! Feeling the heat radiating off of him, Marioliona found herself taking a proper look at the boy. That's some good heat you got there. Hearing her compliment, Grimm couldn't help but smirk at her. Right back at Cha. He grinned. Smiling at each other, the two raised the temperature to the point that the sweat on the Asta and the others were starting to steam. Incredible. Grimm thought to himself. Even though he was using Breath of Flames to boost his resilience to fire-based magic, he was speechless at the fact that he was starting to sweat. Even with my resilience, she's able to make me feel the rising heat. This woman is on a whole different level compared to the other captains. He thought that the biggest obstacle in his way to being the strongest being in this world was the captains and the Wizard King, but now it seemed that a new challenger had appeared. Without his knowledge, Grimm's smile was growing wider and wider as his mana started to surge. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Burning brightly, the fiery aura around his body started pulsing as a wave of hot air hit Asta and the others. Hot, hot, hot. Asta yelped while frowned, doing his best to conceal his sweat. This crazy kid wants to challenge this damn lioness while I'm around. Yami cursed in his head. While he wasn't worried about Grimm hurting him, he couldn't say the same for Marioliona. Ah. Feeling Grimm's aura rise, Marioliona found herself grinning as her own aura started raising. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Appearing behind her, a phantom lioness made out of fire emerged and roared towards the fearless Grimm. Seeing the phantom image, Grimm was forced to take a step back as the roar contained what felt like an unstoppable force. He was forced to take a step back. Noel, Asta, and looked at Grimm in shock. While they could imagine just how powerful Marioliona was from the way she handled Yami and Charlotte, to see Grimm actually take a step back from her merely releasing her aura was jaw-dropping. This woman. I want to fight her. Chapter 84, Burning Bright. Whilst Yami and the others felt like they had been plunged into the depths of purgatory, Grimm and Marioliona kept their competition going. What's wrong, boy? Marioliona grinned. Can't take the heat. Says the one sweating more than a whore in a church. Grimm grinned back, seeing that she was also sweating. While it may be true that he was drenched at the moment, the fact that Marioliona wasn't having an easy time was enough to make him continue this insane competition. Hey, you're the first person to insult me without getting beaten straight away. Be proud of that achievement. So what you're saying is I'm your first? He smiled and pushed Breath of Flames even further. Well, since we're trading firsts, I should probably let you know that you're the first person to make me want to go even further with this fire magic of mine. Is that so? Mereoleona smirked, releasing an even greater wave of fire-based mana that blew strong gusts of hot air towards Grim. Watching her fiery aura grow to an even larger extent and feeling his skin start to sting, Grim was forced to put his arms up to help block the hot air that was pushing him back. So this is true fire magic. Just based on this pressure alone, it looks like Captain Fuego Leon still has a ways to go. What's wrong, boy? Mereoleona laughed. I thought you'd be able to handle more than this. Is she mocking me? Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Grim suddenly burst out into a fit of deranged laughter. Did I fry his brain? What's so funny? Mereoleona questioned while the others who weren't part of the Black Bulls looked at Grim with confusion. Oh, it's nothing. He chuckled, planting his feet firmly onto the ground. It's just that, this is the first time a woman's ever made me feel like this. What? Noel and the Crimson Lion said in unison. Ignoring them and keeping his eyes trained solely on Mereoleona's figure. That fire of yours, it's wild, untamed, savage. So what? Hearing her question, the smile on Grim's face started to widen once more. I've never tried this before, but with my current level of mana control and with someone demonstrating what a wild fire looks like, this is the perfect time to put this to the test. While proficient in using Breath of Flames, if compared to something like Breath of the Beast, Grim's achievements in this magic would seem pitiful. But with someone like Mereoleona standing before him and challenging him with an element that he uses, Grim couldn't help but want to trample over the magic she was so proud of. So to this end Grim was even willing to try something dangerous and untested. Watch closely, I'm about to surpass my limits. Closing his eyes, the fiery aura around Grim started to calm down and lose its wild nature. What's this? Your flames growing smaller. Is this what you call surpassing your limits? Mereoleona laughed. Ignoring her, Grim could feel the blood running through his veins. Remembering the salamander and the uncontrollable fire it released during its attack on the witch's forest, a small smile crept onto Grim's face as his fiery aura weakened to the point that it became a thinly coated aura around his body. It was only after watching as Mereoleona's fiery aura that started covering on the whole area and swallow up Grim's figure that Asta and the others started to panic. Grim. They screamed as they saw Mereoleona's flames devour him. TCH, there goes one of my subpar subordinates. Yami muttered. I'll drink to his memory. Shut up, will ya? Mereoleona snapped while looking in the direction Grim's figure had vanished. I might not know this kid like the rest of you do, but earlier I said that I would surpass my limits, didn't I? Grim's voice erupted from inside the flames. Grim. Noel and the others gasped hearing his voice. Still kicking Mereoleona smiled. Let me rephrase my earlier statement, I'm not only going to surpass my limits, I'm gonna go even further beyond. A/N, is that you, Goku? Feeling the air around them tremble, an astonishing amount of mana gathered around the area Grim's voice was coming from until. Boom. A bright blue light burst out, pushing Mereoleona's flames back. What? Everyone's eyes went wide. Mereoleona looked on in interest, unconcerned that her flames had been pushed back. This blue light. Noel muttered. Is this his water magic? No, this feeling, it's similar to Mereoleona's fire magic, but at the same time it feels completely different. What did you do, Grim? Creating a safe area within Mereoleona's aura of flames, standing bare-chested and surrounded by a fiery blue aura, Grim's figure was revealed to all. Blue flames. Everyone's eyes widened as blue flames danced around Grim's figure. I see. Mereoleona said, staring at him from her location. Using his newly acquired level of mana control, his experience of using fire magic and Mereoleona's demonstration of untamed fire in front of him, Grim was able to combine all three of these elements to understand his own fire magic, and instead of letting that power run wild like he normally would, he restrained that power and used his mana to up the concentration of heat within his flames, causing them to turn blue and surpass his previous flames. He has blue flames. Leopold muttered absent-mindedly. His control of mana surpasses mine, dealing with him in my current state will be difficult. Yuno observed. So you managed to control your flames and ignite that fire within you. Not bad, This might even become fun now. Become fun? This bitch is still looking down on me. When your flames were getting smaller and it looked like you were being swallowed by my aura, you were just making your flame smaller in order to gain better control over it, weren't you? Mereoleona asked. Who knows? He shrugged. Hey, straight to the point, a man after my own heart. Clenching her fists, Mereoleona's aura started rising again. Ready for round 2. Bring it. Chapter 85, Volcano. Ha. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Unleashing the full force of their mana potential, the sound of explosions rung through the air as intense waves of heat was blown in all directions. While Mereoleona's flames were wild and uncontrollable, Grimm's blue flames were controlled and hotter, allowing him to compete with this lioness. Ha 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 ha. The two laughed as the pavement was starting to melt from the sheer clash of their flame mana. Not bad. But let's take this a step further. Hearing Mereoleona's comment, Noelle and Leopold looked at the two of them with horror. Just the pressure from their mana is already melting the surrounding area. If these two actually started firing off spells, then this whole area might have been vaporized by now. You want to take this higher? Grimm laughed, holding his ground and surrounded by a blue flame aura. Then let's take this higher. Hearing the words from these two psychopaths, even the ever-chill Yami began to worry. Shit, how long are these two gonna go at it? I really need to take a dump. Charlotte, on the other hand, was astonished by Grimm's performance. While she couldn't gauge his combat ability from this encounter, just the fact that he was able to withstand Mereoleona's mana was a feat in itself. Raising the heat even further, the mages behind Mereoleona found that it was beginning to get harder and harder to breathe. One of the Crimson Lion members even passed out from the lack of oxygen. With the increased humidity and evaporating sweat combined with the current lack of moisture in the air, more and more magic knights started going weak in the legs. Realizing that something was wrong, Mereoleona, who was just beginning to tap into Grimm's fire magic potential, abruptly withdrew her aura. What? Seeing the fiery aura rescind, a confused Grimm watched as Mereoleona went to check up on the magic knights before turning back to him. Sorry kid, but if we go any further we might end up killing someone. Taken aback by her words, Grimm's lust for battle couldn't handle stopping midway as he snapped back with some harsh words. Who gives a flying fuck about them? If they're weak enough to die from something like this, then they don't deserve to call themselves knights. And besides, I'm not satisfied yet. Grimm. Noelle whispered as she looked at him with shocked eyes. While he might not have singled her out specifically, the Grimm she was looking at right now only seemed to have eyes for Mereoleona. If anything, he probably couldn't even see her or Asta at the moment. Not satisfied, eh? Mereoleona smiled. Well, come with me and I'll satisfy you to your heart's content. What? I know a place where we can go and won't be disturbed. So what do you say? Wanna go on a trip? Clenching his fists, Grimm stared hard at Mereoleona. After a minute had passed, the surrounding blue aura rescinded back into his body as he took on a calmer demeanor. Let's go. Seeing him agree, Mereoleona picked up an unconscious Crimson Lion member and slung him over her shoulder before pointing to the distance. Now then, let's go enjoy a hot spring. Surrounded by lava and rocks all around them, Asta, Noelle, Yami, Charlotte and Leopold stared at a currently active volcano with expressions filled with shock and confusion. What happened to the hot springs? Grimm, on the other hand, had no words. After all, he'd spent nearly 5 years training in a magic beast-infested forest, fought against a race that was thought to be extinct, conversed with an alternate version of himself that was living in his mind, and made a king contemplate the meaning of his existence. A volcano was nothing in comparison. A/N, facts. Welcome to the all-time volcano. Mereoleona announced to the group as the volcano erupted behind her. Due to the powerful mana embedded deep underground, this beast of a volcano is constantly spewing out lava to the point that no ordinary human could possibly reach its summit. But that just makes reaching its summit all the more satisfying. So how about it? Bet you're all so excited, you can't wait to tackle this beast. Now then, let's head for the top. While everyone was musing over how crazy this whole situation was, Leopold was looking at the volcano with stars in his eyes. If I can reach the summit, I'll definitely become stronger. Hey Asta, let's make this a competition, whoever reaches the top first wins. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Grim turned to face Mereoleona with fire in his eyes. Sensing his gaze, the lioness faced him. So what do you say? Up for a little hot spring soak? I came here to fight, not mess around in some stupid contest. Ha! You're a real interesting one. She laughed. But as much as I want to fight, you're just not on my level yet. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Upon hearing her words, the fires that he had been restraining burst out in a wonderful blue fury. Through grit teeth and blue flames, he looked to the Crimson Lion's current captain and in a deep voice he said. Say that again. This fire, it's hotter than it was in town. Has he been practicing while we were coming here? Noticing that Grim's flames had somehow gotten a little bit more hotter, Mereoleona felt her own battle lust rising. Oi you lot! She shouted to the others. If you don't want to get incinerated you better get as far away from here as possible. What? Unable to understand what she meant, the faces of everyone fell as Mereoleona released enough fire magic to scorch their skin despite them not being in contact with the flames. Time to go. Watching as everyone ran away, Mereoleona's attention focused solely on Grim's figure. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Running as far and fast as they could, the echoes of Grim's and Mereoleona's battle reverberated through the air as several explosions caused the already wild mana in the volcano area to become even more violent. What the hell? How are we meant to scale this thing in these conditions? A random member of the Crimson Lions cursed. Bursting forward and separating themselves from the rest, Yami and Charlotte shot into the distance. Trading blow after blow, the two magic knights turned the surrounding area into a meteor-sized crater as blue and orange flames crashed against each other. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Thrown back by one of Mereoleona's punches, the flame sword in Grim's hand shattered into pieces as he was sent flying backwards. Concentrating on his fire magic, the blue aura around his body molded itself into the shape of a gas fire torch used on a modern-day gas stove. Asterisk huff. Asterisk asterisk huff. Asterisk. Slowing his backwards momentum with his ability to fly, Grim barely managed to catch his breath and materialize a new flame sword as Mereoleona burst through a smoke cloud above him with a flaming fist centimeters away from his face. Shit. Calidus brachium. She screamed as her fist made contact with the ground, sending several cracks throughout the crater and causing spouts of lava to burst through. Oh. Didn't think you would be able to dodge that one, not bad little cub. Landing several meters away, Grim's clothes were damp from the excessive amount of sweat his body was releasing. His breathing had long since become ragged as his grip tightened on his sword hilt. And for the first time since experiencing a fight in this world, the smile that was usually on Grim's face started to falter. Compared to every other opponent he had faced, Mereoleona was truly something else. Even with his knowledge gained from fighting Yami, he never felt overwhelmed to such a state. If he fought Yami seriously, he knew that by the end of it he wouldn't even know how he died. Mereoleona on the other hand was the complete opposite. If she fought him seriously he'd know exactly how he died. Unlike Yami who'd probably split his body in half with his katana, Mereoleona was more straightforward. Instead of a quick death like with Yami, she would use blunt force to mercilessly beat him to death. Ha. Ha. Ha 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 ha. This is it. The challenge I've always wanted. Unable to hold it in any longer, the crazed look within Grim's eyes started to shine. Seeing that look in his eye, Mereoleona couldn't help but compliment him. That's a nice look you got there. I gotta say, for a little cub you're almost perfect. Perfect. Bitch, I'm flawless. Unleashing more of his blue flames, he condensed and compressed them under the soles of his feet. Breath of the blue flame, first form, unknowing fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Bursting forward with astounding speed and covered in blue flames, Grim's figure shot towards the grinning lioness. While Grim was busy fighting another battle maniac, Asta found himself alone and struggling against the volcano's blazing heat. Damn it. Everyone's already figured out this mana skin thing and gone on ahead. Covered in sweat and breathing heavily, Asta looked up at the towering volcano and felt his legs go weak. Fuck. A/N, ha. Looks like Grimm's influence is spreading to Asta. What's that sound? Looking behind him, a dot in the distance seemed to grow bigger and bigger. The sound of a high-pitched whistle became louder and louder. Is that AP? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Blowing past him, the dot crashed into the side of the volcano, causing a dozen or so rocks to fall from the top. Cough cough. Coughing loudly and covered in dust and soot, the dot, whose clothes were more or less burnt by this point, crawled out of the hole. Fuck. The woman is ruthless. Oh. Hi Asta. Grimm waved. Chapter 86, Round 3. How, but you were, Confused by how Grimm had gotten all the way over here despite being a mile or so behind him, Asta tried to rationalize this whole event without taking into account the fact that Grimm had been slammed into the side of the volcano. Seeing him struggle to work it out, Grimm sighed and pried himself up and out of the dent he had made, brushed himself off and prepared to head back towards the direction he had been sent flying from. Don't worry about it. Immediately after saying that, he coughed up 5 mouthfuls of blood and fell face first onto the ground. Ow. Holy crap. Asta exclaimed and ran to his side. Are you okay? Just peachy, but you know what'd make me feel even better, Asta? What? That small bottle of the bitch queen's magic blood that can heal any injury. You know the one, right? The one you gave to your seamen, pun intended, friends without my permission. It'd be real handy right about now. Oh A/N, the salt is real. Before Asta could answer, Marioliona's booming voice sounded out from above them. You done already? Huh. Looking up into the air, the sight of Marioliona falling towards them at an alarming speed. Oh shit. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Landing heavily, she created a small crater and sent dust and smoke blowing everywhere. Phew, now then, round 3. She said while looking at the downed Grimm. Yep, just give me a menu, blurg. Before finishing his sentence, he threw up a couple more mouthfuls of blood. Fuck. How did a single punch do so much damage to me? Cough cough. Coughing up chunks of blood, Grimm managed to crawl onto his feet and show off a bloody smile. Ready. He said with unsteady feet. Looking at the clearly exhausted Grimm, Asta and Marioliona's eyes met briefly before Marioliona turned back to Grimm. Well then, if you want to continue, meet me at the top of the volcano. And before giving Grimm a chance to say anything, she charged into the distance and vanished from sight. Seeing her leave, Grimm breathed a sigh of relief. While he wanted to continue, he wasn't sure his body could handle it. Heh, so that's how you want to play it? Grimm. Asta called out. You okay? I'm great. He said with a wild grin on his face as he wiped away the leftover traces of blood off his lips. He. He chuckled while staring at the top of the volcano and tightening his fists. Time to tame a lioness. Closing his eyes, Grimm switched to Breath of the Beast. After letting that wind mage from the Eye of the Midnight Sun poke several holes in his body back in the capital, Grimm had discovered that all his magic types had an extra attribute that he hadn't known about beforehand. As it turned out, no matter which style of magic he was using, he was actually capable of clotting wounds from severe injuries and slowing down the circulation of poison in his bloodstream. But for some reason it was most effective whenever he had Breath of the Beast active. Not to mention that he was basically immune to poisons when using that style. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Snapping his eyes open, the ground beneath his feet cracked and shattered from the force being emitted from the blue flames that had gathered around him once more. Changing styles again, he slowly started levitating off the ground. Oi Asta. He called out without looking back at him. Hurry up and figure out how to use that black form of yours, my standard for sparring partners has risen recently. And with that, in a burst of blue light he shot through the air and towards the top of the volcano, leaving blue fire embers trailing behind him. Hey, let's go on a date after this. Ignoring the wind spirit sitting on his shoulder, who was currently flying through the air while maintaining his mana skin, felt a huge explosion of mana behind him. What th? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Bursting past him at an alarming rate, a pumped-up Grimm blew past him, ignoring his person entirely and messing up his hair in the process. He can fly. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Cloaked in blue flames and flying so fast that he constantly broke the speed barrier, the grin on Grimm's face wouldn't let up. Ha 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 ha. He laughed madly while shooting down towards Mereoleona, who was standing on a rock float in the middle of the currently active volcano. Round 3 bitch. Breath of blue flames, 9th form, Rengoku. Pouring a large amount of mana into his new blade and holding it above his hand as he dived downwards, he slashed the burning blade down towards the smiling Mereoleona and released a white-hot beam of concentrated fire. Smiling at his attempt, the ferocious captain of the Crimson Lions kicked off the rock with enough explosive force to shoot her through the air and charged towards the beam with her flaming fists active. Flame magic, Calidus Brachium. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Colliding with the beam with nothing but her fist, a earth-shaking explosion rung out as a terrifying shockwave threatened to wake up all the magic lifeforms living on this volcano. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Bursting through the dust cloud that the impact had created, Mereoleona, who barely had a scuff mark on her, charged towards the diving Grimm with a scary smile on her face. That's not all you've got, right? As the two closed in on the other, Grimm's fiery blue aura transformed into a calming blue one. Ha! Breath of water, 3rd form, flowing dance. Unaware that Grimm was capable of changing magic attributes, Mereoleona was caught off guard as Grimm somehow managed to swerve past her punch and get behind her. Breath of wind, 1st form, dust whirlwind cutter. Surrounded by high-speed rotating wind blades that covered him from head to toe, Grimm aimed the attack at her back. But to his surprise, Mereoleona kicked off the air, allowing her evade the attack and closing in on Grimm. Activating flowing dance, at the last second, he barely managed to avoid being sent flying by another flaming fist. Breath of thunder, 3rd form, thunder swarm. Whistle, so it was more than just one type of magic type, huh? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Coating herself and expanding her fiery aura, the rotating thunder clashed with her aura and quickly dissipated. But that was all part of Grimm's plan. While she was focusing on his thunder swarm, Grimm had changed back to his blue flames and used the opportunity in which she was distracted to use his heightened fire resistance to break through her aura and appear in front of her with his sword thrusting towards her throat. I win. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Arg. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Detonating her aura while Grimm was mere centimeters away from her, the black-haired boy was sent hurtling downwards and crashed through several layers of the outer area of the volcano until he was good and buried. Standing in the air, a proud-looking felt a bit of wetness of her cheek. Touching it with her fingers, a hint of surprise flashed through her eyes as her finger was stained red from a shallow cut. Not bad, cub. She smiled. Arga. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A/N, he's gone Super Saiyan. LOL. What now? While Grimm and Mereoleona had been fighting, Yami, who was smoking a cig, and Charlotte, who was trying not to pass out from being so close to Yami, were both watching the fight with minor interest. Buried several feet into the volcano, an animalistic roar sounded out as blue light escaped the cracks before completely exploding and blowing away the rocks he was buried under. He's still capable of fighting. How fun! Lowering herself down onto one of the floating rocks on top of the lava, Mereoleona closed her eyes and waited for his return. Unwilling to end things now, from deep underground Grimm's aura shot into the sky as his flames swept away everything in its path. Something really is wrong with this kid. Making his way back up to the surface bathed in a sea of blue flames, Grimm sent several rocks around him flying as his grimoire flew next to him, showing a new page. Ignoring the book, Grimm's eyes were trained on a certain lioness as he flew over and landed on a floating rock opposite her. Not saying a word, Mereoleona's eye snapped open as the image of a flaming lioness emerged behind her. Feeling his battle lust being stimulated, Grimm's grimoire started shining brightly as the image of a flaming blue tiger emerged behind his back. Breath of blue flames, 5th form, flaming tiger. Hey, to think I thought you were lion's cub, turns out you're a little tiger. Smiling at her words, Grimm's flaming tiger released a roar that gently shook the top of the volcano. What can I say? He grinned. When it comes to lions, only the females are capable of hunting right. My magic simply reflects the superior male creature that I am. While saying this he not so subtly indicated to his tiger. A/N, it truly astounds me that Grim can get his ass handed to him but can still act so arrogantly. Actually, it doesn't. Hearing his words, Marioliona's aura skyrocketed as even Yami and Charlotte started to focus on the situation. "Ah shit, look like she's actually gonna kill him this time." Raising his own aura, Grim's body started to overflow with battle intent. "Say that again." "Make me." He grinned. But just as these two were about to get it on, a familiar scream rang through the air. "Borg. Help me. I can't stop." Looking up at the sky, Asta, who had somehow entered into his black form, was heading straight towards Grim's figure. Remembering how Asta's sword seemed to be attracted to the thing with the highest amount of mana, Grim couldn't help but say, "Oh fuck." Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Chapter 87, Real Men. Switching to Breath of Water, at the last minute, Grim narrowly evaded Asta's mana-homing sword and responded in kind by switching to Breath of Wind, and creating an air bomb in the middle of his palm. Using that rotating orb of compressed wind magic, he slammed it into Asta's side and sent him flying into the distance before he could sink both of them into the magma. A/N, LOL, Grim pulled a Minato. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Releasing all the stored-up wind magic the moment the orb touched Asta's body, a powerful wind explosion occurred that caused the spectating Yami, Charlotte, and Marioliona to cover their faces from the gusts. Ugh. TCH, how annoying. By the time the explosion had died down and after watching Asta get sent flying away, the previous battle intent that both Grim and Marioliona had accumulated had subsequently simmered. Having Asta interrupt really ruined the mood and the two of them felt like the moment had passed. A/N, damn you Asta. Took you lot long enough. Now who's ready for the hot spring? Yeah. Watching Marioliona raise the spirits of the recently arrived Crimson Lions, Grim stood in the background next to Yami with a deadpan look on his face. After the interruption caused by Asta, he felt like his fight with the raging lioness had yet to be completed and this left him with a feeling of emptiness. While Grim was thinking about this, Asta stood next to Yuno grinning like an idiot over the fact that he had consciously entered his black form. Looking up at the darkened sky, Grim realized that night had fallen and the volcano seemed to have calmed down. Weird. All right, you lousy lot. You have my permission to bathe in the hot spring. Marioliona barked. Walking to the edge and looking into the area where the hot spring was supposed to be, Grim's face made a complicated expression. You call that puddle a hot spring? No sooner after he had said those words did steamy hot water burst from the puddle, turning the entire area into a naturally formed hot spring. Whoa. Awesome. Cool. Seeing the hot spring form, Asta and the other Crimson Lions looked on with starry eyes while Marioliona looked at Grim with a smug face. This bitch. While everyone was amazed at the sight in front of them, Soul, a member of the Blue Roses that Grim had previously fought when he raided their hideout, was having different thoughts. Hold up. There are men and women here. Don't tell me that Lady Marioliona wants us all to bathe together. No no no. She abruptly shouted, catching everyone off guard. Men are absolutely not allowed to see Sis's clean and chaste body. Why does this bitch seem like someone who would enjoy the witch's forest? Not getting an answer to his question, Soul's grimoire flashed open as she created a earth wall that divided the hot spring into two parts. All right everyone. Into the water. Marioliona yelled. Hell yeah. Inside the hot spring. Think you're so friggin' cool, huh? Well, try this heat on for size. Standing in front of Yuno, Leo was actively heating up the water and trying to break Yuno's cool guy facade. What are you talking about? Did you raise the heat or something? Yuno said smugly while sweating intensely. Sitting at the side, Grim watched them while recalling his fight with Marioliona. Finally having a moment to think about it, he realized that he had made quite a few rookie mistakes. But more than that, he realized just how exceptional Ms. Lioness really was. Throughout the entire fight she had only used a single spell. Even Yami had to use 2 or 3 when fighting him, but she managed to completely dominate him using 1 spell. Why are all the people I'm meeting just getting stronger and stronger? It was a shame that he was unable to continue his fight with her as he felt that he was improving at a rapid pace. Compared to the second fight he had with her, in their third round he was at least able to leave a mark on her. Well, there'll be time in the future. Closing his eyes, a look of satisfaction finally formed. After battling her, he had learned quite a few things. But the biggest thing he was able to take away from the experience was his new fire magic spell, Flame Tiger. After acquiring this spell, he finally understood why his lightning magic had been so stagnant over the past 6 months. Similar to his fire magic, which was also growing stagnant, he simply needed to be hit by magic that vastly exceeded his current elemental resistance. Mereoleona's flames were hot enough to make him to sweat. Getting hit by her naturally caused his masochistic ability to gain new spells to activate. So I just need to get hit by someone whose lightning magic is stronger than Lux, huh? Guess I better start searching. Oi Grim! Yami called out. Stop daydreaming, we're about to go peeking. He pointed at the earth wall. What? Several of the Crimson Lions looked at him horrified. Are you crazy? Do you want to kill us? Quit making excuses. Yami snapped. If you were born a man, then this is something you must do. Even if it costs you your life. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As if an explosion went off in their brains, a look of realization flashed onto the faces of the Crimson Lions. So this is what it means to be a man. As Yami opened his mouth to continue speaking about how peeking on a woman's naked body was a sacred rite of passage for all men, holy music seemed to descend from the heavens as the light of the moon bathed Yami in its glow. A/N, WTF LOL. No matter what kind of man you are, it's all the same. You want to see them too, don't you, Mr. Cool? Not really. Seeing Yami look at him, Yuno quickly turned his head to the side as to not look suspicious. Is that so? Grabbing onto Yuno's head and beginning to squeeze, Yami began to go all gangsta on him. Think you're too good to peek with us, huh, you little shit stain? Please stop, Captain Yami. Asta jumped in, trying to defend his childhood friend and rival. Yuno really doesn't want to see. Ever since he was a child, he's only taken baths with other men. Hearing Asta say that, everyone's expressions changed when they looked at Yuno. Seeing their expressions, a throbbing vein appeared on Yuno's forehead. Asta, you bastard. You really picked the worst way to phrase that. Ignoring what they were saying, Leo was thinking about what his brother would do in this situation. My brother is the manliest man I know, would he peek? No. Leo suddenly yelled. My brother wouldn't condone these types of actions. In fact, it'd probably send him into a rage and he'd try to stop us. What the hell are you talking about? Shouldn't you be aiming to surpass your brother? Why would you copy something he would do? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Feeling a second explosion going off in his mind for the second time today, Leo jumped out of the water and led the charge. Let's see some titties. Hell yeah. Everyone else screamed and followed behind him. Why are you all getting so fired up? And one of those girls are related to you, Leo. Oi Grim. Yami called. You coming or what? Thinking about it now, Grim was quite curious about the naked body of the woman who was able to beat him. Of course, seeing the other girls naked would be a nice bonus. I'm in. He nodded and stood up. Arg. Save me. Forgive me. Forgive me. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Watching the Crimson Lions getting tossed and beaten by the girls, Grim stood high in the air watching the bouncy parts of the naked women jiggle. Noelle's got a decent rack. Who would have guessed? Sigh, if I knew it would have been like this, I would have invited Vanessa and Mimosa. Maybe Rebecca as well. Rating the girls in his mind, Grim was struggling to decide whether Charlotte or Mereoleona was number one. For God's sake, save us. Chapter 88, Power Difference. Yawn. Finally time, huh? After the hot spring training trip, Grim and the others had gotten a couple of days to relax and prepare for the Royal Knight's examination. Of course, Grim and Asta used this time to train themselves up. For Asta it was about finding his limit to his black form, for Grim it was all about his speed in switching between styles. Ever since his fight with Mereoleona, he realized that he could have done more damage if he was faster at switching between magic types more fluently. This led to him arriving at the meeting area slightly more tired than the other magic knights. Not to mention how Yami coerced him into drinking with him and Vanessa all night, leading to him having an annoying hangover. YAWN. Wearing the shades he won from his gambling game with Yami all those months ago, Grim felt like they helped block out the intense rays of sunlight. Hearing him let out another yawn, the magic knights standing around him started to become more and more annoyed as they waited for the Wizard King. "Can you stop that?" One magic knight from the purple Orcas finally snapped after hearing him yawn for the 5th time in a row. Turning his head in the direction of the voice's origin, Grim saw that he didn't recognize the person and blew him off with a simple but tired "fuck off." "You." Enraged by Grim's words and having never experienced a fighting him before him nor recognizing him from the Magic Knight base attacking incident, the purple Orca member raised his arm and was about to fire off a spell towards the tired-looking Grim. Before he could do so, a girl with orangey-brown hair stood in front of his hand, forcing him to cancel the spell unless he wanted to hit her. "Please excuse his language." The girl suddenly bowed to the Magic Knight while apologizing on Grim's behalf. Caught off guard by the girl's actions, the Magic Knight momentarily halted the activation of his magic. It was just a shame that he reactivated it once he heard Grim's voice again. "Oi Mimosa, don't lower your head when speaking to trash." Having heard enough, the man pushed past Mimosa and grabbed Grim by his collar. "Who you calling trash, peasant?" "Whoa, don't tell me this is another noble that I have yet to meet." Seeing the rage-filled expression on the guy's face, he gathered a lot of saliva in his mouth and spat in his face. "Hands off, retard." "Arg." The man suddenly screamed in rage as he felt Grim's saliva running down the side of his face. "Oh no," was the only words running through Mimosa's head as she flashed back to Grim's actions during the noble gathering from all those months ago. Smiling at the man's actions, Grim gently held onto his wrists and used that breath of the beast, enhancing strength to slowly crack. Crush the Magic Knight's bones with ease. Feeling an intense pain shoot through his wrists and up into the rest of his body, the man wanted to scream and pull his hands away before things got even worse. But before he could open his mouth to scream, Grim made sure that his hands were still wrapped around his collar to make him look like the aggressor before quickly headbutting the Magic Knight to stop him from screaming. Watching the man's legs buckle and fall to his knees due to the sheer amount of intense pain wrecking his wrists, Grim couldn't help but grin with sadistic glee. "How long has it been since I felt this?" After facing the Eye of the Midnight Sun, the Bitch Queen, Yami, and Marioliona, Grim had briefly forgotten the joy in stepping on those weaker than him and plunging them into lifelong despair. Unable to conceal it any longer, the look in Grim's eyes started to frighten the current onlookers as many recognized him as the crazy bastard who attacked several Magic Knight bases with no regard for the consequences. Gripping the man's wrists even tighter to the point that he felt the bones being squashed from his treatment, the Magic Knight's now audible screams became music to Grim's ears as his face turned slightly red and his breathing became hurried. "Oh, how I've missed this feeling." Seeing the orgasmic bliss in Grim's eyes, everyone except an entranced Mimosa looked away. Having never seen this side of Grim before other than that time with the Silva siblings, she found her heart beating faster as a new type of curiosity was born in her. Unaware of the effects his actions were having on the young royal, Grim wondered just how far he could take this. It was just a shame that the sudden arrival of the Wizard King who appeared next to him ended the moment. "Could you do me a favor and let him go?" Not even sensing that he was next to him, Grim's instincts went into overdrive as he let go of the Magic Knight's wrists and jumped back before materializing his beast swords and getting into a combat-ready stance. "We need to have a little chat." Feeling the Wizard King's hand resting on his shoulder, Grim's eyes went wide as he slowly turned his head to the side, and from the corner of his eye he saw the Wizard King standing behind him with a friendly smile plastered across his face. What the fuck was that? He moved so fast that my key sensing and transparent world couldn't even keep up. While he knew that the Wizard King was a powerhouse that he couldn't beat at the moment, after training himself to the point that he could leave a mark on Marioliona's face, he still couldn't believe that such a large gap existed between them. "Looks like I've still got a long way to go before becoming the strongest existence in this world." While shocked at the difference in power between him and Julius, the thought that he would be able to overcome this power sooner or later caused a terrifying smile to spread across his lips. Chapter 89, Teams. "Oi, Mr. Wizard King, you're ruining my fun." "Is that so?" Julius smiled, not removing his hand from Grim's shoulder. "Yeah." "Ah, but Grim, if you make trouble here I'm afraid that I'll have to disqualify you before you get a chance to even take part in the exam. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Hearing Julius's words, a shocking amount of bloodlust burst out of his body and was directed solely at the Wizard King. Are you trying to blackmail me? He asked in a deep voice. I wonder. Julius smiled nonchalantly as if he didn't feel the bloodlust directed at him. To think he'd be able to control his bloodlust to the point that only those he directs it at can feel it. How fascinating. Seeing that the Wizard King had no intentions of backing off, Grim was forced to rein in his bloodlust and dematerialize his beast swords. TCH. Brushing his hand off his shoulder, Grim walked away without saying a word. That fucking prick. Just you wait, I'll end you. Still annoyed at having his fun ruined, Grim rejoined Mimosa and the recently arrived Asta and Yuno. Yo Grim. Asta waved when he saw him. Humph. Why'd you come so early? We wanted to come together with you. Noelle scolded while showing a soft expression. Nice to see you again, Grim. Klaus greeted like a normal person. Even that quiet kid Yuno gave him a polite nod. While everyone was greeting him, Mimosa, who had also arrived earlier than her squad mates and was aware of the previous events involving Grim and the purple orca, quietly walked up to his side and looked up at him with some worry in her eyes. What did the Wizard King say? Not wanting to think about that fun-ruining bastard any more than need be, he brushed her off with a simple "have fun." Oh. She looked doubtful but then smiled. That's nice of him. Just as Grim was beginning to calm down, the voice of a certain lion brought his anger back up to the brink. You know. Asta. Grim. Hee, I hope you didn't forget about me. Walking up to them with a confident expression was the heir to the Crimson Lions, Leopold Vermilion. Oh great, if it isn't my self-proclaimed rival. At least Asta, in his black form, and that guy can fly. I hope you guys are ready, 'cause I'm gonna be the one to take first place in this exam. Rolling his eyes, Grim blocked him out and started looking around the area. Finral dyed his hair. Luck also seems like he's gotten a bit stronger. Too bad that his progress is slower than Asta. I really wanted two good sparring partners. Oh, Magnus here as well, not like it makes any difference though. Turning away from the Black Bull group, he started analyzing the knights from other squads. Punched, stabbed, stomped, kicked, kneed, burned, slashed dash. Looking at the participants, a couple of their faces looked familiar as he was pretty sure the majority of them were there when he went base hopping. Oh. Didn't expect these two to be here. Looking over at the Silver Eagle camp, the sight of Solid and Nebra appeared in his eyes, causing his lips to turn upwards. Ahem. If I could have everybody's attention. Hearing the voice, everyone looked in the same direction. Wizard King. They all saluted besides Grim. Smiling at everyone's enthusiasm and ignoring Grim's blatant glare, Julius began his announcement. I see that everyone has gathered. Well then, without any further ado, let's begin explaining the rules behind the Royal Knight Selection Exam. Moving to the side slightly, the Clover King appeared behind him but seemed to lack his usual energy. But spoke in a voice so quiet that one could confuse him for a shy child. The fuck happened to him? A/N, you. So we work as a team to destroy the enemy crystal, huh? After listening to the explanation on how this exam would work, Grim couldn't help but feel slightly underwhelmed at the prospects of working with other people. What a shitty exam. How does this help demonstrate our abilities against the Eye of the Midnight Sun? We should be choosing the top combat mages and mixing them in with a small number of healing and defense mages. And as if to answer his thoughts, Julius seemed to look directly at him and say, cooperation and pure power won't be enough to beat our enemy. We thought this type of exam would be the best measure of your strategic abilities. What bullshit. I hope we're on a team together. Mimosa said, giving him a reassuring smile. Before he was able to answer, the results of the teams were published on screen. Where am I? Where am I? Asta repeated while searching for his name. Turning to face the board, Grim was surprised to see who he was matched up with. From the two names that had appeared, he only knew one of them. Selena from the Blue Roses. The one directly responsible for him achieving Breath of Water. Well, ain't that something? He smirked. Grim. Mimosa said, concerned after seeing him smile at that random girl's name. While she definitely wouldn't recognize him, Grim found it amusing that he would be working with someone he had used to power himself up. The last person on his team was some guy by the name of David Swallow. Hagei. While not much was known about the guy, considering he was from the Golden Dawn, he couldn't be that weak, right? I'm with Mimosa. Asta suddenly yelled after seeing Mimosa's name under his. I'm with you, no. Noel muttered while taking a quick glance at the spirit-chosen wind mage. Before any of them could react to their teams, a voice from the sky interrupted them. Huh. Thanks to his transparent world ability, Grim sensed movement in the sky before everyone else and looked up. Sorry I'm late. What the? Dropping down from the sky with his hands in his pockets, a crimson-haired man wearing a black mask, a purple Orca magic knight robe and what looked like a weird fetish outfit landed on the stage hard and threw his arms around the Wizard King's shoulder. Sorry for being late, oh mighty Wizard King, please forgive me. Who the hell? Asta started but was interrupted by the man. Zerx Lugner, nice to meetcha. He greeted. Zerx Lugner. Wasn't that the guy I beat when I invaded the purple Orca base? Not understanding what was going on, Grim looked at this Zerx Lugner and then at Asta's full team. Slowly putting the pieces together, he couldn't help but grin. Looks like this won't be a completely boring exam after all. Chapter 90, David and Selena. After getting off the stage and greeting Asta by handing him a stink bug, this fake Zerx Lugner took his place among his teammates. Seeing that everyone's teams had been made, Julius coughed loudly to draw everyone's attention. Ahem. Due to there being an uneven number of teams, one team will automatically advance to the next round. Gasps. Whisper. Whisper. Waiting for everyone to quiet down, Julius continued. The team who shall be advancing to the next round will be Team I. Team I. Them. TCH, well I guess that makes sense. Hearing all the mummers around him, the only thought in Grim's head was, who the fuck is Team I? So they're Team I. After searching for Team I's team members on the board, Grim understood why they were automatically advanced to the next round. Nils Ragus. Ruben Shigar. X. While the team didn't look like much, Grim guessed that they were able to advance to the next round because of this mysterious X person. It seemed like a couple of the other Magic Knights had figured this out as well. What are you hiding, Wizard King? Seeing Grim's eyes land on him, the Wizard King showed him a friendly smile before addressing the rest of the Magic Knights. Now then, if you would please step through the portal over there. He pointed to an open door that was connected to a portal. We can now make a start with the exam. Walking through the portal with Asta and the others, the group was brought to an outdoor area filled with forests, sand, and grassy terrains. Oh my god. It's the Crystal Destruction Battle Tournament stage. A random Magic Knight yelled in awe. Really? It is. While everyone was getting hyped over the battlegrounds, Grim wondered why the people in this world got excited over the smallest things. Once everyone had arrived, Julius called everyone's attention. This battle stage is divided into several different areas so that everyone is able to use their powers to the fullest. And for the sake of fairness, the rounds were decided by us earlier by drawing lots, so if you could pay attention to the board behind me you'll see what team you are and who your opponents are. Looking up at the board, Grim's face fell when he saw who he was up against. Fucking scrubs again. Of all the people on the enemy team he was up against in the first round, only a girl named Wainsley caught his attention. But don't get it twisted, this had nothing to do with her ability as a Magic Knight. If he hadn't heard someone shout her name during the Blue Rose attack incident, he doubted that he would even take notice of such a plain-looking girl. A/N, as a man of culture, I respect plain-looking girls because we all know that they have to work twice as hard compared to naturally good-looking girls. Yo. You're Grim right. While he was dealing with the fact that he had to fight a bunch of no-names for his first match, an unfamiliar voice snapped him back to reality. Huh. David. Mimosa suddenly said once she saw the person who called out. Turning to look at this David guy, Grim cast a glance over his figure. Blue eyes, short blonde hair and quite tall. Why do I get the feeling that this guy would be fetishized by an angry little man who was deranged over the fact that he couldn't grow a mustache properly? Weird. Oh. You were here to Mimosa. David said in surprise, seeing his squad mate standing here. Before she could answer, another unfamiliar voice rang out in the distance as a girl with long wavy brown hair and green eyes hurried over to them. Grim and David swallow right. "Oh, you must be Miss Selena from the Blue Rose, right?" David said after seeing her magic night robe. "Ah, yes." She suddenly bowed. "Pleased to make your acquaintance." Going red in the face, she realized that she had bit her tongue and messed up her introduction. "Cute" was the only word David could describe it as. Looking at the girl, Mimosa couldn't help but frown as she saw that Selena had been sneakily throwing glances Grim's way. While Grim had seen it too, he merely shrugged it off. It was only natural after all. Considering the fact that he had soloed several Magic Knight bases by himself, which proved his strength, it wasn't a surprise that women would be interested in him. Also, factoring in his above-average appearance into the equation, it'd be stranger if he didn't attract her attention. After bidding farewell to Mimosa and the rest, Grim and his teammates made their way to their own corner. "So what's your magic attributes?" he asked once they were far enough from the other teams. Laughing lightly, David told Grim all about his magic and its uses. Dice magic, magic that manifests dice that generate power in proportion to the number of pips rolled. After hearing his description, Grim couldn't help but think about how unreliable this type of magic was. Right now, David's combat potential was probably the weakest in the group. If it weren't for him being a noble and having a vast amount of mana, Grim would consider him completely useless. Moving on to Selena, Grim didn't really need to hear her explanation, as he already knew more about water magic than he would have probably liked to. Not to mention that he had once taken the full brunt of it, not that he would remind her. "Okay." He nodded after hearing about their abilities. "What do you know about the enemy Magic Knights?" "Since Wainsley is part of the Blue Rose, you go first, Selena." While it was unknown why Grim was calling all the shots at the moment, it seemed like Selena and David didn't really have a problem with it and naturally followed his lead. Gathering all the intel needed, Grim could only admit that the opposing team really were scrubs. Well then, let's get this over with. Stepping onto the battlefield, Grim and the other Magic Knights were informed that they weren't allowed to kill anyone. Match start. Chapter 91, Shaking the Kingdom. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Dodging the incoming vine needles bursting up from the ground, Grim crossed the grassy terrain and closed the distance between him and his other three opponents within seconds. Damn it. How can we be pushed back by a single Magic Knight? Controlling the vines with his plant magic, Roland poured everything he had into stopping Grim's advance. "Wainsley!" he yelled. Hearing his voice, the girl from the Blue Rose squad did her best to pick up the crystal and put some distance between them and Grim. Fire magic, flame spike. Providing cover for her, the last member of their team, Nyx from the Green Mantis squad, used his magic to create a whip made of fire with fire spikes protruding from it. "Playing with fire in front of me. Do you want to die?" Amused at Nyx's little fire magic, Grim stopped dodging the vines and switched to Breath of the Blue Flames. Incinerate. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Unleashing his majestic blue flames and expelling them from his body and into the surrounding area, Roland watched in horror as his vines were burnt the moment they came out of the ground. Impossible. Get cancelled, motherfucker. Grinning at the look on his face, Grim charged forward without a hint of fear on his face. Protect the crystal. I'll stop this bastard. Pushing Roland behind him, Nyx stepped forth and started slashed at Grim with his flame spike. Heh. Activating his ki, Grim slowed down for a mere instant as he slightly leaned to the left and watched as the whip slashed down from the sky and smacked the ground. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Grabbing onto the spike-covered whip, Grim felt the muscles in his arms tighten as he clenched down and pulled Nyx towards himself. Waha. Feeling as if his arms were about to rip off, Nyx's brain didn't have enough time to process what was going on as he was dragged towards his enemy. Nyx. Roland screamed. Watching him fly through the air, Grim pulled his arm back and gathered blue fire magic around his fist. You like to play with fire, huh? Then let's play. Unable to hold it back any longer, Grim's sadistic smile crawled its way up to the surface as his right arm shot out and drew in close to Nyx's nose. Feeling as if the world had slowed down and lost all color, Nyx watched as the blue flame-colored fist slowly approached his face. So this is how I die. Resigning himself to fate, he closed his eyes and accepted the outcome. But just as he was prepared to receive this punch, he heard a word that would haunt him for the rest of his lifetime. Rengoku. Flashback. So what's our strategy here? Should we hide the crystal and then attack them all together, or leave one of us behind to defend it while the others deal with the enemy's crystal? Selena asked. Hide the crystal. Grim looked at her with an amused expression. What's the point of doing something so unnecessary? Unnecessary. Looking at the confused expression on her face, Grim couldn't help but place his hand on her chin and slowly raise her head up so that the two of them were looking into the other's eyes. I alone am enough to win this. I. Turning bright red in the face, Selena's mouth suddenly went dry as all the water in her body started flowing downwards. Having never been so close to a man before, she felt her legs go weak as her strength threatened to leave her. Looking at the actions of the two magic knights from the projection, women from all over the Clover Kingdom felt their faces flush red and subconsciously clenched their legs together. This was especially true for the women from the Blue Rose Squad. Viewing platform. Watching Grim holding that girl's chin and peering into her eyes, the magic knights watching from the viewing platform were at a loss for words. What a naughty boy. Vanessa giggled. This guy's more of a playboy than I am. Finral whined, remembering the time he brought Grim on that mixer. To be young again. Julius chuckled while watching the match. While everyone was whispering about what was happening in front of them and about how bold Grim's actions were, the girls from the Blue Rose were having a different discussion. Oh my god. Did you see what he just did? What's Selena's boyfriend gonna say? Do you think they'll break up? Do you think they'll fight over her? Kia. It's a love triangle. While the girls from the Blue Rose were gossiping, there was a small group of girls whose eyes had hardened over the sight of Grim's action. Noelle, that hussy. Mimosa, that floozy. Rebecca, that bitch. After spending years working besides Grim, Rebecca had picked up on the meaning of some of his phrases and was now using them in a way that would make him proud. On the other hand, there was one woman who was amused at the sight. Marioleona, what an interesting lad. Guys. I'm still here. Seeing that the two hadn't said anything for a while, David had to point out that he was still a part of the group. A/N, he got the Finral treatment. Letting go of Selena's chin and watching her drop to her knees, Grim turned his back on the two and started walking off. In truth, while he believed that he was more than enough to destroy the enemy crystal, his real reasoning behind leaving these two behind was because he had yet to sate his sadistic hunger from earlier and felt like the two of them would get in his way as he dealt with the opposing team. The other reason was the fact that David was basically useless and he felt more comfortable leaving some who could actually fight, Selena, to defend the crystal. As for the whole raising her chin incident, people completely misread the situation. While they saw it as an intimate gesture on his part, Grim actually raised her chin so that she was looking up at him while he was looking down at her. It was a power move. Flashback END. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Unleashing a point-blank, Rengoku, Grim disfigured Nyx's face as he was sent flying through the air and broke several bones in his body as his back was slammed into one side of a mountain before popping out the other end. By the time the dust had settled, the bloody mess that was called Nyx could be seen laying on the ground with several sharp bones piercing his skin and jutting out of his body. Gasp. The whole kingdom did so in union. Even the escaping Wainsley, who was meant to be protecting the crystal, stood frozen as she used her hands to cover her mouth. Nyx. Roland stuttered with a shaky voice as he looked at Nyx's barely moving body. Feeling like he was being glared at, Grim's sadistic smile started spreading across his face as he turned to stare in the direction the Wizard King would be. Don't worry, I followed your rules, grins, nobody died. A/N, but he is crippled. Chapter 92, Giving Her the Work. Why, you monster. Roland screamed at Grim after seeing what he did to Nyx. This is a match. Not a fight to the death. How could you do such a thing to your fellow magic knight? Huh. Grim looked at him like he was staring at an idiot before materializing his flame sword and slowly walking towards him. The Wizard King confined me within his rules, I simply adjusted myself and follow them. If you want to blame anyone for your friend's condition, then blame yourself for being unable to protect your comrade. Using unknowing fire to cross the distance between them in an instant, Grim flashed in front of a stunned Roland with his sword held high and a cruel smile spread across his face. Breath of the blue flame, fifth form, flame tiger. Burn. Growl. A-A-A-A-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Opening its jaws, the huge tiger made of blue flames opened its mouth and bit down on a screaming Roland. While the tiger wouldn't be able to actually eat him, you could bet your ass that Roland would be coming out with some nasty-looking burns. Viewing platform. Oh God. We have to end this match. One of the Magic Knights said in panic after seeing Nyx's bloodied figure and hearing Roland's ear-piercing screams. Wizard King. Please stop this. Please, your grace. This is barbaric. We cannot allow such a person to represent us Magic Knights. While people were pleading with him to end the match, the usually jolly Wizard King had a dark expression on his face. From the way he was acting, Julius had already figured that Grim was confident in escaping punishment if he brought this topic up. And after the whole base hoping incident where he managed to gain the support of the kingdom's people, Julius knew just how dangerous it was to let this boy talk. Laughing to himself, Grim figured that the Wizard King must be pretty pissed right about now. But this was revenge for ruining his fun with that purple Orca Magic Knight. Ha, your move, Mr. Wizard King. Huff huff. Running with all her might, Wainsley did her best to keep the crystal afloat with her ice magic. Have to protect the crystal. You look pretty tired, you should take a break. Hearing a familiar voice, Wainsley's heart threatened to leap out of her chest as she turned her head to the side and saw Grim running beside her with his eyes closed and a smile plastered on his face. Hi. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Jumping back, she unleashed a torrent of ice magic towards the young Magic Knight in hopes of freezing him in place. It was just a shame that his magic countered hers. Breath of Flames, second form, rising scorching sun. Using this spell, Grim's sword slashed upwards in an arc-like fashion as he sent a spinning wheel of flames crashing into the ice torrent and cancelling out Wainsley's attack. Well, wasn't that a waste of time? Why, you stopped it. She despaired. Yep, but feel free to try again, I've got all day. Seeing his smug expression, Wainsley's grimoire flipped open as she started firing off countless spells. Huff huff. This is impossible. She screamed. After firing off every spell in her grimoire, she refused to believe that her opponent, who was even younger than her, was completely fine. It was illogical. Even if he could defeat her, it shouldn't be this easy, right? Impossible. This is what they call affinity. Affinity. She repeated. Yep, you were simply unlucky to face me. Hearing him, her shoulders dropped as she had to face the reality of the situation. Her ice magic was weak to fire magic. I see. She sighed in defeat. What now? Thinking about it now, he actually went quite easy on her compared to the others. As a true advocate of gender equality, this was something he must rectify. I guess it's my turn to attack now. But don't worry, I know how you Blue Rose girls don't like being looked down upon by men, therefore I'll attack you with all I've got. What? I don't want that. Just as she was about to protest, Grim had already gotten into a combat stance. Grim style, unknowing fire. Activating the spell while compressing and releasing fire magic beneath the soles of his feet and the ground, Grim shot forward with a speed that surpassed the regular, unknowing fire. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Kaya. Hit squarely in the middle of her stomach with the butt of his sword, Wainsley felt all the air in her lung being forcefully pushed out as her body curled forward and her figure was sent shooting backwards at a speed that caused the air to whistle. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Using Grim style, unknowing fire, again, Grim caught up to her flying figure and appeared behind her. Breath of wind. Switching attributes, he whipped his leg forward and sent a roundhouse kick towards her back. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Creating an air grenade in gap between where his leg and her back made contact, he caused the grenade to explode, causing back to snap backwards in an unusual way and launched her body into the sky. Combining his ability to fly and creating air grenades beneath his feet, a loud explosion rung out as he shot into the air and appeared above the ascending Wainsley. Breath of Stone, third form, stone skin. Finally using this element, Grim's skin took on a stone-like luster as he mercilessly chopped his hand down at her stomach. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Feeling her eyes bulge out, Wainsley opened her mouth to scream, but since all the air in her body had been forced out, the only thing that came out of her mouth was a fresh stream of blood. Being hit by such an attack made her feel like all her organs had burst. Hitting her hard enough that he created a shockwave, Grim watched as her body was shot down from the sky and slammed onto the tip of the crystal, crushing it in the process and signifying his team's victory. Whistle. Well damn, I didn't think she'd land on the crystal. Chapter 93, Untouchable. Such power. Who? We love you, Grim. All over the Clover Kingdom, the peasants and commoners roared with cheers as they saw Grim deal with the magic knights of noble descent. For too long had they been oppressed and looked down upon by the so-called elites of society. Seeing someone like Grim, who was a person of common birth just like them, standing up and defeating nobility made them feel like they were finally able to fight back. His speech during the Star Awarding Festival seemed to have resonated with every commoner who heard it. After that day, Grim's name had spread throughout every corner of the kingdom, even the residents of Hage Village had heard about it. There were even talks about forcefully taking back the kingdom from the hands of the royals and giving it back to the people. A/N, La Revolution. To make matters even weirder, these extremist groups used Grim as a symbol for their cause. It was actually starting to become a problem as they were turning into fanatics more than anything else. While the commoners were celebrating Grim's victory, the nobles, magic knights, and wizard king couldn't see it in the same way. For the nobles it was the fact that he heavily injured people of noble birth. To them this was an act of defiance and treason. For the magic knights it was the fact that Grim had done such a thing to fellow magic knights. As people who were supposed to protect the kingdom together, there existed a line that should never be crossed. But Grim. He leapt right over that line without even sparing a glance. The person whose mood was the worst of all was Julius's. He knew that Grim only took it this far because he wanted to show the Wizard King that even if he was confined by the rules, nobody could stop him if he wanted to do something. And to make matters even worse, he wasn't in the wrong. While he was certainly heavy-handed in his actions, he followed the rules to the letter and couldn't be punished. Not to mention that it was natural that there would be some injuries in battle, so he could just say that he did what he did because he felt threatened. Sigh. Sighing loudly, the Wizard King felt a headache coming on as he looked at the black-haired boy in the distance. One fight. It only took one fight for him to completely suppress the onlooking magic knights. His reputation for base hopping and cursing out royalty already made him look like a madman that people should steer clear of. But after seeing the way he fought, who would have the guts to face him now? That bastard. A random magic knight just yelled. Why yeah. How dare he be so brutal to his comrades? Disqualification. He should be disqualified. While the magic knights ranted and raved about kicking him out, the men in question watched as his opponents were moved to the infirmary. I wonder who's fighting next. After having the results announced, Grim and his team returned to the viewing platform with the other magic knights. But for some reason everything outside of the Black Bulls, Klaus, Mimosa, and Leo kept their distance. While you were pretty heavy-handed, congratulations on your win. Noel smiled. Yeah. You looked really cool when you did that last attack. Mimosa cheered, ignoring the brutality of his actions. Looking at all the people gathering around him, Selena and David were at a loss for words. Forgetting the fact that her teammate had ruthlessly beaten and almost crippled a member of her squad, Selena was sure that normal people wouldn't congratulate someone who sent 3 magic knights to the infirmary. Then again, compared to how he looked when he was fighting, no one would imagine that the boy who was smiling and laughing with his friends would be capable of such acts of violence. Sigh. I wonder how Captain Charlotte is gonna react. Out of all his friends, the only one who didn't congratulate Grim was Asta. While he was happy that his friend made it to the next round, he couldn't support the way Grim handled things. In response to that, Grim merely shrugged his shoulders. While he might see Asta as a friend, he wasn't gonna change the way he did things just because he didn't approve. Standing with the others, Grim watched as Asta, Mimosa, and Xerxes' match began. 5 minutes later. Oh. Firing their magic off from 3 different directions, Mimosa watched in horror as her opponent's magic was about to hit her in the crystal. But just as she was prepared to take the hit, 3 magic circles appeared around her figure and absorbed all the magic. What the? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Releasing all the absorbed magic outwards and back at the other team, Grim and the others watched with great interest as a huge explosion took place. What just happened? Confused by the outcome, Grim's eyes locked onto the battlefield as he forced himself not to blink in case he missed something. Watching the dust settle, Xerx placed his hands in his pockets and walked towards the intact enemy crystal. To be able to prevent the crystal from being destroyed while remaining conscious, well done, Mr. Magic Knight. Ugh. Laying in front of the crystal, a Magic Knight from the enemy team grit his teeth as he refused to lose. Stepping on the Magic Knight's body, Xerx approached the crystal with the intention of destroying it and ending this farce of a match. Jaya. As if, an insolent person like you would ever destroy our crystal gyahhhh. Stomping down on his head, Xerx crouched down so that he was looking at the downed Magic Knight in the eye. How does it feel to lose to such an insolent person? Do you lack the ability to envision magic you've never seen before? Magic Knights should be able to consider all possibilities when fighting, right? There's no way you'd be able to win just by idiotically releasing large-scale magic attack with your passion alone. Losers like you don't deserve to call yourself Magic Knights. What? It's time to end this. Grinding his foot deeper into the man's face, Xerx stood in front of the crystal while covering his hand in ash magic. Oi, Mr. Magic Knight. He called out without turning back. Go retrain yourself, then challenge me again, you trash. Watching Xerx's hand approach the crystal, the Magic Knight couldn't help but scream, Goddamn. Asterisk shatter. Asterisk. Destroying the enemy crystal, Xerx ended the match. This guy. I like his style. Grinning at Xerx's handling of the fight, Grim couldn't help but feel like this tournament would be interesting. Chapter 94, End of Round 1. After Asta's match ended, a couple more matches played out. To be completely honest, most of them were a waste of time and only a few teams managed to catch his attention. The team he had the most interest in besides Asta's was Yuno's team and Langris's team. Spatial magic, he never knew that it was possible to be used in an offensive way. Compared to Finral, Langris was something else entirely. And to make it even better, just like Yami's dimensional/Langris's spatial magic ignored defense. Just thinking about going up against magic like that made him impatient. As for Yuno, he was quite interested in seeing that boy's growth. While the two had competed with each other on mana amount during the Star Awarding Festival, Grim wanted to get into an actual fight with him. Since he was aiming to become the strongest in the world, he might as well become the strongest rookie first. Laughing to himself, the moment Grim had been waiting for had finally arrived. Moving on to the 5th match of Round 1. Would Team I please make their way to the examination area? The announcer called out. Excuse me. 2 men drew everybody's attention. We're on Team I, has anyone seen this Mr. X person? X. Who is that? Have you heard of him? Is there such a person in the Magic Knights? While everyone was trying to figure out who this mysterious X person was, a strange-looking man standing in the middle of several Magic Knights started laughing abruptly. What the fuck? I'm X. The man laughed before bursting into a flash of light. Erg. Too bright. By the time the light finally faded away, the person standing in place of Mr. X was someone that every Magic Knight recognized. EHHH. Every responded in the same fashion. Heh, so that's how it was. Standing with the rest of them was the captain of the Azure Deer, Ril Boismortier. Heya. Captain Ril. He's participating. No way. Smiling like an absolute fool, Ril looked at the Wizard King. I'm able to participate, right? Of course. The Wizard King said, giving him a thumbs up. There's no rule saying you can't. Really? Really? Awesome. Jumping for joy, Ril's eyes shone with stars. The Wizard King, on the other hand, was just excited at the fact that he could see Ril's magic again. That and, he wanted to see what it would look like if demon-slaying magic went up against painting magic. 2 magic types both capable of using multiple different magic attributes. How interesting would their fight be? As if knowing what he was thinking, Rill ran up to Grim and Asta's group. "Hey guys." "Hey Rill." Asta waved back with a big smile on his face. "Let's do our best and paint a masterpiece. I'm sure." Whoa. Watching Rill's match almost made Grim jump out of his seat. He's using ice and fire. Having never seen painting magic before, Grim was blown away by its use. Although he hadn't fought against him, Grim could already tell that the captain of the Azure Deer was no ordinary person. While he could see that he was inexperienced compared to captains like Yami and Marioliona, the potential oozing out of him left Grim at a loss for words. This tournament just keeps getting more and more interesting. After Rill's match was Luck's. Obviously Luck won. As someone who was capable of sparring against Grim for a time, it would be unthinkable if he lost in the first round. After him was Yuno's match. Since Yuno and Noel were on the same team, the outcome was fairly obvious. But what made it even funnier was the fact that Noel was up against her older brother, Solid Silva. While he may be able to intimidate his little sister, Grim had seen this loser piss his pants and had lost any form of respect that he may have garnered in this lifetime. While that match was going on, Grim decided to go talk to the Wizard King. After all, he wanted to see how the self-righteous defender of the week would react to him after what he did to his opponents in round 1. But just as he was about to go over there, several magic knights blocked his way. "Oh." He raised an eyebrow. "We've been ordered to not allow you anywhere near the king." The king. Looking over the magic knight's shoulder, he saw Julius sitting next to the Clover King. "I forgot all about this dude." Patting the magic knight on the shoulder, Grim showed off a clean smile. "It's fine, me and the king go way back." Seeing Grim starting to walk past him, the surrounding magic knights blocked his way again. Move." Still smiling at them, the look in Grim's eyes became dangerous as a savage aura burst out of his body and slammed into the magic knights. Getting hit with his aura made the magic knights go weak in the knees. But even so, they wouldn't move. "Oh. Did I go too easy on you guys? Let's change that." Removing his savage aura, Grim flooded them with his killing intent. "Gaia. Arg. Erg." Gripping their chests, the lot of them broke out in cold sweat as Grim's figure seemed to grow in stature and tower above them. In their eyes, Grim seemed to be surrounded by an ocean of blood. And to make matters even worse, he was still wearing that damn smile. Reaching out with his hand, Grim was about to touch the face of the lead magic knight. But then he suddenly stopped. As much as he wanted to kill these insects, doing it in front of the Wizard King would probably be a bad idea. And besides, even though he concealed it well, he had a suspicion that the Wizard King was watching him. He really does like ruining my fun. Walking past the terrified magic knights, he left them frozen in place as he made his way over towards Julius and the king. 3 minutes later. "You can't speak to me like that. I'm a king." "King? Yeah, a fucking idiot sounds about right." Sitting next to Julius and the Clover King, Grim laughed loudly at enraged king. It seems like he was still trying to grasp the dignity that a king should have. Too bad no one was buying it. Doing their best to ignore them, only the Wizard King was smiling at their conversation. "Oi, Wizard King." Grim abruptly called out. Can we start round 2 already?" Round 2. Looking up at the matches, he realized that it was about time that they moved on. "I guess so." Chapter 95, Unstoppable Momentum. Whoa. The stage is changing. Standing with Asta and the rest, Grim watched as the battlefield transformed itself into a completely different landscape. But while everyone was amazed at this sudden change, Grim honestly couldn't give less of a shit. To him every location was a battlefield. "Now then." The Wizard King called out. "Let the second round begin." Bursting forth with spirit and enthusiasm, the Magic Knights of the Clover Kingdom all went to their respective areas and readied themselves for the second round. To start things off, it was Asta's team against Mimosa's brother's team. While some people were looking forward to it, Grim already saw the match as a done deal. He'd already fought against Kirsch Vermilion and Soul Marin in the past and had a good grasp of their power. As for Magna, well, he didn't really factor into this fight if Grim was being completely honest. As for Asta's team, besides Asta he hadn't fought against Mimosa or that fake Zerx guy. But from what he had seen, it shouldn't be that hard to win if they're smart. Whistling. Whistling to himself, Grim watched as Asta entered his black form and performed a maneuver he called Black Hurricane, to completely blow away all of Kirsch's cherry blossoms. What the? He got rid of all that magic. At the sight of this technique, Grim couldn't help but feel his eyes go wide as he jumped to his feet. He's stronger than he was when he was in the witch's forest. Damn it, Asta. If you show me something like that, how do you expect me to hold back? Trembling with excitement, Grim didn't even realize the smile on his face was widening and all his teeth were showing. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I wanna crush him so fucking bad. While Grim was mumbling to himself, the battle between Asta's team and Kirsch's ended in a one-sided slaughter as Asta's team dominated the match. Would the next team please make their way to the battle? Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Unable to hold back any longer, Grim blew past the announcer and arrived on the battle arena oozing with battle intent. Fight, 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 fight. Is he okay? David asked, still standing on the viewing platform. Oi David, Selena. Before she could answer, Grim voice reverted through the air and slammed into their figures. Get your asses down here now. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Feeling like he was standing right in front of them, the two magic knights were hit by his savage aura and were overcome by some weird primal instinct that caused them to unintentionally sweat. Seeing Grim in that state, Luck couldn't help but laugh and feel excited. The other Black Bulls on the other hand felt sorry for Grim's next opponent. Who is it anyway? Vanessa asked. Shouldn't the matchups be on the board over there? Freezing in place, Noelle felt like she had just been punched in the gut as she stopped breathing once she saw the names of Grim's next opponents. While two of the names on the board didn't mean anything to her, the name that she saw at the top was all too familiar to her. Nebra Silva. Seeing that name and remembering what Grim did to her last time, Noelle could only whisper the words. Oh no. Ha 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 ha. Like a beast let off his leash, Grim gleefully tore through his opponents like paper, doing his best to recapture the ultimate pleasure he felt by crushing those he deemed lower than himself. As of this moment, the competition no longer existed in his eyes. Only his enemies did. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Relying on nothing by his breath of the beast, enhanced physique and stone skin, Grim's fists tore through the air as he rocked one of his opponents with a brutal display of continuous 1-2 combo punches to the face until his fists were dripping with their fresh blood. Weirdly enough though, this display of brutality was quite tame compared to what he did in round 1. Unlike round 1 where he tormented his opponents to the point that it became somewhat difficult to watch, Grim moved on as soon as he grew bored. Even the Wizard King was surprised by this turn of events. While he couldn't exactly condone Grim's actions, as long as he wasn't trying to kill anyone there was nothing he could do. Not to mention that Grim was the current golden boy in the eyes of the common people. If he acted rashly and interrupted Grim, it may be seen as him using his position to protect a noble while denying a person of common birth the opportunity to shine. In fact, this was the reason he didn't say anything to Grim despite what he saw in round 1. The last thing this kingdom needed at the moment was a class war. Sigh. How much of this did you anticipate? Looking at Grim's smiling figure, Julius was truly at a loss for words. To think that a boy who had recently turned 16 would be capable of causing him some trouble. It was quite amusing. Breathing heavily while still grinning like a madman, Grim approached Nebra and her teammate who was protecting the crystal. Nebra, he said in a melodic tone that didn't suit the way he was smiling. Shiver. Shuddering at the way he said her name, Nebra instinctively held her trembling arm and took a step backwards while a look of despair slowly crawled onto her face. Oi you. He called out to the magic knight standing beside her. Why are you still here? To protect the crystal, of course. The magic knight said before getting into a defensive stance. Is that so? Grim smiled. Well, you don't need to do that anymore. Right, Nebra? Hit by his glare, the eldest daughter of House Silva felt a lump in her throat as she couldn't help but nod her head. Lady Silva. Leave. She suddenly yelled at the magic knight while trying to sound confident while holding back her tears. You heard the lady. Grim smiled while staring at the magic knight. Leave you insect. What? How dare you? Jonathan. Nebra screamed at him before he could finish his sentence. Go take out the enemy crystal. I can deal with him. She stammered. Lady Silva. Looking at the smiling Grim and the confident Nebra. Jonathan nodded. I understand. The crystal's in that direction. Grim smiled while pointing to the distance. Looking in direction that he was pointing to, a look of determination settled on Jonathan's face. After seeing the first round he knew that he was not Grim's opponent. But if he could destroy his opponent's crystal while Lady Silva stalled for time, then they would win and they no longer have to face this walking disaster. It was only a shame that the direction he was heading in wasn't where the crystal was. You see, after having the landscape be remodeled, the Wizard King added in some small ponds to the surrounding ruins. Seeing this, Grim basically threw the crystal into one of these ponds and used Selena's water magic to coat the crystal in high density layers of water so it would look like the pond was completely empty to the naked eye, while the reality of the situation was that the crystal was in a watery disguise. Now the direction Jonathan was heading in was actually the location of Selena and David. He thought that the two of them might want to have some fun while he played with Miss Silva over here. Now then, he said while looking at Nebra like she was prey. Let's take our time and have some fun. Chapter 96, Submit. Stuttering at the sight of his smile, tears started welling up in the corner of her eyes as he slowly came closer. Looking at the approaching figure, despair gripped her heart as the ingrained fear made her drop to her knees and look up to her tormentor. Heh. Grim grinned seeing her actions as he closed in on her. Come to think of it, you're pretty fucking ugly, aren't you? Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As if an explosion went off in her heart, Grim's words caused Nebra's face to turn deathly white and sent a shock through her system. Having grown up fawned by everyone around her, this was the first time someone had straight up called her ugly. Ignoring the explosions going on in the background from Jonathan facing off against Selena and David, Grim kept walking towards her and not mincing his words. You know, it's actually hard to believe that you're related to Noelle and Mimosa. I mean, unlike them, your hairstyle is shit, your fashion style is shit, your face is shit, the way you walk is shit, the way you talk is shit, your entire existence is nothing but shit. She opened her mouth wanting to defend herself. But before she could, he tilted his head to the side and said, Did I say you could speak? Closing her mouth, Nebra lowered her head as Grim continued to berate her. I guess it's not your fault though. Every family has that one person who inherits the ugly gene. But tell me, oh wonderful and dignified royal, how does it feel to have smaller tits than your little sister and cousin? You're 24, right? Almost 10 older than both of them, and yet you're still smaller than them. As a woman, how can you not be ashamed of yourself? You're basically a failure. A/N, FYI, I love tits of all sizes, no discrimination here. As long as they're legal, no lollicons here. Viewing platform. Is it just me or does it seem like Grim is going over the top? Mimosa asked, embarrassed that Grim had indirectly complimented her as he insulted Nebra. Yeah. Klaus nodded. Grim's humiliated her before, but never in such a place where so many people were watching. After this, the Silva reputation may take a hit. While the two of them discussed this, Noelle was making a complicated expression as her feelings were in turmoil. Nozel, on the other hand, who watching from a different location, was fuming. If it weren't for the fact that he was a captain and had a lot of eyes on him, Grim would probably be dead by now. Battlefield. Damn, you really have no sexy features at all. Not hard to imagine why you're not popular like the Blue Rose captain. If anyone likes you, it's probably just a few fat nobles that have some weird feet fetish. What a fucking tragedy. He chuckled. A/N, no kink shaming here, if feet is your thing then congrats. I personally have a nun fetish. That's not. Hey. He crouched down and gripped her cheek, stopping her from talking. Didn't I already tell you not to speak? Platform. Holy shit. Was the collective gasped amongst the watchers. Crack. The arm rest on Nozel's seat on the other hand. Battlefield. Sniff, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Nebra started crying. Now. Grim comforted. Since I'm such a nice guy, even if it's an irredeemable piece of shit like you who has no attractive features to her name, as long as you're an obedient little pet, I don't mind taking care of you. Bah dum. He'll take care of me. Bringing her face closer to his, in Nebra's eyes his smile became a lot gentler. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Grim brought his face closer and whispered. Feeling her face go red from the close distance between them. Nebra felt her heartbeat accelerate as her body started heating up. Remembering the first time the two of them had met, the way he had dominated her, the way he had made her feel so small and insignificant. That feeling, it was addicting. Compared to all the other men she had met in her life, only this savage-looking commoner had ever made her willingly bow. Even the Wizard King, the greatest mage in the entire kingdom, was only bowed to due to his status. But Grim. A poor commoner from the worst Magic Knight squad. Something about him sent her instincts into overdrive. From the way he looked down on her with that amused smile on his face to the way he constantly berated her, it made her feel an indescribable amount of unexplained satisfaction. It was like she was seeing the world for the first time. Almost like awakening from a long dream. Remembering that she had not been given permission to speak, the redness on Nebra's face turned into a deep blush as his words replayed back in her head. As long as you're an obedient little pet, I don't mind taking care of you. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Looking at the distance to where the platform for the viewers were, Nebra hesitated for a slight second before looking back at Grim and nodding. Good. Seeing the infatuated look in her eyes, Grim knew that he had dominated her physically, mentally, and emotionally. As of this moment, Nebra Silva had completely given herself over to him. Well then, in order to cement our newfound friendship, keeping the same innocent smile on his face, Grim's next words were like a thunderclap to the watching audience. Bark for me, bitch. And with no hesitation at all, Nebra opened her mouth. Ruff. And barked. Ruff, 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 ruff. She barked with so much enthusiasm that the viewers were unable to say a word. A/N, Grim the sadist is back. While Grim was enjoying this for obvious reasons, looking at her bark like some kind of insane puppy made him wonder how girls could like this kind of power play stuff. If not for some of his fragmented memories where this kind of abusive setting was the norm and even sought after in media on Earth, Grim didn't think he'd be able to manipulate her the way he did. I guess this world is a lot less fucked up than modern Earth. A/N, considering that this world has mass genocide, literal demons, and a class system, that actually says a lot. Chapter 97, History in the Making. After having Nebra submit herself to him, Grim walked past the eldest daughter of the Silva household and stood in front of her team's crystal. To think they fought so hard to protect this. Too bad it was a waste of time. Turning his head to the side in order to glance at Nebra. Grim smiled as his grimoire started glowing green and the wind manifested itself into his hand. Placing his hand on the crystal, he formed an air grenade and watched as it went off, shattering the crystal into tiny fragments and blowing them away from himself. And with that, his team moved on to the next round. Gee, Grim. Nebra called out after hearing the noise that signified the end of the match. He turned to look at her. Well. What should I do now? Looking unsure of herself, she knew that she had just embarrassed herself in front of the entire kingdom and was wondering if Grim had any ideas to help save her reputation. While she might have submitted herself to him, her pride as a royal would not permit her to be looked down upon by others. Seeing the previously arrogant girl gripping the hems of her outfit, Grim couldn't but chuckle at her predicament. If this was before, he would have simply walked away after giving her the finger. But now that she had bowed her head to him, he considered her his property and an extension of himself by default. That being said, wouldn't it be outrageous if others were allowed to do what they wanted with his property? After thinking about it for a while, he came up with a solution. Turning to face the Wizard King and the people devices used to transmit the footage to the entire kingdom, with a smile on his face he opened his mouth and resolved the entire situation. Yo Clover citizens, this woman is now under my banner, if you respect me you'll respect her. What? Is he serious? He expects us to respect a royal. How outrageous. As Grim's speech reverberated throughout the entire kingdom, voices of dissatisfaction rang out as the people of the Clover Kingdom couldn't believe that he wanted them to respect someone they considered an enemy. Knowing that this wouldn't be enough to quell the years of animosity they had towards nobility, Grim continued with his speech. I know what you all are thinking. Respect a royal. That doesn't sound right. But worry not. I don't want you to respect her as a royal, I could give less of a shit about that title. I want you to respect her as the first royal to fall to me. Grim the commoner. Slamming his chest with his knuckles in order to cause a more visual impact to the viewers. Ladies and gentlemen of the Clover Kingdom, right now you are witnessing history in the making. Nebra Silva. The first noble to submit. Her name will go down in the annals of history as the spark that lit the flame of change. Don't let your anger of the nobles cloud your judgment. This is a victory for commoners everywhere. Today is a day to be celebrated. Are you with me? He roared. Aye. We're with you, Grim. Down with nobility. All over the kingdom, the citizens of Clover roared with Grim as they had completely forgotten the fact that they were meant to be watching a tournament to pick the best fighters to protect the Clover Kingdom. Watching Grim go on and receiving reports from Marks about the situation with the citizens, the Wizard King could only sigh as the magic knights around him exploded in outrage. Sigh. His words alone are capable of bringing down an entire kingdom. If he ever went into politics, he could probably take over the entire country within a few days. A/N, I love how Grim has two different versions of Naruto's greatest ability, talk no jutsu and roast no jutsu. One brings people over to his side while the other breaks them, lol. The perfect offense and defense. Seeing Grim speak out for her, Nebra went red in the face as her heart beat so fast that she thought that it was trying to jump out of her chest. He's saying all of that for me. Touching her chest and watching him, a feeling that she had never felt before was beginning to take root within her heart. Finishing his speech, Grim couldn't help but whisper to himself. Damn, I'm good. Kind of wish I had speech magic now, I'd be unstoppable. Grinning to himself, he headed over towards Nebra. He's coming this way. Is he gonna compliment me? What should I do? What should I say? Walking past her without saying a word, Nebra's illusion completely shattered. He walked past me. Just as she was about to despair, Grim's voice made its way into her ear. Stay at least 5 feet away from me when we're walking. Surprised by his words, she turned to look at the departing figure. Yes, master. Master. Didn't she adapt a bit too fast? Well, whatever. I'll deal with that at another time. Putting his hand in his pockets, he slowly took to the sky and made his way over to the viewing platform with a massive grin spread across his face. Watching the entire spectacle from start to finish, Mimosa didn't know what to make of what had just happened. While she was pleased that Grim was showing off his greatness in front of the entire kingdom, the fact that he had grown closer to her older female cousin was quite vexing. In fact, both Noelle and Rebecca were having similar thoughts while Marioleona couldn't help but laugh at it all. As the least arrogant noble within the kingdom, she couldn't help but find the entire situation amusing. Finally, someone who knows how to have some real fun. I can't wait to see what he'll do next. Damn, this is getting exciting. Chapter 98, Torment. Team E versus Team G. So Finral's fighting his brother I wonder how he'll do that. Taking his seat next to the Wizard King, who was stroking a happy-look Charmy and a very nervous-looking Clover King, Grim rested his head on his hand. Standing a bit away from him was his new subordinate Nebra Silva. Looking at his figure that was sitting next to the two most influential humans in the whole kingdom, a look of infatuation filled her eyes. Master. Taking a position at both sides of her, Mimosa and Noelle stood with their silver-haired relative. In their eyes, Nebra had just become their #1 rival. While Grim may not see her as much, who knew how long that would last? If he happened to catch any feelings for her due to the nature of their relationship, it would spell bad news for both girls. Leo, Finral, and Hamanha. What an interesting team. Smirking to himself, Grim sized up Finral's team. Leo. A brash but capable junior magic knight that could probably make something of himself in the future if he applied himself a bit more. Finral. A spatial mage and Grim's most convenient comrade within the Black Bulls. No known offensive abilities but a great support member for any battle. Hammon. A chubby man and a member of the Golden Dawn. Uses glass magic but is easily defeated on a head-on collision. Raising his head slightly, he was surprised by Finral taking command of the situation. Opening a portal that led right to the enemy crystal, Finral sent Leo and Hammond forward to deal with it whilst he protected his crystal from Langris and Demon Lord Sek. To think you'd be my natural weakness. How unexpected. Riding on the back of Sek's bike, Langris launched various spatial orbs at his brother but was caught off guard when he saw his brother use a similar type spell that cancelled his magic out. Hey, everyone's been trying their hardest, I can't allow myself to fall behind. Unleashing his own orbs of spatial magic, Finral really wished that Leo and Hammond would hurry up and win already. Seriously. All they have to do is defeat one opponent. What the hell's taking them so long? Snow magic, miniature garden of illusionary snow. Bathing the area in white snow, the fluffy hat-wearing fragile Tormenta defended her team's crystal from both Leo and Hammond. This spell forces your senses to sleep, in here you won't be able to attack. Flame magic, spiral flame. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Activating mana skin, Leo covered his senses and unleashed a powerful fire spell. It was just a shame that a fragile fended off his attack with an ice wall. What? Not expecting her to react to his attack, a look of shock surfaced on Leo's face. Fragile on the other hand didn't even blink an eye as snow magic started revolving around her figure. You're not the only one who's gotten stronger. In order to face him, I won't allow an attack of that level to beat me. Face him? Who are you talking about? Grim. As soon as she said that name, Fragile's magic seemed to go wild as snow blew out everywhere. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. What the hell? Covering their faces from the wild snow magic, Leo and Hammond tried their hardest to not be blown off their feet. Creating a miniature snowstorm inside such a small area, Fragile's eyes turned ice cold. You won't stop me from facing him. After facing defeat and humiliation during Grimm's base hoping adventure, Fragile had pushed herself to the limit in order to face him again and make him feel the same kind of fear and torment that he made her feel. Gritting her teeth, the snowstorm started to become more and more violent as she looked at the two magic knights struggling to defend against her magic. Raising her arm to point at them, her grimoire started shining as it flipped to a different page. Snow magic, avalanche. Viewing platform. Revenge This tournament really has everything. Watching the match from his seat, Grimm was smiling at the whole development of the fight between Fragile, Leo, and Hammond. Honestly, he had even forgotten about Finral and Langris. I wasn't aware that you and Miss Tormenta used to be an item. Julius suddenly said out of the blue. Huh. He glanced over at him. Why would you think that? Well, I've only seen that kind of ice-cold temperament in married women and girls who've had their hearts broken. What kind of women do you know? Whilst the two of them conversed about the topic, they were unaware that Mimosa, Noelle, and Nebra were eavesdropping behind them. Not another rival. What the hell, Grimm? What did you do to make her so mad? Remembering everything he had put her through on that day, a cold smile forced its way onto Fragile's face as she started to take a weird sort of pleasure in tormenting Leo and Hammond. SOC cold. Caught up in Fragile's avalanche spell, both Leo and Hammond were thrust out of the building and back onto the battlefield. Now everything would have been fine if only that had happened. But for some unknown reason Fragile decided use avalanche again and bury the duo under several feet of snow. And to make matters worse, she seemed to be adding onto it in order to cause Leo to focus on maintaining his mana skin and stop him from using his fire magic to immediately melt the snow. Viewing platform. She's gonna give them frostbite at this rate. But that's not really my problem. Must have been a nasty breakup. The Wizard King whistled. Why are you so interested in my love life? Not that he had one. You're 16, you're at the age when your body starts. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Before the Wizard King could finish what he wanted to say, Grimm's mana suddenly flared up as his body shot into the distance, leaving behind a broken chair and an astonished Wizard King. Why is it that you are so loved by that woman? Mother and father have abandoned you, you should be miserable. There's nothing you can beat me at, so why? Why are you still able to smile like that? Remembering everything that infuriated him about his brother, Langris looked down at his older brother who had several chunks of his body missing and raised his arm into the air. Since you can't beat me, it's only right that you should disappear. Chapter 99, Langris Vaude. Just as he was about to end his brother once and for all, Langris suddenly felt the world around him go dark as a large presence oozing with killing intent suddenly appeared behind him. "The fuck do you think you're doing to my transport?" Hearing that cold and almost metallic-sounding voice sent a shiver down his spine as every hair on his body stood up as the tip of a steel blade pressed against the back of his neck and drew some blood. Moments later Asta, Magna, and Luck appeared with their weapons/magic drawn and looks of anger displayed on their faces. And for the first time since knowing them, Magna was not screaming, Luck was not smiling, and Asta was unleashing a small but noticeable amount of killing intent that he picked up from the amount of time he'd spent around Grim. Not to mention that Vanessa had rouge spawned, Gauche wasn't looking at a picture of his sister, Gray wasn't acting shy, Gordon was speaking normally, and Charmy wasn't eating. That was just how serious everyone took this matter. "Finral!" Noelle screamed with worry as she ran over to his side before covering her mouth with her hands. "These wounds. How awful." "Oi," Asta said with the most serious look that Grim had even seen from him. Magna also looked like he wasn't having any of it as he was mere moments away from scaring Langris's face with his flaming bat. "Magna, just try and do something else. Luck, and we'll forget the match and kill you." Grim, in the most gruesome way possible. Looking at their positions now, it would be Asta at the front with his Demon Slayer sword aimed at Langris's chest whilst Luck and Magna stood at the side with both their fire and lightning magic ready to fry him. And of course Grim completed this blockade by stopping him from retreating backwards as his sword threatened to pierce through his nape if he made any sudden movements. "Ah, ha, ha, ha 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 ha." Langris suddenly burst out into a fit of uncontrollable laughter. "Trash. All of you. You think you're hot stuff just because you made it this far. Get out of my face before I—" "That's enough." A sudden shout came from behind. Hearing the shout, everyone suddenly turned around. "Wizard King!" Asta exclaimed. "Owen." The Wizard King nodded to the men beside him who was wearing a doctor's coat. Nodding his head, Owen ran towards Finral's side and started treating him with healing magic. Seeing Owen starting treatment, Julius's attention returned back to Grim and the others. I can't trust somebody that would go easy on their comrades during an exam. But even more than that, I can't trust somebody that would try to kill their own comrade. Feeling his eyes on them, everyone except Grim lowered their weapons and deactivated their magic. "Grim," the Wizard King called out. "Lower your weapon." "Hey, didn't you hear him, trash?" Langris laughed. "Lower your wep." Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Pulling his sword back, out of nowhere Grim slammed the butt of his sword into the side of Langris's face, causing him to fall to the floor. "Grim!" everyone shouted. Ignoring them, he raised his foot and mercilessly stomped down on Langris's head until it had been slightly buried into the floor. "Wizard King!" Grim spoke in a deep voice while grinding his foot into Langris's face. "I want to fight this guy next." "What?" Everyone was stunned by Grim's request. "I will kill you." Langris screamed from below as he prepared to use a spell. But before he could activate it properly, Grim grabbed his floating grimoire out from the air and forcefully shut it, cancelling the spell. "Grim, remove your foot." Feeling the Wizard King's gaze on him, Grim glared back at him before eventually complying. Now the reason for this was simple. First of all, he couldn't beat the Wizard King. Second of all, he knew that his actions today were already pushing it as he had injured several magic knights and had once again widened the rift between nobles and commoners with his speech. But the most important reason he stopped was because he needed the Wizard King to approve the fight. Contrary to expectation, while Grim did intend to save Finral from dying, he's a really convenient mode of transport. The real reason he came down was because of that sinister mana that Langris was giving off. For some reason, it reminded him of Licht and Fana. Looking at the determination within his eyes, Julius couldn't help but sigh. "Langris, do you accept?" Picking himself up from the floor and brushing some of the dirt off of his clothes, hate, anger, humiliation, all these negative emotions swirled within his eyes as he looked at the carefree Grim. Clenching his fists tightly and holding back the urge to unleash all his magic at once, through grit teeth he said, "I accept." First it was that magicless peasant that looked down on him during the Diamond Kingdom invasion, and now it's an arrogant peasant who thinks he better than nobility. Did they really think he was so easy to handle? Was he so easy to mock? Hearing him accept the duel, Julius nodded to some people in the distance so that they would make the preparations. Opening a portal behind them, the spatial mage that transported all the examinees to the battlefield brought Fragile, Dark Lord Sek, David, and Selena over to where they were all located. Have a good time. The spatial mage laughed before closing the portal and leaving. Surprised and disoriented by what had just happened, Fragile started looking around nervously. What's going on? I thought we had won the mat. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, the words got stuck in her throat once she caught sight of a certain person. Grim. Oh, hey Tormenta. Grim smiled and waved when he saw her. It's been a while, how you been? You. Me. I will kill you. Bet. Aga. Losing any controls he had left, Fragile's grimoire burst open as she activated a SP. Enough. Before she even knew what had hit her, the beautiful yet angry woman was frozen in one of Julius's chronostasis orbs. Don't worry. He spoke to her. You'll have your opportunity soon. Hearing him, Grim couldn't help but frown. Why does it sound like you're rooting for her? Ignoring him, Julius gave David, Selena, and Destroyer of Worlds Sek the rundown of what had happened. Oh. So we're fighting next. Cool. As usual, David was very chill about the situation. Selena, on the other hand, looked at Grim. Seeing as he was not panicking, she simply nodded her head in agreement. Fragile had non-verbally consented to the match and Sek of the Abyss also agreed. Very well, let's begin the next match. Chapter 100, Wise Choice. Looking at the brackets, Grim's next match was actually meant to be him up against the captain of the Azure Deer Rill. Giving up that chance to fight him, he left that fight up to Yuno while he took on Langris instead. Even though he gave up a fight with the captain, he couldn't stop himself from buzzing with excitement. Standing on his side of the battlefield, Grim closed his eyes and felt every inch of his body burning with overflowing battle intent. It was bad to the point that his entire being was trembling from the excitement he was feeling. Two enemies with nothing but hatred for him were about to come at him with everything they had. This feeling, it's so fucking orgasmic. Match start. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. As soon as he was given the go-ahead, Grim used, Grim style, breath of blue flames, unknowing fire, to surpass every other level of speed he had ever used to cross the battlefield within seconds and arrive before Langris, Fragile, and World Ender Sek. With Grim in this state, he managed to find the trio by subconsciously using Ki, Mana Sensing and the Transparent World all at once. He's gone again. Selena said, seeing the crater Grim had left behind and the cracks etched onto their team's crystal. While she was sighing over the fact that they were leaving the fighting up to Grim again, part of her was happy over the fact that all she had to do was protect the crystal. While she was completely capable of fighting herself, leaving it to Grim seemed like a better option. Avalanche. Unleashing her snow magic, Fragile was the first of her teammates to make a move as her grudge with Grim was deeper than Langris's. Not enough. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Raising the heat even higher, Grim used his magic to create an explosion between the soles of his feet and the ground to shoot straight towards the avalanche covered in a burning blue fiery aura. What the? Watching his aura grow, Fragile and the rest were hit with an intense wave of heat as they saw the avalanche melt before it even had a chance to come into contact with Grim. He stopped my strongest spell. Spatial magic, Archangel Shootdown. Seeing Fragile's attempt of attacking fail, Langris finally got involved. With his grimoire fully open and a spell in mind, spheres of spatial magic surrounded his figure as more and more sinister-feeling mana rippled out of his body. Die. Speaking with a dark tone, he launched all his spatial magic orbs at the approaching Grim. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk. Whoa. That's more like it. Seeing the uncountable number of spatial orbs falling towards him, the fiery aura that Grim was exuding vanished as a savage beastly one took over as he switched from Breath of Blue Flames to Breath of the Beast in order to use Crazy Cutting. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Manifesting his two beast swords, a gray glow coated his figure as gray aura blades revolved around his body. Charging forward while wildly swinging his swords, every spatial orb that came from him was instantly cut to pieces. As for the ones that managed to pass through his attack, his aura blades stopped them from touching his body. Still managing to charge forward despite Langris's best attempts to stop him, Grim couldn't hold back his urge to laugh. "Is that all you got, you bitch-ass pansy? At this rate you might as well cut your balls off cause you're about to be made into bitch. You dare." Hearing Grim's words, the sinister mana emanating out of Langris started going out of control as a large purple aura started rising out of his body. Eyes turning red from becoming bloodshot, Langris lost himself in his rage and started to wildly swipe his hands at Grim while also keeping Archangel shoot down. While these wild swipes of his might have looked like random swinging from an audience's point of view, Grim's instincts, ki, and transparent world ability made him take more notice of these swipes compared to the spatial orbs. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Moving out the way of the Langris's swings, Grim found the area that he was previously at was split in two. He's cutting space. Feeling his senses go into overdrive, Grim became more conscious of those swings as his speed started slowing down. Seeing this, a dark smile emerged on Langris's face as he spread his arms out wide like the Messiah and increased the number of spatial orbs. Ha 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 ha. Grim. Asta and the others screamed from the viewing platform. Even the Wizard King, who was initially excited to see this match, frowned slightly. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Asterisk swish. Asterisk. Pushing his beast instincts, ki, and the transparent world to the limit, Grim cut through countless spatial orbs while evading Langris's spatial cuts. Capable of defending against this magic, beads of sweat could be seen rolling down the side of Grim's face as he felt his stamina rapidly depleting. Fuck. The increase of spatial orbs are starting to push me back. Not to mention dodging these spatial cuts are really starting to have a negative effect on my stamina. Ha 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 ha. Die, you trash. Dodging more spatial cuts, the ground beneath Grim's feet started looking horrible as it was filled with holes and long gashes from the spatial cuts. Feeling his sweat drop, the pressure on Grim continued to increase as Langris wasn't giving him a moment to catch his breath. This could be bad. Fuck. I don't even have time to use that. Seeing Grim struggling, a feeling of unrest started welling up in Fragile's chest. After all the effort she had put into her training and getting stronger, Langris was the one who looked like he would be the one to defeat Grim. Gritting her teeth, her grimoire flipped to a different page as she prepared to add her own attacks into the mix. I'll defeat him before Langris gets the chance. Just as she was about to launch her spell, a suffocating presence stopped her in her tracks. Feeling a shiver run down her side, she slowly turned her head to the side and saw the bloodshot-eyed Langris staring at her. El Langri. Don't you dare interfere. He spoke with a chilling presence that caused her legs to tremble out of fear. Facing off against Langris's barrage of attacks, Grim barely managed to evade a spatial cut as he felt blood seep out from a cut on the side of his cheek. Shit. My movements are starting to become rigid. I won't be able to dodge any longer if this continues. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk. Realizing that his movements were starting to dull, Grim made a quick decision to switch styles. Breath of Water, Third Form, Flowing Dance. Switching to a style that enhanced mobility, Grim's aura lost its savage nature as it became calmer. Due to his decreased stamina, he couldn't take full advantage of his Breath of the Beast base power, making his current movements a lot tamer compared to its usual violent form. Mimicking the movements of waves on the surface of water, an ethereal stream of blue water followed behind him as a calming blue aura clung to his body. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Swerving past the spatial orbs and spatial cuts, Grim was finally able to breathe a little. Noticing this, a frown crawled its way onto Langris's face as he upped the ante by swinging his arms even faster. While she was scared of Langris's current state, Fragile couldn't accept not being part of Grim's downfall. Using her magic to make it snow, the temperature around Grim grew colder, causing his movement speed to be affected again. Doing his best to evade the increased spatial cuts and orbs, he saw his breath become visible in front of his face and realized that his stamina had reached its absolute limits and that he was moments away from falling. Is this it? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. He barely managed to dodge a spatial cut and received a sharp cut on his shoulder. Am I really gonna have to hold this L? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Shit. I don't mind losing, but to lose to a guy that I had stepped on, how fucking embarrassing is that? Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Receiving another cut but on his leg this time, Grim's consciousness had finally given way as the water sword in his hand dematerialized and the aura around his body vanished. Grim. His friends on the viewing platform screamed. Rebecca's workplace. No. No. Rebecca and her friends from the mixer screamed in union when they saw Grim's bloodied figure. You can't lose here. A random commoner sobbed when he saw Grim fall. He was supposed to be our hope. Even he lost at the hands of a noble. All around the kingdoms, cries of frustration and despair rang out as they watched their shining star fade. Teresa's orphanage. Grim. Marie and the orphans cried. Grim. Teresa whispered. You're a real lucky son of a bitch, you know. Standing inside Grim's mindscape, the distorted figure of King smiled at the falling Grim. Choosing Breath of the Beast as your base. I bet you didn't even think that it would have this kind of effect, huh? Watching Grim fall in slow motion, King felt the mindscape tremble a little. Ha. You really are one lucky son of a bitch. Watching Grim fall, Langris burst out into a fit of hysterical laughter. I did it. I did it. Ha 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 ha. How do you like that, you filthy piece of trash? Lowly commoners like you should remember your PLAC. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Pausing mid-sentence, the sudden fluctuation of mana and the bright blue light bursting out of Grim's body caught him and Fragile off guard. What in the? Asterisk rar. Asterisk. Interrupting him again, the sound of a bestial roar snapped him out of his feeling of victory as a surge of wild mana hit his senses. The sound embodied rage, anger, and a promise of a messy death. What is that? Feeling a shockwave that shook the entire battlefield, everyone including Asta felt a wild flow of power emerging from Grim's body. What is that? Asta's voice shook. You can sense that? Noelle looked shocked as she glanced at the magic-less Asta. If you can sense it too, then what he's releasing isn't just mana, it's his presence. Julius abruptly said. Looking at the blue pillar of light rising out of Grim's body, the entire kingdom fell silent when they saw the pillar of light separate from Grim's body and escape into the air. What's going on? Confused by what was happening, the blue light started to shimmer and began to descend back down to Grim's figure. As it nosedived, the blue light's form started to become more defined and detailed as it took on appearance of a blue water dragon. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Raising the newly materialized water sword high into the air, the dragon opened its mouth to unleash a ferocious roar before being absorbed into the sword. While all of this was going on, no one realized that the pupils in Grim's eyes were completely gone as the thing standing before them wasn't Grim. Boosted by his Breath of the Beast instincts, his body had entered a state of fight or flight. And floating silently by his side, his grimoire glowed a bright blue as words began to emerge on a new page. Breath of Water, 10th form, constant flux.